Hey, good morning, everybody. You all just kind of quiet, so you got quiet and sat down at the right time, thank you. We are gonna be using mics today, and we are going to be recording the audio and the slides, so that we can post that later, because a lot of you asked for these trainings, and they're a lot to put on, so we only do them every couple of years. So this will be a resource, and we're gonna cut it up so that anyone who's looked at the last training that we did, it was 6.5 hours straight, so we're gonna cut it up a little bit. So good morning, thanks for being here, hopefully you're in the right place, introduction to floodplain management training, or you're just here for the free food. My name is Shannon Hulse, I am floodplain specialist, and coastal team lead, deputy director for Cape Cod Cooperative Extension, and WHOI Oceanographic Institution Sea Grant. Today we are going to go over a whole bunch of stuff related to floodplain management. This morning we are co-hosting this training with the Waquoit National Estuarine Research Reserve. So you're going to hear a little bit about both of us before we get into it. I need the clicker, and I don't have enough hands. Okay. So just a little bit for those who are not familiar with the Cooperative Extension and WHOI Sea Grant. So we're just talking about the coastal team today. So again, myself, floodplain specialist, you're going to hear from the coastal processing specialist, Brian McCormick, and coastal resilience specialist, Shelley McComb, who are both in the back. Basically, we do everything having to do with flooding, erosion, and storms. We are a county agency, so we are government, but we also have that WHOI connection. We provide technical assistance, publications, outreach to communities, residents, and businesses, I said as appropriate, because there are sometimes the residents want us to be consultants for them. We do not do that. A lot of you in the room do that. We're not going to do that, but we can answer some simple questions and provide that technical assistance to the communities. We also work with conservation commissions specifically, and through our office, we work with the community rating system, which you'll hear a little bit more about coming up. Basically, that earns discounts on flood insurance for residents and businesses in your communities in exchange for improving the flood resilience in your communities. Today, our speakers, so we're gonna have 6 speakers, which is great because when we started doing this training, I spoke all day long. I lost my voice, and everybody got really bored of listening to me. So we'll have lots of variety today. We're very lucky to have 3 of our DCR folks with us today. So they came down from various parts, far flung, got up really early to join us today. So thanks to them. So we have Eric Carlson, Nadia Madden, and Katie Kate, who are all going to be talking with us today. And then you'll also hear briefly from the 3 of us with the coastal team that I just mentioned. Okay, just to give you an idea of who's here today. So these are the affiliations of folks who registered. I'm not going to read them all, but you can get an idea. We've got a good mix of private sector and communities. And I know a few more people will be trickling in throughout the day. So what to expect? This is going to be a lot of information, and I'm sorry. So because we are recording it, you'll be able to go back to it. We wanted to get it done in one day rather than asking people to come back for multiple days. You know, a lot of you come from not 10 minutes away. But it will, so because there's so much information, it is going to be a surface level overview. So for folks who are here to who are looking toward getting your certified floodplain manager training, this is a great introduction. You're gonna have to study on your own too. Just taking today's class will not be enough to get you everything you need to know. The focus is going to be on coastal issues and Massachusetts specifically. So in the past when we've done this, it's been a little more focused on the certified floodplain manager exam. It's not going to be today because one, as far as FEMA is concerned, Cape Cod has no rivers. We have no mapped rivers for FEMA. So we just took all the riverine stuff out because that is not relevant to Cape Cod. I know some folks are here not from the Cape, so be aware if you have rivers, we're not going to be going over that stuff today. And we're also focusing specifically on Massachusetts. Of course, that's where we are. So again, for the certified floodplain manager exam, you've got to know the national level stuff. Massachusetts has higher standards so we'll be looking at those higher standards because that's what you all have to actually work with. It's based roughly on what's called FEMA 480, a study guide and best reference for local officials. So if you do want more information, you can look that up. It is very out of date. It was written in 2005. But it is still, most of it's a good reference, except for the flood insurance section. Ignore that. It was written before Hurricane Katrina hit, and it says that the National Flood Insurance Program is solvent, and it has not been since 2005. So also ask questions throughout. Of course, be polite and respectful. You all are good with that. This is going to be an open forum. Throw your hand up anytime. There will be times for pausing throughout, but please do ask us questions as we go. Then just briefly on the CFM, since I've mentioned this, so the Certified Floodplain Manager certification is something from the Association of State Floodplain Managers. It's a national organization. So you have to know building knowledge and skills to reduce flood losses, improve flood safety, and protect the natural environment. That's basically what goes into it. You have to have proficiency in all three branches of the National Flood Insurance Program, which we'll go over more today: regulations, insurance, and mapping. Several of us in the room are CFMs, and you will get credit for being here today if you are a CFM already. If you're interested in becoming a CFM, floods.org is the place to go. So that's a couple other intro things before I turn it over to Kristen. Where did she go? Oh, you're there, okay. And Kristen's going to tell you a little bit more about the Waquoit Bay National Estuary Research Reserve, but we're going to eventually probably close this door. I know it's a little chilly. Out here, there are bathrooms on the right and left. There are some tables out there too. You can get out. There's another way out. There are other doors out that way. So once we close this, you can go out that way as well. Anything else that I'm missing for basics? Chill.
Wi-Fi.
Oh, Wi-Fi. Yes, thank you. Okay, there is Wi-Fi. It's over there. All right, I'm getting studied where I've got to test my eyes. Phase 2, phase 2, phase 1. Okay, so and the 2 is a 2 and the 1 is a 1, not spelled out. And it's CCIA or public. Thank you, Shelley. All right, I think we're good. So with that, I will turn it over to Kristen.
And there's refreshments out now, and there's also going to be lunch provided too. So hello everybody, I'm Kristen Weir. I'm the Coastal Training Program Coordinator at Waquoit Bay National Estuary Research Reserve, otherwise known as WEBNR for short. We have there's about 30 national estuary research reserves across the country. So there's one of me at all of those reserves doing this coastal training program. And then we all have a partnership either with a university or a state. So our partnership is DCR, Department of Conservation and Recreation. And this slide is just showing you a little bit of an overview. So what the coastal training program does is offer learning opportunities to decision makers, which is super broad in this area. But if anyone who's making natural resource decisions, so you all would qualify under that. So that's why we're so excited to partner with Sea Grant today. What we like to do is offer scientific information that can be applied right away into your roles. And these are just some examples of decision makers that we frequently work with. So it's our government officials, NGOs, tribal members, people from the community who are affiliated with different organizations. And then coastal issues, we focus on very broad net, wide net of coastal issues. So coastal resilience, access, water quality. I came a year and a half ago, so water quality has been my focus. We did the Cape Coastal Conference focusing on nitrogen removal. And we offer different types of learning opportunities, technical assistance, and help facilitate collaborative research. One event that I did want to highlight coming up is our Source to Sea collaboration and engagement project. And if anyone is from, I know there's a couple from Falmouth Mashpee, I have just a handout here that gives more information, but it's a cool project that focuses on river restoration, and we're actually engaging the community in the visioning process. So we have an event coming up April 5th. Just wanted to plug that. And so if anyone wants to connect with me, I have business cards and I can tell you more about the coastal training program, but I'll be a participant in this training today, so I'm excited about that.
All right, thank you, Kristen. Sorry. Okay, and I did forget to mention, if you haven't signed in, sign in with Lori over there in the corner. And if you are a building official and you want CBO credits, you have to sign in separately. You all know what form that looks like. And we'll get you those credits. I couldn't get the credits in advance. They wouldn't let me do that, but I will get you as many credits as I can after the fact. All right, so we are now going to get going with our first topic. Except that Zoom is hiding some things from me. All right, so first we're gonna have Brian McCormick talking about coastal flooding and erosion, aka floods and stuff.
Hi.
There you go, Brian.
Thank you. Morning, everyone. As you can see, I tried to make this a little more fun. We're gonna be going over a lot of regulations, things that can be a little dry, so tried to make this a little more entertaining, at least to start the day. And that's not to say that the other speakers aren't great, but I really like this stuff, so, you know, I'm a little biased. But I am Brian McCormick. I'm the coastal processes and hazard specialist, so I deal with a lot of coastal erosion, the geophysical aspects of shorelines, the erosion, flooding, beaches, basically where the water meets the sand. There we go. No? Okay, so quick overview. We're gonna do one slide on air, then a couple on water, then some on the earth, bring all of those together into coastlines, and then kind of look at how climate change is going to affect a lot of these things. And say you have some water, like an ocean. Wind starts blowing across that water, and the distance that it can blow is what we refer to as the fetch. And so the more fetch you have, the more energy can be put into that water. And that creates waves. From these waves, we have a wave height and a wave length, pretty basic stuff. But we also have a maximum wave height, so that highest possible wave. We also have a significant wave height. And the difference between those is that the significant wave height is the average of the highest 1/3 waves. So you can have waves that are higher than the significant wave height, but what FEMA maps are based on is that significant wave height. And so that's an important distinction to know of when you're looking at different products that are out there. The terminology is not interchangeable, so just something to be aware of. And I want to give you an idea of how much energy is in waves, because it is a lot. So 1 cubic meter of seawater is about 1 metric ton. 1 cubic meter of water. Seawater, you add salt to it, you increase the density, and it becomes even heavier. And so with a 1 meter wave, that's 3 feet coming into the shoreline, that's about 4,000 watts of energy in the surf zone for every meter of shoreline. And so when you think about an LED light bulb in your house, it's about 5 watts. And so these are enormously powerful for even just small waves. So during massive storms, you're looking at huge amounts of energy. And to kind of give you an idea of what the waves look like and the significant versus maximum wave height, here's some data from back in January of 24. And looking at the Block Island wave buoy, you can see that the maximum wave height is 55 feet. And this buoy splits kind of Vineyard and Block Island. It's in a lot of open water. I think the water depth is 49 meters. So a lot of water to be moved around this area, but that significant wave height was at 24.6 feet. And so this is pretty drastic because we are in open water, a very, uncontrolled area. And you can see the difference there. But as we move closer to shore, we start to go from deep water waves where there's no bottom interaction to shallow water waves. And so luckily, we don't see 55-foot waves on our shorelines, not typically. And that's because that wave energy, it's basically like taking the legs off of it. It is cutting a lot of that energy out as it starts to increase the friction with the bottom. And so that's still going to be a lot of energy coming in, but this plays a lot into wave heights and flooding. And of course, another kind of wave, tides. So as you all know, flooding is highly dependent on the tidal cycle. If we have a storm come in at high tide, it can be significantly more damaging than if it were at low tide. And when we're looking at what creates tides, it's the sun and the moon. And it depends, gravity, you're looking at the masses of each object. Sun is way more massive than the earth and the moon, but it's also much further away. And so when we have an alignment like this, where the sun and moon are out of phase, they're not lined up with each other, we have neap tides. And so these are the smaller tides you see in the tidal cycle. But we also have spring tides. And spring tides are when the sun and moon are aligned with, you'll see new moons, full moons. That's telling you that the sun and moon are pretty long alignment, and that's pulling on the water in not necessarily the same direction, but in the same phase. And so that's going to increase the tides that we see. And all the while, we are spinning around and the sun and moon are spinning around us. And so these tidal fluctuations, they can get kind of messy. Luckily, we are pretty good at predicting them, but this is some tidal data from Boston, and you can see those differences in tidal heights. You can see the neap tides and spring tides. And so when we're looking at flooding and we're anticipating all of that water coming in, the tidal cycle plays a big role in the impact that we see. And also, one of my nitpicky things, not a tidal wave. Oh man, that just, the coastal geologist in me is like, no, tsunami, very different. But we also have, bringing things together a little bit, that winds coming across the water, pushing on it, creating bigger waves. It makes storm surge. And storm surge is that volume of water that we see above the predicted tide. And one of the things you see here is that storm surge can last a long time. This is a couple days worth of consistent storm surge. And so as you're looking at flooding and that tide starts to drop, you may not have all that water run out if storm surge is high. So it's something to be aware of when you're looking at flooding during storm events. So what does this mean for the sand? This is my favorite part. I love sand. But, and of course I start with this. It's a terrible transition, I know, but a lot of this depends on the grain size that we're looking at. Sand is actually a very specific category of grain size. Below that, you have silts and clays. Above that, pebbles, cobbles, and when the waves are coming in, what they're hitting in terms of grain size makes a big difference in how the natural systems, our coastlines react. And one of the interesting parts of this, even though it's all interesting, I'm sure you guys love this, it's that last box there, and it's the threshold velocity for traction. And basically what that means is how fast does the water have to move to start mobilizing that sediment. And so when there's not a lot of velocity, you can start to have some transport or deposition. But as we increase the flow speed, you start to get into a lot of erosional features that, you know, we're all familiar with it. That sand, sediment, even gobbles, those can be transported off the beach. And that isn't necessarily a good thing, but it is a natural process and it helps to feed a lot of the other systems around. But all this comes together on the beach, and the dunes, the banks, those are our first line of defense against flooding. So when we see that a dune has eroded, it's actually a really good thing because it means that a lot of that wave energy was absorbed by the dune, by the bank, and it didn't just go right over into our neighborhood. And so I know it's really weird to say erosion is a good thing, but it's a sign that the natural system is functioning as we really hope it does. And it starts to move all the sand around. You have things like longshore currents that move the sand down the beach. You have offshore currents, which are creating all of your beach profiles. So summer, winter, you have different profiles. Wind is blowing sand up to create dunes. And it's really important to think of all these things in context of one another as you're looking at flooding, because as all these things play out over time, it's going to change how floodwaters come into our neighborhoods, how they come over the beaches, how they erode the dunes and banks that are around us. And here you can see on Cape Cod, all this sand is continuously moving, and this is happening with every wave every day. It's averaging about 6 seconds for the wave period, and that's something like over 5 million waves a year. So every single second of every day, this sand is being pushed around. And here, just mentioned it, going across shore, you have summer profiles, winter profiles, and so when you see the beach change through seasons, a lot of people will come just in the summer and say, oh yeah, nothing changed. It has changed. During the winter, you can flatten out a beach tremendously and then build it back up with the smaller waves in the summer. And so the seasonality of when flooding occurs is another big factor that you want to pay attention to. And we see a lot of these things work out in the data around us. So here you see some LiDAR data. This one's actually, I keep saying this, but I really like what I do, and I think this is really cool. So what you see down here is all glacial material. This was put here by glaciers 18,000 years ago, pushed all the sediment out and dumped it. Everything that you see kind of in the blue out there, that's all of that sediment transport. It's the waves that are pushing everything around. And so these are tremendous forces that are moving tons of material every year all around us. Ooh, got the virus. There we go. But we start to see things like this, and it's not good. So these systems are changing all the time. We don't necessarily like change because we put our house there, and it causes a lot of problems. And so to try and stop that change, we do things like this. Well, maybe not like this. This is a valiant effort, but probably isn't going to work very well. But we do things like this. We put in revetments, gabion, fiber rolls. The erosion control methodology to try to keep that sand where it is so that we can keep our houses there. Big part of the problem is that's not what the natural system wants to do. And so as these dunes and banks are acting as a natural buffer to floodwaters, and we do things like this, we're not letting them react the way they want to anymore. And we also have things like this, where we put in major infrastructure. And so when we're looking at the direction of net sediment transport, we can see that we're starting to hold it all in place. We're not letting it go where it wants to go. And so that's not necessarily a good thing for this side of that gym. And now we get into some of the climate change. It is kind of an odd topic these days, but it's something that we have to pay attention to because sea levels are undoubtedly rising. We measure it, we can see it. I'm sure a lot of you in your own backyards have seen over the years that water come higher and higher. And the two main drivers are ice melt. So you think of polar ice caps, that water's melting, things get warmer, that's going right into the ocean. But we also have thermal expansion, and that's all the little water molecules are bouncing around faster and faster. And as they bounce around, they try to find the path of least resistance. And for water, that is up. And so, like I said, we've measured it. Since 1970, we've seen about 8 inches of sea level rise. And that doesn't seem like much, but on the coastline where it's pretty flat, that is a huge amount of area. this water starts to take up a ton of space where we don't want it. And unfortunately, it's probably gonna get worse. So between 2,000 and 2,100, we're expecting about 3.9 feet of sea level rise. And so that 8 inches since 1970, the flooding has gotten pretty bad. We're worried about it. It's gonna keep getting worse. And so understanding the natural system, the built system, how they interact, this is gonna become far more critical in the next 15, 20 years. And we're measuring that thermal expansion too. Here you can see the water temperature for pretty much the entire world. And that orange line was 2024. The red line there is the start of 2025. And as you can see, we are just climbing higher and higher. And so these are problems that are not going away, and they're going to continue to get worse. And we have to think of it in context of storms. So when you look at hurricanes coming in the summer, you think, oh, we have the summer beach, the sand was built up, that's great, offers us a little more protection. Problem is hurricanes are massive storms. One of the questions I get sometimes is, well, they're so big, they're getting worse, why don't we have a category 6 hurricane? Because category 5, there's catastrophic damage, and you can wipe out entire neighborhoods. There may be areas that are uninhabitable for months. You may never be able to go back. These storms are that powerful, that large. And so when you think about category 6, we don't really need it because everything's already gone. If the storm gets more powerful, it's gonna be even less. But we know the storms are getting more powerful too. We're looking at that. Luckily, not necessarily more frequent, but they're getting more powerful and they're lasting longer. And so as we tie all of these things together, you have to start thinking about the natural system, the coastal geology, all of the hydrology that's going on. What are the inputs to the system and how are you managing that system? Because built infrastructure is great. It's critical to everything we do. But working with the natural system, we can add in buffers that are already there and protect them so that as floodwaters are coming, they help us. And how do we know what to look for? Well, there's a lot out there. You can go to all kinds of things and find flood levels, what to expect when floodwaters come in. But the National Weather Service is a great first step. So when we have a storm coming, you can go look at the expected water height from the storm. It's all relative to mean level of water, so you gotta be careful with that. A lot of FEMA maps are in NAD 88, so be careful with the datums. But this gives you a great idea of where that water is gonna get to, and now you can prepare a little bit better, even if it's emergency preparations. And with that, I am happy to take any questions. Any questions beyond this, I'm gonna send you to Shannon. She knows a lot more about the regulations than I do, but I have business cards, so you can come find me, we can connect. Thank you. Sorry to make it a little move, I try to have fun with it, but we're gonna run into some problems, so it's great that you guys are here to prep for it. Question?
Yeah, when you had that map up with those dots on it, is there a reason you chose those specific places, or are those the actual areas that are under the most concern?
Map with the dot.
Yeah, right here, when you're looking at that.
Oh,
I'm just thinking because I see down to, it looks like Florida covered, and I'm wondering about the islands off the coast, like Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic. Are those included in those areas, or are we just looking at these areas for a specific reason?
so this is from the IPCC AR6 report. And so for all the nitty-gritty details, I would send you there. But one of the things is a storm is not going to contain itself in this nice little bubble. It would be really nice if you could plan for it a little bit better, but the impacts of slower motion storms, so they last a little bit longer and increasing intensity, it's all through pretty much the eastern seaboard of the US. And so we are just outside of that bubble here, and you're still gonna want to plan for increasing storm intensity and when the storms come, a little more duration to them. Any other questions? Yep.
I read somewhere that a king's tide occurs every 14 months. Is that true?
So
And why would it be? Is that something to do with the alignment of the earth?
yeah, so there is no strict definition of a king tide. It's essentially just a really high spring tide. But the lunar cycle, and I guess the best way to frame this is within a tidal epoch. And so we define a full tidal cycle of all the ups and downs with the sun and moon rotating around us with a tidal epoch, which is 18.9 years. And so depending on where those celestial bodies fall, that's going to depend on how often those tides are coming in. So every 14 months, it depends on where you are, but that could be a pretty good estimate. But over the course of that tidal epoch of 18.6 years, 19 years, kind of ballpark it there. That's where you're gonna have the full cycle of everything. And so to find out what is the highest king tide within that cycle, you're gonna look at a really long time span. And one other note, previous tidal epoch was 1983 to 2001. We're gonna have a new one coming out that ends in 2024, but that's not gonna be up until 2026. But that's gonna set all of your mean low water, mean high water. So all of those numbers that you've kind of been paying attention to for a long time, those are gonna change in the next couple of years, hopefully. If the QA/QC on all the data goes well, should be 2026.
Great.
Any other questions? Awesome. Am I over time? Did I ignore the signs? No, I'm good.
You're good.
Did I make up time?
You did.
I have more time? Good. Awesome. Thanks, everyone. And I hope you enjoyed that.
Here, you wanna put my email up there again, Rick?
Yeah.
We finally had to get him his own business card, so he would stop giving mine out. All right, we're gonna get the next one queued up here. So next, we are going to hear about floodplain management in general, and then a little bit about the National Flood Insurance Program. So Shelley's gonna kick us off as soon as this presentation gets going. Okay,
I also put your name on this.
and my name's on there too. Right? Yeah. Just look at my email, it's fine. We all go by Shannon, right? Is that working? It is, okay. Here you go. Thank you.
Thank you guys for being here on a Thursday morning. I need my notes, so I'm not gonna be walking around quite as much as Brian, but I'm just gonna give you guys a little bit of an introduction on floodplain management and why you're all here. So, common types of flooding. So again, we are unique on the Cape that we don't have rivers, so I'm gonna talk mostly about coastal things and a little bit about rivers, but here we go. So I think Brian set the stage really well for me to go. We do have storm surge and waves. You saw a little bit about how that works. On the Cape, we get hurricanes, not quite so often, but we do get storm surge and waves from nor'easters. We have flooding from rain. You can get compounding factors when you have a big storm surge and then it's raining. And all this can be flooding can be accelerated from erosion. So a lot of things going on at once. We don't quite get those tsunami waves out here, but we did have that earthquake a couple months ago. So maybe that's something that's happening, but important to pay attention when multiple things are going on at once. So here's a couple types of flooding that we have some inland folks in the room, so I do want to mention this real quick. Riverine flooding typically happens like when there's a lot of rain upstream, so high volume, high velocity, and then when there's obstructions in the way, like a dam or like a bridge, it can cause that water to flow a lot faster. Then we also get shallow flooding and sheet flow. So this typically happens behind a dune on the Cape is when we see this, that water will collect and pond. Sometimes we get this in parking lots, but it will spread out over a large area. Urban drain, like if there's an impervious surface, it might not drain as fast. especially if the ground is unable to absorb it. So, lastly, if we have a flash flood, rain bonds, when we have a lot of rain in a short period of time, again, more inland, but if there's a dam that breaks or a levee that fails, we can get flash flooding from rain or from human-made causes. So. Again, I'm gonna go over this quickly because we don't really see a lot of this out here. Like the ice jams, we don't really get those on the Cape very often, but that could cause a lot of flooding if that obstructs the flow of water. And then uncertain, so like in Iceland, there's alluvial fans where the water can be really uncertain in where it goes. Mud flows, we see those out in California. Again, I'm just setting the stage for you guys to know what's out there, even though you might not see this too often in your day-to-day work. So, but what does that mean for you guys? What does that mean for development? That's what we care about. Come on in. Oh, hi. These are Nantucket folks. Okay, so development in the floodplain. This is why we care, because we live on Cape Cod or on the coast because it's pretty, but we also want to build things here. And like, does this work? Let's see. See, this beautiful parking lot creates a lot of impervious surface. So when you get storm surge coming in from this way and rain coming in from the top, this can lead to a lot of flooding. And as we change that natural ecosystem, we are creating unintended causes that can just, flooding makes everything a lot worse. And then when people are living in places that they don't know their risk, they might not even realize what is at stake. So, and then the last thing I want to mention is that when floodplains and the coastline doesn't look pretty like this, it can often house low-income neighborhoods that creates its own set of you know, things that will go along with it. So, okay, so let's talk more about development and why we shouldn't have, or why fill is a reason to not, where am I going with this? We don't want to build in the floodplain or fill in the floodplain, because when we add fill, here's the natural river, and then we add a bunch of fill, that water has to go somewhere. It's not just gonna keep moving. So then this house might get flooded over here. So I will show you. I did some digging, so I was like, what does this actually look like? This is kind of, what?
Ice pond.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy, but this is in Mississippi. Is that there a name for it, that you said?
No, it said I did some digging.
Digging. Oh, I did, yeah, I did some literally digging. Good, thank you. I didn't even catch that. I went right over my head. So this is quite an extreme example, but in Mississippi, they have done this where they have added fill around this house. But as you can see, that water has to go somewhere. So, you know, I'm not doing the math and the equations here, but you would think if all this fill was not there and that water was allowed to move evenly, you might not even see all that water. So essentially, fill reduces the space where floodwater can travel, forces floodwaters into new areas. Maybe there's a home on the other side of this neighborhood that didn't used to get water, and now there's all this obstruction and it is getting flooded. So it makes flood heights go higher. So it's just important to be mindful of what we are adding to the natural environment. So I talked a little bit about runoff with that parking lot picture back there. When we're creating impervious surfaces, we're also, you know, messing with the natural ecosystem. So when we have more impervious surfaces, water still has to move somewhere. So it's not getting absorbed into the ground. It's probably going to go into our stormwater systems. It's probably going to go into our drains. Stormwater systems are typically designed for 10-year storms, but as we've been seeing lately, we're getting a lot more rain at one time, so that can typically overwhelm our systems that we're not prepared for it. And then a 10-year storm can put as much stress on the stormwater system as a 25-year storm in some highly urbanized areas, like we're seeing that up in Boston, where they're getting, you know, a little bit of rain and it just, you know, they close down the T stations. And so to elaborate on that a little more, when I lived in Charleston, we called them rain bonds, where we got a ton of rain at one time, everything flooded, I couldn't drive to work. But that's when, this is actually on Surf Drive, and I don't know that this was from rain particularly. I think it was from rain plus storm surge plus water not being able to flow over a road. That's an impervious surface. But another thing to note here is that when we do add these impervious surfaces to the environment, the soil is not acting as a natural sponge. So when water moves through groundwater, it deposits those nutrients as it goes. And when we create an impervious surface that doesn't allow the systems to act as they should, all that nutrients gets deposited in one place at one time. So that can be really bad for the environment and for public health. So I think Brian already touched on this. As we know, development can cause erosion. And this is what, when we add things to our coastline, we are just accelerating those systems. I think Brian already set the stage for that. Our beachfront is highly desirable. So we love our floodplains and they're very beneficial. They help absorb floodwaters. Like I said, they help, absorb all that nutrients gradually instead of just depositing it in one place at one time. Filter stormwater, so that's good for water quality, that's good for our aquaculture, that's good for our beaches. Supports biodiversity, recharges groundwater, and it's just pretty. Like, look how pretty these marshes are. This is why we live here. So, flood damage. Okay, I'm gonna go into these different types of damage real quick. So, hydrodynamic, this is moving water. So I'm not gonna try to throw too much math at you guys, but when water is striking home head on, you have a lot of force. And then there's more force as it's being dragged, and all that creates like this suction motion that can actually pull at the structure behind it. So there's a lot of things going on here. And then I was only gonna throw one equation at you guys, but momentum, mass, and velocity, they're like, oh, I'm missing. Why am I looking at you, Shannon?
I don't do equations.
Physics was a long time ago, but as the speed of the water increases and you add, where am I going with this? Faster moving water can be more damaged, but slow moving water is just as damaging. So as you have more weight, even though the velocity is slower, that can still be, just ignore me. This is what I tell people when you see flood. Whoa. Uh-oh, my light went out. It was
Your fingers over it.
I think, thank you. It's been a week, guys. We're all tired. People can get knocked over in 6 inches of water. A car will float in 2 feet of moving water. I think that demonstrates what I was trying to get at. So. So the next type of damage is from debris. So as that water is moving and it picks up all these things and sucks the side off of the house, all these objects can act as battering rams. So we typically don't see ice out here, but I showed that picture earlier of the ice jam in the river. So if you do have that, that can create a lot of force. It can create a battering ram. If there's a deck that falls off a house, if there's a septic system, lumber, logs, all these can be really dangerous. And that's not a pretty beach. I don't want to sit on that in the summer. So if people store their chemicals in a shed, that can also be really bad if those chemicals get swept away, pesticides. So again, consequences for tourism, implications for aquaculture. There's just a lot going on here and we don't want our beaches to look like this. So I talked about moving water. I'm going to talk about standing water. So standing water can be just as damaging. Water is heavy again. Oh, I changed out the picture, but it must have been after you updated this.
Oh.
No, it's okay. It's totally fine. I don't think this video, does it work? Oh, this is even better than the picture I put up there then. Okay, cool. So, all this is actually really good. Yeah, as you can see, the deeper the water gets, especially when it's not moving, it's still exerting that force and that pressure on a home. And as that pushes in, it can cause things to float. So if things are not properly anchored, again, like our septic systems, it can cause things to break loose and look like this. And there's concrete floating on the road, and that's not good. So, okay. 4 out of 5 damage. So soaking. This is when water gets into places that are not properly sealed. It can cause things to warp, and then when oxygen gets into these places when they're not dried, it can lead to mold, bacteria, and more health risks. So, and then lastly, like I mentioned, floodwaters deposit sediment. There's contaminants that can be in there too. So if this is not taken care of, it can also cause mold to grow. I saw this so many times when I was living in Charleston that people were out playing in streets of raw sewage. That's what?
It is a live.
Oh my god, that's collibial, that's hilarious. Oh, God.
One of our coworkers, and she gave us permission to use it as an example of what not to do. She said she was in her 20s and dumb.
Okay, so admitting that she was dumb, so don't do this, because there's probably,
Yes.
that's funny. So there's probably a lot of raw sewage floating around in there, there's probably some pesticides, so don't be like Calliope, or your clothes might be moldy later. So, we're talking a lot about safety and health hazards. Also when there's water, there can, floodwaters, there can be exposed wires. If that, air conditioning unit is ripped off the side of the house, there could be, exposed wires that could lead to electrocution. It's just better to not go through them. It also can create a lot of, again, fire, like more work for the town. If there are floodwaters that a fire truck cannot get through, that's not great. But if there's exposed wires, there might be a fire. It seems kind of contradictory, water and a flood, but it's a very, high risk here. And then bacteria. I grew up in the South. Standing water is a pool for bacteria and viruses and trash. Gross. Yeah. And then lastly, I think it's important to mention the mental health impacts. This can be really scary, especially for the people that are gone for the winter and come back and don't realize that their home was damaged while they were gone. This can be really stressful. So just check in with your household, check in with your family members, and make sure that you're all communicating with each other about what this means for you.
Shelley, can I add something to that?
Yeah.
I've run into a lot in the last few years. A lot of times when you see this, you see public works people walking around, like trying to get to the manhole covers and alleviate any, blockage there, but those manhole covers can lift up. And they can be walking along and it's happened, fall into them,
Oh, wow.
It's a
Well, yeah, I
huge
mean, that's
hazard.
what we were talking about, that buoyancy.
Yeah.
So, I
So
mean,
they're like walking around trying to find the manhole covers, right?
And
They
it's-
fall right into
oh
the.
gosh, that's so scary. I have not heard about that happening on the Cape, but
It's not on the Cape, it's the other places that, north of Boston, but.
yeah, but something to be aware of. That is terrifying.
It is,
Yeah, but that brings,
especially if you're alone.
yeah, especially if you're alone. Yeah, no, but
Walk in floodwaters.
yeah, don't walk in floodwaters, please, even if the town tells you to go out there. Say Shelley told you not to. So, I'm gonna wrap it up here with managing a floodplain, and this is what we're gonna talk about the rest of the day. So, here's some strategies. Modify human, all of these are just to say, be proactive. Think about what you can do ahead of time to respond and be prepared for the flooding. Preserve those floodplains so that we don't have something catastrophic that we have to clean up after. And we're going to go into more of this today. So I'm just setting the stage here of some tools you can use for managing building codes, bylaws. We're going to get into all of this. Retrofitting structures, whether that's elevation, installing flood vents, Emergency management strategies, again, proactive, putting out townwide warnings, putting out emergency alert systems, controlling stormwater runoff, educating property owners. That's a lot of what we do is community education. So a lot of these are proactive management strategies that we can use to regulate the floodplain. So with that, I'm gonna hand it over to Shannon.
All right, thank you, Sally. There's, since we're sharing anecdotes, I did not experience this, but, heard a lot from first responders after Hurricane Katrina that were going into the floodwaters because sometimes people have to. And if they had any open cut, or if they got cut with nails, whatever was flying around in that debris, then they got really infected because of all the stuff in the floodwaters. So we really try to encourage people, if you don't have to be out there, please don't. And same thing with driving, like the manhole covers is a great example of, you don't know what the road condition is like under that water. So we really try to discourage people from going out into those floods. Don't be like Goliath. She really did give us permission for that. Okay, so I'm just gonna take a little bit to talk about the National Flood Insurance Program. I know this is the most exciting part of the day, what you've all been really looking forward to. But the National Flood Insurance Program will help give us more context for all of the regulations that we're going to talk about later, and really why we kind of do this. So the NFIP, it's housed in FEMA, and the Federal Emergency Management Agency, which is in the Department of Homeland Security. It's moved a little bit, but that's where it is now. It was created in 1968 in response to a few different things. One, we had a couple decades of very active hurricane seasons, and there was a lot of damage happening in floodplains, and there was no flood insurance. The feds were just putting out a lot of money in post-disaster recovery, and they were spending too much on that. The private market wouldn't cover flood insurance because it didn't make sense for them. The only people who would buy flood insurance were the people who were going to have claims, so they didn't want to do that because they would have to pay out. So there was no flood insurance, lots of damage, and there was a lot of development pressure on floodplains. Our floodplains are beautiful. People want to live there. That's why we have so many people here on the Cape, because we have beautiful waterfront property. So those three things combined together to make the federal government say, all right, we got to do something a little bit differently. So they provided flood insurance, and in theory, that would take the pressure off of the federal government to pay for those post-disaster recovery costs by putting the recovery costs on people who were living in floodplains, made that choice to build in the floodplain, and they were paying for a policy that would help them recover and make them closer to whole than the federal disaster recovery funds would. And the insurance was provided in exchange for regulations. So this is where all of our regulations come from. So in order to have access to that flood insurance, the community has to opt into the National Flood Insurance Program. The NFIP is voluntary. You do not have to participate. If you don't, no one in your town can have access to the National Flood Insurance Program insurance. So all of our towns have opted in. I think all but 11, you three back there would know better than me, but I think all but 11 in the state of Massachusetts, 10, okay, all 10 in the state of Massachusetts have opted in. The only one on the Cape and Islands who is not is Chomark. We can talk about that separately. So all the rest of our towns have opted in, so nobody signed up from Chomark, so everybody in here, all the towns you're working with, you are responsible for enforcing these regulations or adhering to these regulations that we're going to talk about. And also, so in theory, the NFIP would transfer the cost of floodplain development from the taxpayers to the policyholders. That worked from 1968 through 2005. There were little hiccups along the way. They recovered. It has not been true since 2005. Like I mentioned this morning, Hurricane Katrina hit in 2005. The NFIP has not been self-sustaining since then, and it is still in debt to the federal treasury now, several billions of dollars. So it hasn't quite worked out that way, but we still do have access to flood insurance that is lower cost than, now there are some private market policies that you can get on the Cape in Massachusetts. Within the last 4 or 5 years, it started to be available, so it is possible, but the NFIP is usually still the best source of flood insurance. Okay, so there are three primary components to the National Flood Insurance Program: mapping, regulations, and insurance. I'm not gonna talk about mapping and regulations right now, because we're gonna talk a lot about that the rest of the day. But the insurance I am gonna talk a little bit about. So basically, the basic premise of the NFIP is that, again, it provides flood insurance in communities that voluntarily agree to participate. And those communities agree to enforce land use and building regulations based on the mapping provided by FEMA. So all of those three things are really inextricably tied together in the NFIP. So we're gonna hear all about those regulations today, and if you are from a community and you hear yourself saying, I didn't know we were supposed to enforce that. Don't worry, you're not alone. Everybody's gonna have that thought today, but hopefully we'll give you a better idea of those things that you are supposed to be paying attention to. Okay, I wanted to hit a little bit on the community roles and responsibilities. So you have to adopt a new floodplain bylaw when you have a new map. So within 6 months of getting a new map, don't worry, we're not in danger of getting new maps anytime soon. But when we do, within 6 months, you've got ample warning, and you'll have to adopt an updated floodplain bylaw just to adopt that new map. Also, we are all collectively in the process of going through a statewide model floodplain bylaw update. 4 of us in the room have been working on that for several years. One came out in 2020. We're working on updating it now. Most of our communities on the Cape have adopted it, and many off Cape as well. We're just basically that little voice that said, "Oh, I didn't know we were supposed to enforce that." That's because it wasn't even in your bylaws in most cases. So we're trying to basically catch up to what we were supposed to have been doing for decades, so that FEMA stays happy with us. So many of you have updated your bylaws recently. If you haven't and you need help with those, I can help. We also have folks from DCR that can help with that too. But don't try to do it for 2025 spring meeting, because I don't have time. And Eric will quit. Okay, so other things that you are responsible for. You have to review and issue floodplain and building development permits. That one you probably knew. Your community has to inspect all development to ensure that compliance. You have to maintain records of that development. Some of you are more familiar with the review audit process. I'm trying not to look at the people who know that they've gone through it really recently. Even yesterday we had a meeting about it. They've been dealing with it a lot. Everyone will have to deal with it at some point. A couple of communities, 4 communities on the Cape are going through it in some way right now. So maintaining all of those records so that you can say, oh no, this house had a letter map amendment that took it out of the floodplain, so we didn't have to enforce the floodplain regulations for it. Things like that, just keeping all of your records together. So that when you get reviewed, you know why you made certain decisions. And especially if people leave from community, then you can have those records. When we get new maps, again, not happening anytime soon, even though on the Cape our maps are 11 years old now, or almost 11 years old. When we get new maps, eventually, the community is responsible for helping to just verify that factual information is correct on the maps, and to publicize those and get them out into the public. And then finally, the community is also responsible for helping to inform residents of flood hazards, floodplain maps, flood insurance, and building regulations. Shelley mentioned that our office does a lot of public outreach. We do. We are happy if you want to redirect your calls about this stuff to us. We're happy to take those calls. Some of you get credit within the community rating system for answering these questions. So however you want to do it, please. Fine, I can kick things, whoops. But we can help with that outreach. So we can also do public sessions just to go over flood insurance, any of these things. We're happy to do that. A few months ago, I was in Mashpee with a homeowners association. There were like 130 people that showed up to this meeting because they really wanted to know more about what the floodplain regulations were, because they did not understand why they had to do certain things and their neighbor didn't have to do certain things. So we can do things like that too and help you with that outreach. Okay, so one more thing on community compliance. So you have to do all these things because you've agreed to be in the National Flood Insurance Program. What happens if you don't? So there are three courses of action. First is reclassification under the community rating system. And those of you that don't know what the CRS are going, why does she keep saying this? I promise I will talk about it very shortly, what it is. But that basically means everybody's flood insurance rates are gonna go up if you get reclassified under the CRS. The next thing that can happen is probation. So that means you get 90 days to correct any issues. And everybody gets a $50 flood insurance fee charged to all of the policyholders. So everybody's flood insurance goes up by $50 and they're gonna say, why did this happen? And then they start getting really annoyed at the town for not allowing that to happen. And then the final step is suspension. So you can get suspended from the National Flood Insurance Program if you don't comply. That means that flood insurance is no longer available through the NFIP. Most federal financial assistance for floodplains is not going to be available, and there will be major restrictions on federally backed mortgages. We're gonna get to that in a minute, the federally backed mortgage piece, but that's the real key of why people want to get flood insurance and therefore why communities want to make it available. Because you can't have a federally backed mortgage, which is most of our mortgages, without flood insurance if you're located in the floodplain. Okay, so now we're gonna talk a little bit about flood insurance. All right, so a lot of people don't understand the extent to which flooding can actually cause damage in a home. So I like this graphic from FEMA that just 1 inch of water can cause $25,000 worth of damage to your home, just 1 inch. So that's pretty powerful. On the Cape, only 35% of our structures in our floodplain have flood insurance. That's actually kind of high on average for nationwide. It still keeps me up at night because what that means is when people don't have insurance, when we get a big storm and we have a lot of flood damage, people are gonna go to their homeowner's insurance and say, okay, make me whole. They're not going to cover it. Flood is not covered in homeowners insurance, and if people don't have flood insurance, they are not going to be made whole. They're gonna get maybe $3,000 in federal financial assistance for disaster recovery. That is not gonna make anybody whole. So that's why that keeps me up, and I've been accused of peddling flood insurance. I don't get anything out of people getting flood insurance. But it is really important. Insurance is our backstop. If our communities don't have it, that means especially our primary homeowners can't recover, they might not be able to move back to our community. Our community is really going to change if people don't have that backstop to help make them whole when we get a really big storm. On the Cape, in the floodplain, the average cost of flood insurance is $2,500 from the National Flood Insurance Program. And we have about 10,000 policies. I did not look at the island, sorry guys. Okay, so important notes on flood insurance. Definition of a flood, there are these bolded sections right there. So a flood is 2 or more acres of normally dry land or 2 or more properties that are affected by these types of flooding. So basically what that means is when the pipe breaks in your basement, I'm looking at who that happened to this week, flood insurance is not going to cover that because that doesn't affect 2 properties or 2 acres. So that actually is your homeowner's insurance. But when you've got tons and tons of rainfall and our ground can't absorb it quickly, and then you get flooding in your basement, that's flood insurance. Or a storm surge comes in and floods your home, that's flood insurance. Flood insurance is also the only thing that is going to cover erosion. So of course we have a lot of erosion on the Cape. We've seen that multiple times this morning. We also just all know that. So flood insurance is also the only source to make somebody closer to whole after an erosion loss as well. I already said this, but flood coverage is not included in homeowners insurance. Good to know yourselves and for your residents and businesses. There is a 30-day waiting period because if you see a storm coming up the coast and you say, uh-oh, this one's actually gonna get us, better get that flood insurance, it's not gonna work. So get it before that happens. You don't have to be in the floodplain to get flood insurance. A lot of people think that you do. You do not. You can get it anywhere. There's one category of places where you can't, and I'll mention that in a minute. But for the most part, you can get flood insurance anywhere. And then there's also something called increased cost of compliance. I know some of you have dealt with this recently. This comes up as a community, you have to be involved in this because you have to declare a structure substantially damaged in order for them to access this. So what this is it's extra money in a flood insurance policy that will pay for a house to be brought up to code if it's substantially damaged. We're gonna get into substantial damage later today, so if you're saying I don't know what that means, you will by the end of the day. But basically, the community has to issue a letter saying, yes, this property was substantially damaged. They send that to their insurance company, and then they are able to access that additional funding. So sometimes I'll get questions from communities saying, what is this? This kind of feels like a scam. What are they trying to get at? And no, it's a legitimate thing. It helps them out to access additional funding as long as the structure can actually be classified as substantially damaged. Okay, the mandatory purchase requirement. So this is the key to why a lot of people want flood insurance. So the mandatory purchase requirement says that if you are located in a floodplain and you have a federally backed mortgage, you have to have flood insurance. And typically that comes from the National Flood Insurance Program. And there are certain requirements that the NFIP is guaranteed to meet. Private policies do not always meet those requirements. So that's why flood insurance is really important to a lot of communities because they want people to be able to access mortgages. This also applies for any federal financial assistance. So there are other sources of federal financial assistance that you would have to have flood insurance for if you're located in a floodplain. It also applies when a structure is mapped in a floodplain. So again, not going to happen anytime soon for us, but it did happen in 2014 when we got our last maps. Anybody who was added to the floodplain suddenly had to pay for flood insurance if they had a federally backed mortgage, and they were not anticipating that. That is the reason that my job was created. So thanks, mandatory purchase requirement. So there are a lot of people that didn't know that. It's, again, you saw that it's $2,500 average per year. Not everybody can absorb that additional cost annually. So it does happen when we do get another map update. That is something that we will all have to pay attention to because more people are going to have to carry flood insurance. And then also just a note that lenders are allowed to require flood insurance regardless of the flood zone that somebody's in. So even if you're not in a floodplain, a lender can still say, I don't trust those FEMA maps. My data says you are going to flood, and then they can still require somebody to have flood insurance. Yes.
The terms of the lender piece is the
Yeah.
lenders that are enforcing that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, yes. So lenders are enforcing that. Do they all enforce it really well? No. And often somebody will have flood insurance for the first year when they buy.
So the NFIP is gonna look to the lenders.
The NFIP is gonna look to the lenders, yes, and that was reinforced recently, 12 years ago. With legislation that it put more on the lenders to really pay attention to it. Some of them have, some of them haven't, but yes, they look to the lenders to enforce that. Okay, the other thing that does, this has come up maybe 5 times in the last 10 years. The coastal barrier resource system is the only place where someone will not be able to get flood insurance. We have a lot of these areas on the Cape. So this is from the Coastal Barrier Resources Act of 1982. Basically, they realized, oops, that flood insurance thing that we were trying to manage the federal costs of disaster development in disaster-prone areas. They actually encouraged it by providing insurance. So once they kind of figured that out, by 1982, they said, okay, anything that's not developed yet, we are not giving insurance in these areas. So these are undeveloped areas. It's called Coastal Barrier Resource System. It's mostly barriers. But there are several areas that are protected that fall into this category where there's very little development and you cannot get flood insurance or other federal assistance in these areas if the structure was built in that area after it was determined as part of the Coastal Barrier Resource System. So this has come up, again, just a handful of times in your communities in the last 10 years, but it does come up sometimes where people say, I don't understand what this is. They're still allowed to build there. They of course have to follow all the codes. They can build, they just will not have access to any federal financial assistance and won't be able to get flood insurance. Okay, very quickly, we're gonna go over the community rating system, my favorite thing. All right, so the CRS it's a program within the NFIP that provides discounts on flood insurance in exchange for improving the flood safety of a community. 9 of our communities on the Cape are in the program, 4 more are working on getting in. This is a program that I help with, so I relieve a lot of the pain, I hope, that goes into working with this program. And there are all kinds of ways that it incentivizes resilience, reduces our flood risk. We already have higher standards in our building codes, so we get credit for enforcing those. Get credit for open space preservation, public information and education. It has some ideas for advanced floodplain management. We've been working on a bylaw project that's a higher standards bylaw project. Some pieces of that came from the CRS because you can get credit toward those flood insurance discounts for some of those. So the CRS program is a way to get credit for things that your town is already doing, and that translates into those discounts on flood insurance. And I walk you through, if you're on the Cape, and a little bit in the areas around, I walk you through a lot of that, so that it, again, relieves some of the pain, not all of the pain. This is just a look at where we're at right now. Those are 9 communities that are in the discount. So annually, our Cape residents save about $500,000 per year on flood insurance costs that they haven't had to pay. And as those 4 towns that are working on it get into the program, that will really increase. I'm happy to talk to anybody about what the process is of getting in. There are people here who would also talk to you about it, I'm sure, and others who've gone through it. So we're happy to talk more about that. All right, with that, we're done with the really exciting part of the day. So we're gonna get really into regulations more after this. We are fantastically 15 minutes ahead, so we're just gonna stay ahead. So we have a 15-minute break now. So chat you all are fine. So we are going to get started now. We're really gonna start getting into the meat of the day now. So Katie Pate from DCR is going to talk to us about flood maps and studies from FEMA. Katie.
Good morning, everybody. My name's Katie. It's nice to meet you all. You guys enjoying the morning so far? Good.
Correct
Good.
answer.
Yeah. So we're gonna talk about FEMA's flood maps and studies. This is an introductory level, so if you're somebody who has some experience with the flood maps, the flood studies, you've used them quite a bit, this might be more of a refresher. But for anybody new to floodplain management, new to the NFIP, hopefully this will be a good overview for you. So just a bit of housekeeping before we get started. So we're going to be covering the flood maps and the flood studies for the coastal areas only. I know this has been gone over this morning. We will not be talking about those riverine flooding areas. So if you are studying for the CFM exam, you may want to review those separately because I do believe those would be on the CFM exam. We are holding a training online virtually through the Flood Hazard Management Program on April 23rd. It will be very similar to this training, but it will also include those riverine areas. So if you are studying for the CFM, that might be a good training to take in preparation. The QR code on here as well will go straight to the registration page if you're interested. Okay. What are FEMA's regulatory products? So FEMA has 2 regulatory products. First, you have your flood insurance rate maps, so your firms, and then you have your flood insurance studies or your FIS reports. Now, both of these are created and published by FEMA. They are not created at the state level, they're not created at the local level, they're created at the federal level by FEMA. And let's go over some key terms before we get into the nitty-gritty of the maps. So first we have the base flood. This is that 1% annual chance storm. It's also known as the 100-year storm, trying to kind of steer away from using that term 100-year storm because it gives the misconception that the storm only happens once every 100 years, which is not true. It's the 1% chance that it would happen in any given year, but it is the same thing as a 100-year storm. Special flood hazard area, or SFHA. This is that 1% regulatory floodplain. On the flood maps, that's going to be shown everywhere of the zone, starting with the letters A or the letters V. And this is where floodplain regulations apply. And then finally, base flood elevation. So this is the expected height of floodwaters during that 1% annual chance storm. Again, that 1% annual chance storm is the base flood. So base flood elevation is the height of the water during the base flood. Okay, so we already have our first learning check. We're going to try to keep this interested, keep everybody awake this morning. So hopefully this is an easy one because we just covered this.
So what is the probability of the base flood? Anybody can yell it out if they know it.
100
Yay, yes. And of course, anybody who's wondering, when I was trying to spice up these slides, I found in Microsoft PowerPoint these little like bee figures, and I named her Beatrice, so you'll see her throughout the presentation today. Okay, so let's jump in and talk about the flood insurance rate maps for the firms. So how are the flood insurance rate maps used? So they're used to determine the floodplain boundaries. Within those boundaries, you can see what the flood zone is. You can look up for a specific property or a certain area if you were interested. You can use those maps to determine that base flood elevation. You can use it to locate that limit of moderate wave action or the LMWA. We're going to talk about that in a few minutes. If you were on an inland area, you would use that to identify the regulatory floodway. Again, there's no floodways out here on the Cape, but if you were inland, they would be shown on the maps. And you can also identify where those coastal areas are of those coastal barrier resource systems. And again, those are those areas Shannon just talked about where flood insurance is not available through the National Flood Insurance Program. So who uses the firms? So obviously, local government uses the firms, excuse me, I kept wanting to say form, not firm. So your building department is going to use that, obviously, with implementing the requirements in building code. Your conservation staff, the conservation commission, possibly others at the local level will use them for implementing requirements of the Wetlands Protection Act. Your local floodplain regulations apply to areas that are these floodplains on the firm, so those would apply there. And you might also use the firms in planning practices, so local hazard mitigation plans, local master plans. Maybe you're planning mitigation projects, you're trying to identify or prioritize projects. The firms can be a great tool in helping that out. Those financial lenders are going to be using the firms to determine where those mandatory purchase requirements are. Your licensed professionals will use the firms, so that of course is your engineers, your surveyors, your architects, because as they design things, depending what zone it is, obviously certain building and other restrictions apply. And then of course the public can use, all these maps are made publicly available, and maybe somebody just wants to know what their flood risk is. Okay, so we've done a learning check. So true or false, regulatory floodways are found on the firms directly along the coast. Is that true or is that false? Yeah, so those regulatory floodways, those are those riverine areas, so you would not find those along the coast, you would only find them inland. Okay, so let's talk about the firm features, what you're going to see on those flood insurance rate maps. So you're going to have a title block. That's an example of a title block over on the right-hand side. Is there a laser pointer? Oh, there is. So it's going to tell you the top exactly what it is. So it literally says firm flood insurance rate maps, so you know what you're looking at. It's going to tell you the area it applies to. So this is for Barnstable County. This is just the example I pulled. Further down, it will say the community. So it will actually tell you which areas of which communities are shown on that specific firm panel. You're also going to have the effective date of the map. So that's usually on this on the firm, it's at the bottom here. So you can see this one's from July 16th, 2014. That's when this firm went into effect. Above that, you're also going to have the actual firm number. Usually that's a combination of letters and numbers. That's quite long. Usually those last three numbers is the firm panel you refer to. So in this example, what's it, 569? Yep, and you can see like even up here, it says panel 569. The suffix is the very last letter at the end of that panel number. So on here, it's a J. So typically whenever FEMA updates the firm panels, that suffix number will update. So probably next time FEMA updates, that will go from a J to a K. And that's just how they distinguish that the map's been updated as well. You're also going to see on all the firms a legend. So this is an example from that same firm panel. I know it's really small because I was trying to fit it on the PowerPoint slide. But at the top, it's going to show you this is at 1% chance floodplain. On most of the Cape's maps, that floodplain is shown as like kind of blue polka dots when you look at the paper firms. Right below that, you will have all the zones part of that regulatory floodplain. So if you don't look at the maps all the time and you might forget, wait, what is a zone AO? You can actually go to the legend and it will give you a very brief description of what that is. Gives you a lot of other information as you go down. It tells you like this is that limit of moderate wave action, what that looks like on the map, which we'll talk about in more detail. It will also give you the north arrow down here and that scale as well. So if you need to measure anything on the map, you have those. And then the other thing that's going to be shown on the firm, this is just a screened in view that I just took a screenshot of. But you will have that zone and elevation reference mark. So for example, right here, you'll see it says zone VE. elevation 16, and that's just saying that zone EE with an elevation. I tried to make it bigger, so eyes like me are looking at it and like, what does that say? I'm trying to present it to you all. So what are the different special flood hazard areas? So again, that special flood hazard area is the area of your regulatory 1% chance floodplain. So in Barnstable County, you have A zones and you have B zones. So for your A zones, you have just a zone A. That is an area of approximate floodplain, and that means that FEMA has not released base flood elevations associated with that floodplain. Then you have zone AE, think of E being elevation, so that is similar, except for FEMA has published those base flood elevations with that A zone. You also have AO, which is areas of shallow flooding, mostly sheet flow. I always think in my head AO, sheet flow, like it kind of rhymes, so that's why I keep it in my mind. And those are areas, again, of sheet flow, can be shallow flooding, and those are actually shown as a depth on the flood insurance rate map, not an elevation. And I do have an example of that as we keep going. You might see a coastal A zone, which we're going to talk about on the next slide, so I'll save that. And then in addition to your A zones, you also have your V zones. So your V zones, think of V for velocity. Those are those zones directly along the coast. You have the wave actions, and those are going to be areas of 3+ feet of waves. So again, what about coastal A zones? Has everybody in here heard the term coastal A zone before? Is this a new term? I see a lot of nods. So coastal A zone doesn't just mean an A zone that's near the coast. It's a very specific area. It's the area between 1.5 and 3 feet of waves. And it is always determined by that limit of moderate wave action. Now that limit of moderate wave action, of course, on this example, it looks perfectly right in the middle of the AE, right? It's not always perfectly in the middle. Sometimes it might be closer to one of the zone designations. Sometimes it might actually be on that zone boundary with that V zone or another zone, if there's like an X zone on the other side. But just remember, the important thing is that limit of moderate wave action, that is that landward limit of that 1.5 feet of waves. Okay, so what about the areas that are not in that 1% regulatory floodplain? So you're going to have X shaded. This is that 500-year floodplain. That's also known as the 0.2% chance floodplain. Depending on what map you're looking at, whether you're looking at like your printed map or whether you're looking at like the National Flood Hazard Layer in the GIS viewer online, it might look different. So on the maps, it might be shown as like black polka dots. A lot of times on the digital viewers, it's shown as orange or brown shading, just depending on what your monitor looks like. But again, they will all be legends there, so you can double check which is the 1% versus the 5%. And then you're also going to have the X unshaded, and these are all the areas outside of the 500-year floodplain. So these are your minimal risk areas. No area has 0 risk of flooding, they all have some risk, but those X unshaded are just those minimal risks. So typically there's either no indication on the map, it's just where like that aerial photography is, or sometimes maybe there would be like an X unshaded label. Okay, another learning check. So true or false, zone X shaded is not part of the special flood hazard area. Yay, it's true. Okay, so let's talk about the flood insurance study. So the flood insurance study is all of the data that was collected on flooding in a given area. So in Cape Cod, there's one flood insurance study for the entire Cape because it's released countywide. As you go further inland, especially in Western Mass, they're going to be older maps, meaning that flood insurance study was released only for each community. And that flood insurance study is going to have all the details on what was used to create those flood insurance maps. So if you ever want more details what's on the flood insurance map, your first step should be to go to the flood insurance study. The flood insurance study also helps FEMA fulfill their directive of identifying those flood prone areas for both regulatory and insurance purposes. And of course, the flood insurance study can provide that additional information, like I said, such as the boundaries of the special flood hazard area and then also base flood elevations. So the actual flood insurance study report, so there's only one volume for Barnstable County, which is nice because when you go inland, the areas are so big that you'll have like 10 or 12 volumes per county. But that flood insurance study is going to tell you about the purpose of the study. It's going to mention if there was any historic floods in the past that is, that they've taken into account. It's going to talk about the different areas and different types of flooding that were studied. It's going to talk about the specific engineering methods that were used in creating those flood insurance maps. There's going to be several tables summarizing, various flood hazard data. And then in coastal areas, you're also gonna have information on the different transects, which we're gonna talk about on the next slide, where FEMA actually did their studies directly along the coast. So again, what are the components of the coastal study? So these are those areas, again, those are the V zones directly along the coast, in V for velocity. So these are done in detailed analysis at specific points, and those again are called transects. At those points, they've taken into account storm surge, which are called still water elevations, and they've also taken into account the waves. They look at wave run up and wave setup. I know our presentation from Brian earlier this morning went much more into detail about this, so I'll just kind of leave it at that, as that's his area of expertise versus mine. So this is from the Barnstable County Flood Insurance Study. So all these black lines on here, these are all the transects that were done along the coast. So you can see like sometimes they're in different directions. They all have like a little label noting what the transect number is. So if you went into the flood insurance study, if there was like a specific transect that you were interested in, you could find that one listed in the study and all the information for that specific transect. Okay, so in coastal studies, let's talk about base flood elevation. So in coastal areas, that base flood elevation is that still water elevation plus any effects of waves. So FEMA actually includes the effect of waves on the base flood elevations listed on the flood insurance rate maps. So for that reason, you can actually use the base flood elevation right off of the firm. It is a really good rule of thumb to add an extra 0.4 of a feet to that, because what happens is when FEMA puts it on the flood insurance rate map, they round it to the nearest whole number. So say the base flood elevation was like 12.2 feet, but then they round it down to 12. So by adding that 0.4 of a foot to say all of the VFUs you use for regulatory purposes, you're just making sure that that VFU you're using is actually high enough for what the base flood elevation actually is. Okay, as I mentioned, there's also areas of shallow flooding, and these are areas where there's no clearly defined channel. So that's again ponding, sheet flow, urban drainage, probably in coastal areas that happens or occurs, I should say, a lot maybe behind coastal dunes. So again, you have your AOs, which is sheet flow, and then you have your AH zones, which are ponding. Now your AO zones, sheet flow, I always say it like that, that runs in my mind. This is the one exception to all the other zones which show base flood elevation that is determined off of a vertical datum. But in sheet flow areas, AOs, those are actually a depth above the highest adjacent grade at that site. And we'll look at that. I have an example coming up. Approximate studies. So this is those A zones that are just zone A, no AE, meaning that FEMA has not released base flood elevations associated with that. So typically the approximate studies are done where there is little to no current anticipated floodplain development. FEMA will go ahead and use existing data sources to make those floodplain determinations. Again, no base flood elevations are published by FEMA, but it's very important to remember that just because there's no elevations published by FEMA, it is still part of that 1% chance regulatory floodplain. So all your regulations for the floodplain still apply to those areas. And when I looked at the maps for Barnstable County, there are some zone A's mapped on the Cape as well. Okay, we got a learning check. This might be the hardest one so far, even though hopefully it doesn't get away too much number. But how are base flood elevations determined in coastal areas? So we have still water elevation, we have wave run up and wave setup, we have storm surge, or we have still water elevation plus wave run up and setup. B. Yay, was that a giveaway? Because you know on multiple choice tests, they always say, you know, well, they say go for C, right? So maybe it wasn't a giveaway, maybe I should C, so if anybody needs to guess, you're going off the best thing. Okay, so let's take a look at the current flood maps. So here's an example of a firm here in Barnstable County, where I'm on the wrong side to read what it says. So this is going to be your zone designation. So for example, you have a zone VE here. It says the elevation below that in parentheses. This is what the zone AE up here would look like. You also, of course, have zone AE right here. The way the different zones are broken up is between a white line, so that will distinguish what the boundaries between the zones. Here's another example. So again, you have your zone VE down here with an elevation of 16. You have your white boundary line distinguishing the two different zones. You have your AO here, so remember we said AO is that one exception where it's not tied to a vertical datum, it's the depth off the highest adjacent grade. So in this example right here, this is saying it's a zone AO with a depth of 3. Now you usually have to follow the little black line because it's probably a small area. It's not saying like out here over the water is a zone AO, it's actually saying it's this area right in here. Oh, and then again, you have another AE up here. So there's many areas where you look at on the flood insurance rate maps and you're gonna see multiple zones on one firm. Oh, and then you also have, this is your zone X shaded up here. This is that 500 floodplain or that 0.2% chance floodplain as well. Okay,
Katie,
yes,
could you repeat the thing about AO? You said it like twice and I never quite catch it.
okay.
AO is sheet flow and it's not tied, or it's tied to.
Yeah. So AO is always gonna be the depth above the highest adjacent grade. So right here in this example, it's saying it's a depth of 3 feet. So that base flood elevation there would be 3 feet. And then of course, if you're talking about a building, you have to include any freeboard included in the state building code to that as well. Versus if you were to look, say out here at the VE zone, this would be elevation 16. And that's because that 16 isn't saying 16 feet off the ground, it's 16 feet because it's tied to a vertical datum. Does that make sense? Or does it make
Yep,
confusing
nope,
more?
nope, that's okay.
So this is the FEMA's National Flood Hazard Layer. So this is if you went onto the web, I should have put the link to the actual website on here. But this is viewing, I guess, the maps digitally. Do people usually use their paper firms? Do they look at something like this? Do they look at their local, you look at this website? I always think the National Flood Hazard Layer is a little more straightforward. I think the colors are a little easier to see the distinguish between versus like the polka dots and all the lines together. But just to basically go over again, it will say the same thing like your zone BE, it would indicate that zone. You'll have your zone AE up there. This is the same area that we just looked at on that previous slide. So you still have your white boundary line. Again, here's that AO. There's actually 2 AOs right next to each other, but this one has a depth of 2 feet and this one has a depth of 3 feet. And then of course on here, your X shaded, your 500-year flood is actually, to me, it's orange. Some people tell me it looks brown to them, but I think it's orange. So I'm gonna say orange, that's what I think, so. Okay, I also want to talk about that limit of moderate wave action. Remember, this is that inward, the landward limit of that 1.5%, 1.5 feet, excuse me, of breaking waves. This is what indicates if there's a coastal A zone. Coastal A zone is included in the 10th edition building code. I'm pretty sure Eric's probably going to be talking about that later today. But just so you can see it on the firm. So on the paper firm, if you look over in the legend, it will tell you what that limwall looks like. So on here, it looks like a white line with like 2 black dots that repeat. So you would see that right here. It actually helps you and gives you a little label with an arrow pointing to the limwall. Sometimes they're kind of hard to see, I think, on the paper firms if you don't know exactly what you're looking for. But if you look at the National Flood Hazard Layer, I think it's a little more straightforward. So on this layer, it's going to be that black line with the triangles. The triangles are always, well, they are meant to point in the direction of the coastal A zone. I believe there are some areas where the triangles are pointing in the wrong direction. If you find that, I know FEMA's been trying to update that when they're pointed out to them. So if you find somewhere, just let us know. Maybe we can reach out to FEMA and they can get that fixed. That limwall is that area with the triangles on the National Flood Hazard Layer. Okay, so helpful tips for finding a location. So if you are looking for a certain area in your community, you don't know what the exact firm is, you don't go to the National Flood Hazard Layer, you could actually look at the map index. So this is going to be for the county, and you can go on and see which map panels cover certain areas of your community. This is the map panel number. So once you knew that, you could go and download and open up that map panel and say you were locating like right here at that location. You can also use Google Maps to help figure out a location. I do this quite a bit. I'll have the National Flood Hazard Layer up and then I'll have Google Maps. You could look for nearby landmarks. That can be helpful as well. So in this example, you could do Millway Beach and Barnstable Harbor to kind of get your location. You can typically on a National Flood Hazard Layer type in an address. Sometimes they're not 100% accurate. It might be slightly off. So you always want to double check, maybe even with your own like town's tax parcel map, just to make sure you're looking at the right spot, because that could make a big difference between either the zone or the elevation, even being, one lot over. So.
Katie, if I can pipe up on the Cape, it often puts it in the wrong place. So
So
I
good.
definitely recommend double checking with your own maps.
Okay, yeah.
And let me add something. Another way to check for correct addresses is to use Mass Mapper.
Yeah.
They have very good, accurate, streets and addresses.
Yeah, and Mass Mapper usually has like the little street number on the tax parcel too, and I always like the visual verification, like, oh, good, it's even labeled as the right thing. Okay, so we have a learning check. We're gonna walk through a couple questions. So we have example of this firm over here. We're gonna pretend we're looking at this red star. This is our location. So is the red star, is it in the 1% chance floodplain?
Yes.
Yes, okay, good, that's an easy one. So obviously on these maps, it's in blue, so it's the regulatory floodplain. What zone, what flood zone is that site in?
Elevation 14.
In elevation 14, and what is the recommended number for regulatory purposes?
14.4.
Correct, yeah, when we talked about adding that, well, it's only recommended, but adding that 0.4 of a feet, because that number is rounded to the whole number. And of course, if you do that, you probably want to be consistent with that with all your applicants that come in as well. Okay, so let's talk about accessing, excuse me, and revising the firms. So how can you access the firms in this report? So of course, there's FEMA's Map Service Center. Is everybody familiar? Do you use that site a lot? Do you not use that site a lot? I see some nods, you're familiar with it. It's a really good site in the fact that it has all these things. Typically, it has all the products you are looking for. I will be honest, that site can be very finicky at times. If it gets a lot of foot traffic, especially later in the afternoon when you know all the other time zones are up, it can move a little slower and not load as fast as in the morning. But this is where you can download those official flood insurance rate maps. It's where you can also get your flood insurance studies as well. There's also an area right on this website where you can type in an address. So if you had like a property owner or somebody come in who was looking for their flood insurance rate map, you could give them that and they could type it in and see the firm for their property. You may have all of this flood data in your own town's GIS, that's helpful too. And of course, you could use the flood hazard viewer and Mass Mapper, as Eric mentioned as well. Yes.
CZM, like outside of the Cape, doesn't recommend using Mass Mapper for checking firms because sometimes it's out of date.
Yeah, so if there's been a revision to the maps, we're gonna talk about that process quickly after this. Mass Mapper may not like necessarily have that revision on there. So really you should probably use the firms for like any official like regulatory purpose, but Mass Mapper is great for like planning purpose, or just general information, because it's much easier to find the location. It has like the tax parcels on it. But yes, I would agree with that as well. You should definitely use the firm because it wouldn't show any revisions that may not have been updated in Mass Mapper. Okay, so keeping the firms up to date. So you should have copies of your firms in your community, whether it be your old ones, also your new ones, just in case you ever need them. Yes, they're online. It sounds like most people use that National Flood Hazard Layer, but you never know when that website isn't working and you need to actually dig out that paper firm to check anything on it. As a participating community, you are required to submit new data to FEMA when available. So things or examples of that could be to correct any non-flood data. So like if a street name was wrong, if a municipal boundary was wrong, you could submit that. If you have better elevation data or you've gathered new flood data through a project that's occurred, you can provide that to FEMA to make sure that map was up to date. If there was any changes in ground elevation, or if you had a recent flood control project, those are examples of data you provide to FEMA, so those flood insurance rate maps can stay up to date with what's actually reflected on the ground. So when the maps are updated, so in my mind, I think of like there's 3 different times the maps might change. So the first is if there's a restudy. So this would be when FEMA just completely restudies and releases new flood insurance rate maps for the entire county. So the last time Barnstable County had that was in 2014. At some point, it will hopefully happen again. As Shannon said, I don't think it's probably going to be soon, but at some point it will happen, right? And then there's what's called map revisions, and this is when FEMA officially revises the firm. And typically this would be to incorporate new data, changes to flood zones, elevations, if you're inland, if you had a change of floodway boundary. Probably, in my mind, one of the most common times that occurs if there was some type of project that changed the floodplain. So for example, say there was like a dam remover or rehabilitation project, a large culvert project, if there was like a big bridge being redone, those are times when that floodplain would change and they would be revised. They're revised through a process called letter of map revision or LOMAR, and when those occur, they will be shown, this is the national flood hazard layer, but usually they're shown in blue, so this is an example here. So like this letter of map revision occurred in 2018, the overall firm itself was released in 2014, but that area changed in 2018 based off that LOMAR. You can download all those letters of map revisions, and then also this map amendment we're going to talk about from FEMA's Map Service Center as well. Hopefully, all the information's on there when you want it.
Kate,
Yes,
will that blue outline stay there till the next kind of issuance?
correct, until like FEMA next time restudies the entire,
Restudies, okay.
and what will happen at that point when they do that study, either, depending on the study, so the actual LOMAR and blue line will be removed, and then the area will either stay the same on the new maps because FEMA goes, oh yes, it hasn't changed, it's the same, or maybe the next study's in 20 years and that area's even changed since then, and then it might look slightly different. Yeah, but it will stay there until the whole new study comes out. Okay, and then the third change to the maps is the map amendments. These are probably the most common, and this doesn't officially revise the firm. This normally happens when, say, like a structure or a property was independently mapped in the floodplain when it's not, meaning that that highest grade on that structure or next to the structure or on the property is higher than the base flood elevation. So it really shouldn't be in the floodplain, but it was mapped in the floodplain. So typically, these don't, again, revise the map, it's just an amendment. On the national flood hazard layer, they're usually shown as like the little purple dots. I would say, I normally see them removing a structure. There probably could be times, I believe you can do what's called a meets and bounds that might remove a portion of a property. But again, they're not officially revising the map, they're just removing that structure. Ooh. I don't know what I did something bad. I pushed a bad button.
No idea what you did.
I don't know either.
Or what I did from the back corner.
Is it just this? Is it back? Or is it back at the beginning? Oh, hold on. We might be able to fix that. I don't even know what I pushed.
I think it just, wanted to make things difficult.
I don't even know if I pushed anything.
Yeah,
Is this the right?
gremlins.
AI.
You were so close to being done.
I know. Sorry. Okay, what if I do this?
Yeah,
This
let's
will do
try.
from current slide, right?
Yay.
Yay!
All right.
Okay, let's see if we can get through the next like 3 slides without anything happening. Okay. I don't remember where we were. Anyway, on the national flood hazard layer, those letters of map amendments, typically called LOMAs, where you're just removing the structure that was inadvertently mapped in the floodplain, show up as purple, and it also gives the date of that as well.
Katie, why the one LOMAR that's up at the upper right? That seems unusual if
This
that
one?
would have been mapped out just because.
Right
of the-
here?
like,
Or this one up here.
Up there, that one.
Yeah. So I didn't look at that particular LOMA. It's possible that it could be a structure and maybe there's like a little height and elevation there. Maybe there's like a teeny like hill or increase that it's built on, and that highest reducing grade next to the structure is above the base flood elevation, which is, of course,
Still.
you never know, maybe,
Okay.
maybe it was built many years ago, I don't know. Of course, I can't see what the elevation is, so I of course cut it off right on the slide, but,
Yeah.
like I said, usually I see that it's the actual structure being removed, not the like parcel itself, but there are times where it could be the parcel. Okay, so this is a summary of those, the letters and map change, that is the process to update the maps. So you have the revisions over on the right, again, these are your letters and map revisions. There's also what's called a conditional letter of map revision. So what that is if somebody was doing a big project, they could submit a conditional, which is it's not removing it from the floodplain, but basically they're giving this to FEMA saying, this is what we plan to do, and FEMA will give them comments back on that. And say, if you do this exactly, as you state here, we either would or would not approve a letter of map revision for that floodplain area. Somebody who would do this, they would use FEMA's MT2 form. And then over here on amendments, again, these are the ones that are not going to officially change that firm or FIS report. You have your letters and map amendments, again, just removing that structure or parcel of land that was inadvertently in the floodplain. There's a similar process called conditional where you could do that ahead of time for comments from FEMA. And this would use their MTEZ, which is like their online filing form, or the MT1 form. And then there is a process called letter map revision based off fill, and then a conditional letter map revision based off fill. So if there are situations, and it depends community, if you have other regulations in place, like if you're allowed to place fill or not, where somebody could place fill and build a structure up so it's out of the floodplain, independently remove that from the floodplain. So that's what this process would do, letter map revision based off fill, and then similarly, there is a conditional letter map revision where you could submit that ahead of time for comments from FEMA on that proposed project.
Hey Katie,
Yes.
can we, since we're ahead, can we pause for a sec and go over the process for the conditional letter of map revision and then the LOMAR? So what's been happening, this has come up in a lot of towns here, that somebody wants to do the LOMAR, so conditional letter of map revision based on fill. But and the reason that the applicant wants it is because they want to put in a basement, because they just have to have their home gym or their bowling alley is my favorite one. Sometimes a movie theater. Yeah, so, but then there are things that have to happen with that basement. Because as we've seen, and as we will hear more from Eric, you can't have a basement in a floodplain, so towns have gotten into situations where the wrong order has been followed. So what FEMA has told us, most recently, it could change, but what they've told us is, so you do your conditional letter of map revision, that the applicant submits that first to FEMA, FEMA approves it, and it's gotta have all of the information on it about what the applicant plans on building there, including the basement. And then that basement has to comply with technical bulletin 10, which is how to keep the basement safe in a flood hazard area. And then, what they want you to do is bring in the fill and then get your letter of map revision. And then excavate it back out and build the basement, and then you get your technical bulletin 10, the engineer has to make sure that the basement complies with technical bulletin 10. This is a disaster, nobody wants to do it this way. But we've gotten into situations where towns have been dealing with it for years. Somebody had to move out into their RV over the winter and it wasn't, of course, there was no insulation in an RV. It just gets into really bad situations. I will say that the bylaws that we're working on prohibit conditional letters of map revision based on fill because of this, because it's so complicated. And because you made your grade 1 foot or 1 inch higher than base flood elevation does not mean that it's actually safe from flooding. So for all of those reasons, I'm hoping that towns will start to use that, but while you still may allow it, especially if you do allow filling your floodplain, it can happen. So just be aware that there is an order to follow. Your applicants aren't gonna like it. They are going to tell you that's a dumb way to do it. They're not wrong, but that's, if they want to get their permit at the end and not put your town at risk of non-compliance with the National Flood Insurance Program, there are steps you have to follow. So just be aware of that. Eric, yeah, please fill in. Fill in, correct me.
Okay, no, you were entirely correct, and I just wanted to add, the new guidance in technical bulletin 10 is very clear that technical bulletin is not to be used in order to propose using the conditional letter of map revision based on fill process to propose and build a structure with a basement that has a floor that's below the base flood elevation. The old guidance wasn't nearly as clear as the new guidance. The new guidance isn't that clear, but it's more clear. It's not to be used for the purpose of permitting a structure with a basement below the base flood elevation prior to an actual letter of map revision being issued. That removes that property or a piece of property from the floodplain, and I hope I didn't make it more confusing.
Maybe, yeah.
So just to confirm, you do the CLOMAR, then you receive approval, then you do the fill, and then you get your loan. And then you build on all that.
Absolutely, yes. And I mean, I'm not gonna do anything to make your life much easier. And the town is coming to me for guidance. It is not a good idea to do this. So, and I will, in every single email that I send to you, I will remind you of that. But, yeah, yes, yeah.
What if you have an existing house with a basement that you're trying to get out of the floodplain?
That's
And
a better
besides-
situation to use TB10, right, Eric?
Technical bulletin 10 is also clear that that guidance is not supposed to be used for removal of an existing structure with a basement that has a floor that's lower than base flood elevation.
So basically, there's now no way to do this, is what it sounds like, which I don't know.
Because in that situation, we filed the sea loaner, which was approved, and they denied the loaner, which I guess is based on that.
Yeah.
Why
Yeah,
would they approve the sea loaner?
And it-
Change your.
right.
You know,
What gets really confusing is that FEMA has in the past issued conditional letters of map revision based on applications with proposals that very clearly show a basement with a floor below the base flood elevation that issued the conditional letter of map revision based on fill. The person has built just the way that they said they were going to build. FEMA comes back when they apply for the letter of map revision based on fill, the as-built, and said, no, we're denying you this removal and you're identified as a violation and you have to fix that violation. So it's a really confusing process that if not followed the way that Shannon describes and I can describe for you, it can result in a violation and a non-removal. And it's happened several times and it's a really stupid process that I really wish FEMA would get rid of and not allow ever, but they never listen to me.
So the point is, we shouldn't bring it up. Like,
Don't
don't
offer it.
Don't even offer it.
But there are like 5 to 10 strike sector folks in here too, so we're all on the same page here. Yeah, don't offer it as an option. It's yeah, kind of last resort of a way to make something work, but yeah, so you've actually had experience that
But
you
so
follow
just
the
to,
rules and then we're told no.
just to verify this, you can't remove an existing basement from a flood zone warehouse by filling in around it with a sea loaner or loaner.
Oh, I don't think so.
That's the experience we have.
It's not impossible, but it's very difficult to do. For one thing, like I said, the guidance in technical bulletin 10 is clear that that guidance is not to be used for that purpose. If fill is placed around an existing structure that has a basement with the basement floor that's below the base flood elevation, an analysis based on technical bulletin 10 could be performed, but one of the things that would have to happen is demonstrating and certifying that the fill, not just the fill that's been placed, but the fill that's already there, including below that basement slab, meets compaction standards. So that's a very difficult thing to.
So it's better to build a basement.
Right.
Yes.
Filling the basement
Yeah.
would be, I was gonna get to that, but that was my punchline. Yes, if that basement floor is brought up to be at base flood elevation or above, that process could be used. Again, you have to show all of the things that are required in the technical bulletin 10 analysis. There are two different analyses. One they call the simplified approach. One is called the engineered basement option. So all of that analysis has to be done.
And yeah, filling the basement is always gonna be a better plan, it's safer that way. And just one other quick note, thank you, Katie, for letting us sidetrack. So the FEMA folks that we talked to, we were gonna have a FEMA rep here today, but they are now not allowed to travel, so we couldn't make it. But the FEMA rep that we have and that many of you have talked to with me, is a different person than mapping. Mapping all goes to headquarters in DC. And they are a bit of a black box, and I don't have any connections there. I don't know if DCR folks do, but I know it's even the FEMA person that we work with kind of doesn't really have those connections. So we can't do anything to help you with that really, other than working through our FEMA rep. So who's for Region 1 and not in DC. So mapping, it's just changing mapping in this way gets really complicated, and yes, it's best to avoid it if we can. Okay, thanks, Katie.
Well, that might be it. The last thing, the last thing I just want to mention is that only FEMA can change the firms. I'm not sure this has happened out here, but when I work with rural communities, especially out in like Western Mass, you know, somebody might come in who's trying to get a building permit and they either owned their house for several decades, or it's been like in the family, and they're like, I can't be in a flood zone. It's never flooded in like 100 years, there's no way. Well, they're very lucky then that it hasn't flooded, but it doesn't mean that they can be relieved from, say, building code requirements for flood provisions or other local floodplain regulations, because only FEMA can change the actual firms. Obviously, you can apply for it, but they're the ones that actually approve it. So we have our, I think, one of our last learning checks. So again, true or false, a letter of map amendment or that LOMA will revise the firm. Yes, it's false. And that was it.
Thank you. Great job.
Any questions for Katie? We're still ahead, so we do have time.
I'm not gonna push any more buttons on the thing after I don't even know if that was me, but.
I don't.
Does this go in here? Just go down?
It's fine.
Is it gonna make that noise where it echoes? when you
All
put the
right,
microphone
that's
down
the
and-
worst. I know. All right. Okay, next, Eric is going to walk us through regulations and requirements of the NFIP. So here's that for you and that. Yeah, it's on. And we are ahead, so please do feel free to ask questions. This is probably going to be one of the most intensive parts of the day. So feel free to stop him and ask questions.
Why we give him the hard things.
Well, thank you, Shannon. And again, Eric Carlson, I work for DCR Flood Hazard Management Program. I'm going to be talking about the NFIP regulations, what's required by 4 communities that participate in the National Flood Insurance Program. As has been mentioned, National Flood Insurance Program, well, I don't want to go there yet. National Flood Insurance Program is a voluntary program. Most communities, almost all of them in Massachusetts, participate in that program. Participating communities are expected to meet, are required to meet FEMA standards for participating communities that are in their regulation. I'm going to cite it later, but I'll tell you right now, 44 CFR 60.3. Those are the requirements of the National Flood Insurance Program. Funny thing about how that works in Massachusetts. In Massachusetts, most of FEMA's standards that have to be met by participating communities are in state regulations. Most of them are in the state building code, some in the Wetlands Protection Act. Those standards that FEMA requires that are not in state regulations have to be adopted locally into a local regulation. Usually that's going to be a zoning regulation. Most communities have those standards in a zoning regulation. Sometimes in a local wetlands regulation, sometimes Board of Health regulations, sometimes general bylaws. Sometimes it's going to be a combination of all of those things. I didn't mention subdivision regulations. So I'm going to talk about pretty much all of what FEMA requires, and I'm going to be making citations to FEMA's regulation, the CFR. Here and there, I will make reference back to the Massachusetts regulation so that you know what regulation I'm talking about and where to find FEMA standards in the enforceable regulation that you might use, whether it's the Building Code, Wetlands Protection Act regulations, or your local regulations. So, just to start off, some acronyms. I might use any of these. I might even use some others that aren't up there. But just in case you don't know all of these, NFIP, National Flood Insurance Program, Special Flood Hazard Area, which is also the same thing as the 100-year floodplain or the 1% chance, annual chance floodplain. CFR, Code of Federal Regulations. I've already used that one and I didn't define it for you. Sorry, I just do this I do it all the time. I use the acronym and I think everyone's just gonna know what I mean. CMR, Code of Massachusetts Regulations. FPOD, floodplain, usually that's gonna be floodplain overlay district. Sometimes the local community will use that acronym, not always, but I've been reviewing a lot of bylaws in the last few months because I'm working on this massive mapping update. Mapping update requires communities to update their local regulations. I'll get to that. So I'm reviewing, and in fact, I spent all day yesterday reviewing proposed bylaw changes. And a couple of them actually used FPOD, floodplain overlay district, firm flood insurance rate map. Letter of map revision, Katie talked about these, letter of map amendment, collectively known as letters of map change, LOMC. FBA, floodplain administrator, our model bylaw that we use, that we distribute to communities, our model bylaw requires that communities designate a person by position as the local floodplain administrator. We didn't used to, that's our new model bylaw, so if you've updated your local regulation in the last 5 years or so, your community should have a floodplain administrator designated. BFE, base flood elevation, WPA, Wetlands Protection Act, Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act. Substantial improvement, substantial damage, coastal aid zone, LIMWA, limit of moderate wave action. I'll talk a little bit about that. Community rating system, letter of final determination or LFD. When maps are updated, FEMA at some point, when those maps are ready to become effective, issues a letter of final determination. 6 months from the LFD is when maps become effective. And LSCSF land subject to coastal storm flowage, protected resource area under the Wetlands Protection Act. Okay.
Great job on this.
Thank
Well
you.
done.
I'm probably gonna use those and some others as I go through this. Okay, so NFIP regulations, I said this already. 44 CFR 59 is where you find definitions, 44 CFR 59.1 and 44 CFR 60.3 is where you find most of the standards that I will talk about today. Communities that participate in the program have to meet the minimum requirements that are found in these regulations. And like I said, most of these standards are enforced through state regulations. And very often the state regulations are more protective than FEMA's minimum standards, but the community has to at least meet FEMA's minimum standards. Second one, state or local community can have higher standards. In Massachusetts, that's true to an extent. But building code standards, because we have a uniform building code in Massachusetts, communities can't have more protective building standards than what's in the state building code. But they can have other kinds of local protective standards, higher standards that are not related to the construction of buildings. Okay, so like I said, that ordinance or bylaw has to be adopted locally and it has to be enforceable. It has to be updated when maps are updated. If that doesn't happen, if maps are updated and communities don't update their local regulation, that is the surest way to get suspended from the National Flood Insurance Program. That's automatic. It's happened a few times in the time that I've been working here in Massachusetts. In fact, the only times that I'm aware of communities being suspended from the program in Massachusetts have been because they didn't adopt the new maps when the new maps became effective. And I already said in Massachusetts, most of FEMA standards are in state regulations and in particular the state building code. So, here's a poll that's not required, but I left the polls in the presentation just to, have a discussion about some of these questions. So, following our higher standards found in Massachusetts, A, freeboard in A zones, B, freeboard in B zones. I haven't gone over this yet, so please. Of your own knowledge and experience. C, substantial repair of a foundation, or D, all of the above. Anyone? D. D is always a good answer when it's all of the above. So that is true. All of the above is true in this case. So in Massachusetts, the state building code includes a requirement for freeboard in A zones and B zones. Under the 9th edition building code, which is still in effect, freeboard in A zones is +1 foot for residential construction anyway. In B zones, it's +2 feet. In the 10th edition, those are both going up by 1 foot. So freeboard in A zones will be +2 feet, in B zones +3 feet. Substantial repair of a foundation is a Massachusetts unique standard in our building code. So here's that. So a little bit about FEMA's regulations. Sometimes they're described as being nested. So I said before, 60.3 is where most of FEMA's standards are, not all of them, but most of them. And they're numbered A through E. There's also an F, but it's not applicable here. So I'll talk about A through E. And each level is based on the kind of mapping that the community has. So 60.3A is for communities that has no mapping provided by FEMA. In Massachusetts, there are a couple of communities that don't have any mapping provided by FEMA. Mostly because they've been determined to be not prone to flooding. 1 or 2 communities out in the Berkshires. So 60.3B, that applies to communities that have mapping that only shows unnumbered A zones. Katie talked about unnumbered A zones. Those are areas that have been identified as being subject to the 100-year flood or the 1% annual chance flood, but no base flood elevation has been provided. We do have a few communities like that in Massachusetts, so that's 60.3B. 60.3C, that's communities that do have a firm and they have at least some 100-year floodplain that does have base flood elevations. They might have both, they might still have unnumbered A zones, but they also have A zones that have elevations determined. 60.3D means that that community has regulatory floodways identified. And I'm not going to talk about floodways a lot today, but just to talk about all the regulations, I need to include that. 60.3E applies to communities that have had coastal high hazard areas identified. And the way I said before that the regulations are nested, what that means is an E community, which means a community that has coastal high hazard areas identified, has to meet everything from D, C, B, and A. So each level of mapping is inclusive of the previous levels of mapping. So a C community has to meet everything in B and A. A D community has to meet everything in not only B, but C, B, and A. Funny thing, so there are back references in part E. It says you have to meet everything in the previous levels of mapping, but there are also some forward references too. In particular, in 60.3 B, there's a forward reference. Now, that's a community that only has unnumbered A zones. But there's a requirement that they need some of the stuff in 60.3C. So I'll talk about that a little bit when I get to some of the other standards. So there's not just back references, there are forward references too. Okay, some very basic rules. When you're looking up to see whether something's in the floodplain, what flood zone it is, what flood elevation might apply, always make sure you are using the current effective flood insurance rate map, whether you're using a paper map or using the online mapping, the National Flood Hazard Layer. I generally will use the National Flood Hazard Layer myself. I think it's easier to use. Another good thing about the National Flood Hazard Layer, it will always be up to date. If you're using paper maps or if you're using PDFs of the paper panels, I think of those as the static PDFs. Paper maps, of course, are never going to show letters of map revision, but that is also true for the PDF panels that you get from, you can go onto the Map Service Center and download all of your panels in PDF form. I know some people prefer using those over using the National Flood Hazard Layer, but whether they're paper maps or the PDFs of the panels, they will not have letters of map revision shown on them. So if you are using those, you might also want to check the National Flood Hazard Layer online, just to make sure that the area you're looking at hasn't been revised by letter of map revision.
Hey, Eric, can I just add to that?
Yep.
So for towns who are using your GIS within your community, especially if you are in the CRS program, your GIS folks should be updating that at least once a year so that they pull in those revisions. But if they're not, and some automatically pull, like I know the town of Sandwich has it automatically pulling. But if your town doesn't have it automatically pulling, you still want to double check with the National Flood Hazard Layer. But be aware if you're using your town's GIS.
Okay, and the same applies to Mass Mapper. We talked about using Mass Mapper before. Mass Mapper does get updated, but it doesn't get updated as often as the National Flood Hazard Layer. So Mass Mapper gets updated when we call them up and ask them to update it, basically. So, and we don't necessarily do that every time a letter of map revision is being issued. Permit is required for all development in the special flood hazard area that's shown on the firm. Special flood hazard area, again, that's the area of 100-year floodplain or 1% annual chance floodplain. Any zone that begins with the letter A or B. Any development is a defined term. And the requirement that a permit is required for all development is in our state model bylaw. It should be in your local regulation. If you've updated again in the last 5 years, you should have both the requirement that a permit is required for all development, and you also should have a definition for development. Development is a defined term, and I have it on a slide that's coming up, but in a nutshell, it's not just construction of buildings, but it's a whole list of things, any fill or excavation or mining or dredging or paving, or basically any man-made change to a piece of property is defined as development.
So when you say permit, do you mean from the Wetlands Protection Act or other like how many permits?
It could be something different from, Wetlands Protection Act is going to issue a number of conditions for not everything that happens in a defined resource area. Building permits are going to be issued for any building, but this is a requirement that has to go into the local regulation that will cover everything that's defined as development, that FEMA defines as development, that might not be covered by the Wetlands Protection Act or by the building code or even by local zoning requirements, other than this requirement that's going to be in the local floodplain district regulations, like I said, usually in zoning. It could be a separate permit, like something called a floodplain development permit. It could also be a review done by a town official, possibly the floodplain administrator, a review and a documented review. As long as the town reviews it and documents that they've reviewed this proposed development as defined, that would meet FEMA standard. Very common question, but we added that requirement to our model bylaw in 2020. So any bylaw that was adopted prior to that probably doesn't have that particular. There's a bunch of things. I'll here and there through the presentation, I will point out some of the things that are new in our newer model. I call it new, but it's basically been in effect for about 5 years. So again, local permit, maybe a floodplain development permit. At a minimum, it would be a review and documentation of that review. And the whole purpose of the review is to determine whether there are impacts to flooding and to make sure that any impacts to flooding are addressed and mitigated. Okay. Here we go. New substantially improved damaged buildings have to be constructed to building standards. FEMA's regulations have building standards. All of those building standards in FEMA's regulation are in the Massachusetts Building Code. B zones have different standards than A zones because B zones are a higher hazard zone than A zones typically. Buildings and structures located in more than one zone have to meet the standards of the more protected zone. Again, that is in the building code. That is, I have debates about that frequently. Recently, we were reviewing, Katie and I were both reviewing a proposal in a community that was in more than one zone. And they came in with a proposal where part of the building met one standard and then part of the building met a different standard based on which zone those parts of the building were in. And you can't do that. The whole building has to meet the standards of a more protected zone. So perhaps, yep.
Can we go back to that last slide?
Yeah.
When we unpack number 4 is tough. Number 4 is the one that's going to lead to riots, right? For those of us that work in this stuff, you know, on the regulatory side, it's a really tough pill to swallow. And I guess all this is me venting with the therapy on how do we work with applicants? How do we work with residents? And like, do we have, is there a sentence? Is there a statement? Is there a philosophy that says other than because FEMA requires it? Nobody wants to be told that the feds are saying that you have to fill your basement in, which is what more recently we're starting to be up against.
The building code says it.
Right, the building code says it, we're at the state level, get that, but like. Do we have a philosophy? Is it just?
Well, stop there. The building code says it. Stop there.
It's terrible.
That,
You know, it's just.
there, like Annie said. This is a building code requirement, so if a building is proposed to be substantially improved, it has to meet these standards, the same standards as new construction that are in the state building code. The threshold for substantial improvement, I haven't mentioned what that is, but substantial improvement is defined as any improvement which could include an addition, alteration, renovation, rehabilitation, any work done to the structure that the cost of which is 50% or more of the value of the structure. Now, typically, people can make repairs to their structure and do maintenance and repairs to their structure without reaching that threshold, that's possible to do. When somebody is doing an improvement, whether it's an addition or some other work to a structure that exceeds that threshold, they're making a significant additional investment into that building that's in the floodplain. And that's why it's required that that building be brought into compliance with the standards that'll make that structure safe from flooding or more safe and more resistant to flood damage.
Without going down a wormhole, my last statement or question. Have we seen or do we anticipate this will lead to abandonment of properties?
I haven't seen that leading to abandonment of properties. I haven't seen
Curious.
it, I wouldn't expect it, I haven't seen it, but that's just me, maybe somebody else has seen it, maybe
So,
Shannon
yeah,
has.
so.
Let's touch base in 10 years and see if that question floats.
Well, so I think
Again, no
that
pun intended.
there are going to be other reasons that drive. This will not be driving abandonment of properties. Flooding will be driving abandonment of properties.
The significant damage and its interplay with significant upgrades, it's like,
Yeah, so we do have a unit on substantial improvement and substantial damage this afternoon, so we'll go into it in a lot more detail. But another thing to keep in mind, you had asked for kind of philosophy behind this, it's all public safety. So it's on our communities to make sure that whatever regulations we are enforcing, keep our residents safe. And if we are allowing houses to be rebuilt in areas that are at risk, and we know that they've been damaged by storms, then that can be a liability for the community to not be taking steps to make sure that people are staying safe. So within the public safety realm and making sure we're preserving life and well-being and personal property as well, these things go for protecting all of that. So that's kind of the foundation that you're gonna be
yeah,
building
I
on.
know.
Okay, maps and data. Katie, covering maps and data. I am not gonna say a whole lot about maps and data. There's your map, flood insurance rate map. Nearly every, like I said already, nearly every community in Massachusetts, certainly every community in Barnstable County has flood insurance rate maps and fairly up to date flood insurance rate maps there. When I started in this program many years ago, people would complain about their flood insurance rate maps being like 5 or 6 or 8 or 10 years old. And now, many years later, a lot of those maps are 45 years old or more, but FEMA is in the process, in all the rest of the state of updating almost everybody's mapping here on Cape Cod. Most of the mapping, Barnstable County was 2014. A piece of Bourne was updated in 2021. So fairly recently updated mapping. Special considerations. Katie talked about the various letters of map change. So maps can be changed when they are thought to be inaccurate, either by letter of map amendment or map revision. So a good thing to know, all of those letters of map change are available on FEMA's Map Service Center. You can go into the Map Service Center, do a search for all products on your community, and you can look panel by panel at all of the different letters of map change that have been issued. So those would be, again, letters of map amendment, letters of map revision. It's important to know this because in the past, somebody might have been issued a letter of map amendment for their property, and there is a way of knowing whether that letter of map amendment is still valid. The way to do that is to go to the Map Service Center, look up what is still current for all the different panels that you have. Somebody might have a letter of map amendment that's no longer valid. It's good idea to keep an eye on that sort of thing. If somebody shows up and says, here's my letter in that amendment, I'm not in the floodplain. You know, it's a good idea to make sure that it's still a valid letter in that amendment. I talked about some of the other stuff already, so I'll move on. Coastal A zones. Coastal A zones are, Katie described them already. Those are A zones, they're not every A zone that's in a coastal floodplain. They're A zones that have wave action between 1.5 and 5 feet. Thing about coastal A zones is that FEMA doesn't have standards for coastal A zones in their regulations. FEMA's regulations treat coastal A zones like any other A zone. It's another A zone to FEMA. The I codes and ASCB 24, which Massachusetts has adopted as our building code, does include both of those. The I codes, ASCB 24, include standards for coastal A zones. They are treated very much like V zones in those standards. In the 9th edition and previous editions, 8th edition, Massachusetts removed by amendment standards for coastal A zones. So those were treated just like A zones in previous versions of the building code. The 10th edition does have those coastal A zones standards. We did not remove them by amendment. We did make some amendments to the coastal A zones. So in the 10th edition, which right now is concurrently effective with the 9th edition, it will be fully effective starting July 1st. In the 10th edition, for residential construction, any new structure, any substantially improved structure will have to meet in a coastal A zone, will have to meet coastal A zone standards, which are essentially very similar to B zone standards. There is an exception. For non-residential construction that's regulated under the base code, new construction in coastal A zones will have to meet coastal A zone standard. Question.
Eric, can I ask, you just mentioned July, a July date, what was that referencing?
First, July 1st is when the 10th edition building code will become fully effective. Right now, it is concurrently effective with the 9th edition. Okay.
Thank you.
So the exception that applies to both residential and non-residential construction, the exception for coastal A zones is that a structure in a coastal A zone can be built on a solid wall foundation that is backfilled up to the underside of a floor slab, an elevated floor slab. So that would be allowed in coastal A zones, but not in B zones. Okay, so Katie already talked a little bit about the coastal A zones. I have a slide also. I think this works. Maybe it doesn't. Oh, there it is. Okay, so there's your limit of moderate wave action that delineates your coastal A zone. So you can see here in this situation, you have an A zone out here. The arrows, the black arrows point in the direction of the coastal A zone. So that is a coastal A zone. The A zone over on this side of that limit of moderate wave action is not a coastal A zone. That's a regular A zone. So just an example of where to find that. Okay, unnumbered A zones. So, and that goes back, I mentioned before, FEMA's regulation in 44 CFR 60.3B. That is a community that only has unnumbered A zones. So that's where you find unnumbered A zone standards. And this is one of those forward references I told you about. It says in the FEMA regulation that anything built in an unnumbered A zone has to meet the requirements of 44 CFR 60.3C, which is the requirement for elevation of a structure in an A zone. So that standard is in our building code. Essentially, anything in an unnumbered A zone has to be built to meet A zone standards. The A zone standard is that the lowest floor as defined. And I'll get to the definition, lowest floor as defined has to be by FEMA standards at or above the base flood elevation. Massachusetts Building Code Standard 9th edition, the requirement is building code base flood elevation plus 1 foot. 10th edition in an A zone is plus 2 feet, okay? And let me just go over definition of lowest floor and basement. I might have it on another slide, but I'll tell you now. Lowest floor, and this might not be word for word. Lowest floor is the lowest floor of the lowest enclosed area, including basement. That is FEMA's definition of lowest floor. It's important to note that FEMA also has a definition for basement. A basement is an enclosure that is below grade on all sides. That is a basement in FEMA's definitions. Important to note, those definitions are in the building code. So they're in both the residential volume, they're in the base code, they're also in ASC 24. So something to note about the definition for basement is that it says any enclosure that's below grade on all sides. It does not specify what the height of that enclosure is or how much below grade on all sides it is. So the height of the enclosure is irrelevant. How much below grade is irrelevant. If it is below grade on all sides, even by less than a foot, it's a basement. If the height of that enclosure is 4 feet or 3 feet or 5 feet or 8 feet, if that enclosure is below grade on all sides, it is a basement by that definition. Again, back to the definition of lowest floor. Lowest floor always includes basement. So that means if there is an enclosure that's basement by definition, that is always the lowest floor of that building. And FEMA standards require elevation standards, whether it's for a B zone or an A zone, require that the lowest floor be elevated to a certain elevation. What that usually means is, unless there's placement of fill involved in a proposal or construction of the building, what that means is, generally speaking, you cannot have a basement for a new building or a substantial improved building in the floodplain. Couple exceptions to that would be, like I said, when there's placement of fill, you might have a basement floor. The requirement is that the basement floor meet the requirement for lowest floor in that zone. You can never do that in a B zone, but you can do that in an A zone. Another exception is for non-residential construction, a structure can be dry flood proof. Again, that's only allowed in A zones. It's not allowed in B zones. And it's only allowed, dry flood proofing is also only allowed for non-residential construction or non-residential portions of mixed use construction. Question?
Yes, so a residential house that has a supposed basement that is has fill on 3 sides, but not on the floor, you wouldn't call it a basement.
That is correct. Question is, if a structure has an enclosure and that enclosure is below grade on 3 sides or 2 sides, but not on all sides, by definition, not a basement. I'm actually going to talk a little bit more about that when I talk about elevation certificates, but good point. A lot of times you might have an enclosure, you might call it a walkout basement. If it's at grade on at least one side and or above grade on at least one side, it wouldn't be considered a basement by FEMA's definition or building code definition for floodplain standards.
Can you define grade? Because is grade a certain distance from the foundation or is it?
Grade is directly next to the structure. Again, I'm going to talk about that a little bit more. when I talk about in the afternoon elevation certificates. Okay, so unnumbered A zones. If you're building something in an unnumbered A zone, you have to have some kind of elevation in order to meet FEMA standard and the building code standard for construction of a building in an A zone. And unnumbered A zones, FEMA doesn't give you an elevation to use. So there are a few requirements. The first one, that's one of FEMA's requirements. Again, that should be in the local regulation. Not only is that in our newer state model bylaw, that is actually that's been in our model bylaw for 35 years at least. I know from personal experience, that's always been in our model bylaw. So any subdivision or development, 50 lots or 5 acres, whichever is the less, has to have base flood elevation information provided by the applicant. So they are required to provide that for you. In fact, the applicant's always required to provide you with the information you need in order to issue a permit. FEMA has guidance, and there's a picture of it right there. It looks like that. Hasn't been updated in a very long time. It's available online. It's called FEMA P265. That details some simplified method for determining a base flood elevation. One can do this by doing an approximate hydraulic analysis or what they call contour interpolation, or there is something that we sometimes refer to as a default. FEMA accepts default base flood elevation, which would be highest adjacent grade plus 2 feet. And of course, you would have to add the required freeboard to that if you're constructing a building. So highest adjacent grade plus 2 feet plus freeboard would be the requirement for elevation of lowest floor.
And that'll go up to 2 feet in the 10th.
Yep, 10th edition requires plus 2 feet in an A zone, most A zones. Okay. I said this before, any development that takes place in the special flood hazard area requires a permit or a documented review by the community, and development right there. I said I had the actual definition. That's FEMA's definition for development. It should be in your local regulation. Again, if you've updated recently, any man-made change to improved or unimproved real estate, including that whole list of stuff, building, structures, mining, dredging, filling, grading, paving, other stuff, storage of stuff, that includes development. So somebody at the local level has to review that, determine if there are flooding impacts, and allow it and document it, or maybe not allow it, whichever the case might be. Permit required. So there it is, and there's the CFR reference, ensure permits. Ensure permits are issued for all development, and ensure all other applicable local, state, federal permits are obtained. Again, also in our state model bylaw. Floodway encroachments. I said I wasn't going to talk about floodways, but I'm going to very briefly. We'll do it very briefly, I promise you. I said before, the way FEMA's regulation is structured, it's kind of nested. You start with the A communities, B, C, and so forth. And there are fact references, so a D community has to be A, B, and C plus D. A D community is a community that has floodways delineated. Okay, I said there were also forward references in FEMA's regulation. One of the forward references is in 60.3 B4. 60.3 B4 requires in unnumbered A zones that the community, it applies to unnumbered A zones, the community can obtain and use any available floodway data to enforce the floodway standard in 60.3D3. The floodway standard requires that any encroachment in a floodway has to be certified by an engineer who knows how to do hydraulic analysis, certified that any encroachment does not result in any increase in flood elevation. Now, the Cape, no community on the Cape has any delineated floodways. However, some communities do have unnumbered A zones that could be described as riverine flooding. So this is a standard that is in our model bylaw. You should have it in your local regulation. The standard in the model bylaw is what's in 60.3B4 that says for water courses that have not had a floodway delineated, the community shall obtain and reasonably utilize any available floodway data to prohibit encroachments in a floodway that would result in any increase in flood elevation anywhere in the community. So that's all I'll say about floodways. Okay, new buildings in A zones. FEMA has, of course, building standards, and those standards are in our state building code. FEMA also has a whole bunch of technical bulletins that explain some of the standards better than the regulation explains it, and often better than the building code explains it. So anybody who has questions about building standards can refer to some of these technical bulletins. Technical bulletin 1 is about hydrostatic openings, which are required in for enclosures that are below the base flood elevation. Technical bulletin 2 is about flood resistant materials. Flood resistant materials are required for anything that is below the required elevation. Right up there is technical bulletin 10, which we talked about before, which is to ensure that structures built on fill are reasonably safe from flooding. And let's see, technical bulletin 11 is about crawl space construction. FEMA allows crawl spaces that are below the base flood elevation. Our Massachusetts building code does not, but FEMA does, provided that those crawl spaces meet certain requirements. May change somewhere in the future, but for now, that's not allowed under Massachusetts building code. Okay. So all new substantially improved, substantially damaged structures have to meet FEMA's requirements in Massachusetts. That would be building code requirements for construction in an A zone. FEMA's requirement is lowest floor as defined at or above base flood elevation. Massachusetts code requires freeboard. A building or structure, there's a definition that should be in your local regulation. A structure is a walled and roof building, and it includes a gas or liquid storage tank. Substantial improvement is going to be covered in the afternoon. And there are different regulations, like I said, a non-residential structure can be a dry flood proof where a residential structure cannot, and that applies to A zones. So here's where you find the A zone elevation requirements in FEMA's regulation. So lowest floor has to be at or above base flood elevation. In Massachusetts, under the 9th edition, that's base flood elevation plus 1 foot. 10th edition would be base flood elevation plus 2. And mechanical and electrical equipment also have to be either elevated or protected to that same level. Protection of equipment is a very misleading term. It does not mean that the equipment can be in a dry flood proof room, because flood proofing is not allowed in residential construction. What it means is the equipment itself has to be essentially submersible. It has to be able to be underwater without being damaged by that flooding. So that's the requirement for lowest floor and for equipment, and you can see in the picture there that your lowest floor is, look, doesn't show up below. Lowest floor at or above base flood elevation. There's a note up there about ductwork. Ductwork counts as your mechanical and electrical equipment. It either has to be elevated or it has to be something that's not going to be damaged by flooding. Unfortunately, ductwork is very often an afterthought in designs. I've come across a lot of situations where somebody designs and starts building a building and they put the floor at the right elevation, but then they go to put the ductwork in and the ductwork's below the required elevation for mechanical and equipment, machinery and equipment, mechanical and electrical. And that's a problem because it's supposed to be either above or it's supposed to be designed and manufactured to be essentially submersible. I don't think most ductwork is designed to be submersible, so that gets to be a problem. Okay, in an A zone, a structure can be elevated on fill. A structure can be elevated on piles, piers, columns, or it can be elevated on solid foundation walls. And there's a few notes in there in red. Fill might require compensatory storage. Usually not an issue in a coastal floodplain, but that's not for me to say. Down at the bottom, no basements or crawl spaces allowed. I say that a lot, so remember, basement by definition, any enclosure that's below grade on all sides. And lowest floor always includes basement if there is a basement. Okay, so below that elevated building, you can have an enclosure, but the enclosure has to meet certain requirements. Okay, there are use requirements. Use requirements are it can be used for building access, parking, or storage. And it can't be a basement. And it has to have hydrostatic openings that allow entry and exit of flood water in order to equalize hydrostatic forces. So there you have your A zone enclosure requirements. Yeah, question.
Building access, finding a lot of people want to put elevators in.
Yep, elevators are allowed. FEMA has a technical bulletin on elevators. Might be 6, I don't know. I don't use that one very often. ASC 24 has a section on elevators, and the residential code doesn't have specific requirements for elevators in floodplains. ASC 24 can be used as an alternate standard under the residential code. So the requirements, I think it might be chapter 7 of ASC 24, can be used to design and build elevators in floodplains. Okay, so openings, hydrostatic openings, must have openings to equalize hydrostatic forces, and FEMA's prescriptive requirement is that you have to have minimum of 2 openings, minimum of 2, you can have more. And they have to be on at least 2 different sides. Again, they can be on more than 2 different sides. And the bottom of the opening cannot be more than 12 inches above the higher of the 2 elevations inside or outside the building. They can be lower than that, but they can't be higher than the higher of those 2 elevations. And the prescriptive requirement for the cumulative size of all those openings is you have to have 1 square inch of opening for every 1 square foot of floor space in that enclosure. And that is the prescriptive requirement for non-engineered flood openings. Nowadays, most flood openings are engineered, not all, but most are engineered flood openings. And I will just use a brand name that most people are familiar with, Smart Fence, our engineered openings. So Smart Fence comes with a rating. Usually they're rated for 200. They're equivalent to 200 square inches, which means that that would correspond to each Smart Fence correspond to 200 square feet of enclosed floor space. They're engineered flood openings, they come with certification, the certification has to be kept in the building permitting records, because they're engineered openings. Okay. Okay, here we have a poll. NFIP community must regularly monitor development in the floodplain, that's easy. Yes, true. Okay, so what that means, one of the things it means is enclosures, I said. Enclosures below the required flood elevation have to meet use requirements. The allowed uses for those enclosures are building access, parking, or storage. So what the community wants to avoid happening is that people convert those enclosures. Now, this would apply to new construction and substantially improved structures. It would not apply to pre-existing non-conforming structures. New structures, substantially improved structures, cannot convert those enclosures below the elevated building to living space. So it's something to keep an eye on. I do every now and then hear from building inspectors who see things like this happening. And they ask me for advice on what to do with that. It would be considered a violation. If a structure is built, it's built to meet building code standards. It has to stay in compliance with building code standards. They can't do something to that structure to make it a non-compliant structure. Sometimes people like to cover up their flood openings because they think that's a good idea. They'd rather not have flood water get into their enclosure. They can't do that. They shouldn't do it. And if they do it, community is expected to take action to have that corrected. Okay.
Was there an example in that photo of a covered up bed?
I
Is that
don't,
what that photo was there?
I don't think that that's an example of a covered up.
No.
I don't
I
have
know what that trajectory is.
The photo on the right though is not from this stage, the house that I have been in, and it was supposed to be just an enclosure, met the only building access, storage and parking. It was completely refinished, so yeah, that's what happened.
Okay, I talked about dry flood proofing. This is, again, in FEMA's regulations, it's also in our building code. Dry flood proofing is only allowed in A zones, never in B zones, and it's only allowed for non-residential construction and non-residential portions of mixed use construction. So the standards for dry flood proofing are in FEMA's regulations in 60.3C. And in the building code, because it's non-residential construction, it would be regulated under the base code. And the standards for the base code are in ASC 24. Communities should have a copy of ASC 24 because that is a required standard under the building code, base code. So if you don't, you can call me. I can send you excerpts of whatever you need, but I think it's a good thing to have. It's applicable, like I said, not only for non-residential construction, but can be used as alternate standard for residential construction under the residential code. Sometimes it comes in very handy to use it because, like I said before, it has a lot of standards that aren't addressed in the residential code, like, for instance, elevators. There's nothing in the residential code specifically about elevators in floodplains. So ASC 24 is a good reference to have. Anyway, back to dry flood proofing. Dry flood proofing, you have a couple of FEMA guidance documents, technical bulletin on dry flood proofing. There's another technical bulletin specifically for the low grade parking, which would have to be dry flood proof. Only allowed in non-residential buildings. And there is a whole guidance document called floodproofing non-residential buildings. These standards in the Massachusetts building code are in, again, AC 24, and that's going to be chapter 6 that has standards for both dry and wet floodproofing. So FEMA requirement and building code requirement. Basements for residential construction, I think I said this a couple times before already. Basements are not allowed in the floodplain. They might be allowed in a situation where fill is being placed. Again, placement of fill would have to be approved by the community in Massachusetts. That would probably be under the Wetlands Protection Act. But again, basement will be lowest floor. So if there is a basement and if it is allowed, and it might be allowed with placement of fill, but if it is allowed, that basement floor has to be at or above the required elevation for the zone you're in. And if you're elevating using fill, that can only be done in an A zone. Oh, good, another poll. Can a building official permit a basement if an applicant has applied to FEMA using the conditional letter of map revision based on fill process?
Yes, but with risk.
No. Here we go. And we were talking about this a little bit before. If the basement, if that basement floor is below the required elevation for that A zone, the answer is no, that can't be permitted. The conditional letter of map revision does not actually remove something from a floodplain. It provides comments from FEMA of whether something would be removed if built as proposed. Only the letter of map revision based on fill would remove a structure or a property or part of a property from the floodplain. Like we were saying before, I always tell people now, I give recommendations. I don't have authority to tell people you have to do what I say. I always recommend to people if they want to build on fill. Shannon said this, and I'll say it again. You can use the conditional process, get a conditional letter, place the fill, then get the actual letter of map revision based on fill that removes the property from the floodplain. Now it's not in the floodplain. You can then build the structure that has a basement. The basement can even be below the required elevation for that A zone. But you should be following the guidance in technical bulletin 10. That is ensuring that structures built on fill in the floodplain are reasonably safe from flooding. That's the actual name of that technical bulletin. Ensuring that structures built on fill in the floodplain are reasonably safe from flooding. So that guidance can be used after something has been removed from the floodplain, and then a permit can be issued. And if a permit is issued, like I said before, allowing that basement floor to be below the required elevation, FEMA is going to flag it as a violation, and that will be a non-removal when they apply for the letter of map revision based on fill. So I'm glad that was there. It's a good discussion point. Like I said before, it was a completely stupid process. I wish they'd get rid of it, but we're still dealing with it. Anchoring. So buildings need to be anchored to their foundation. Kind of goes without saying. They have to meet building code requirements so they don't float away. That's a requirement that FEMA has. flood resistant materials, I mentioned this before. Here is a situation where the building code actually requires that flood resistant materials are used in compliance with FEMA's guidance in technical bulletin 2 that is specifically stated in our Massachusetts building code. Again, that is one of FEMA's requirements in the CFR. It's also enforced through the building code. Accessory structures in A zones. I'm gonna first tell you about FEMA requirements. They have to be anchored. They don't have to be elevated necessarily. They could be. But they do have to have, they have to meet the requirements for use of flood resistant materials and for hydrostatic openings. There is nothing in our Massachusetts residential code that addresses accessory structure in A zones that are not elevated. Our residential code says all buildings and structures have to meet this bunch of standards. There is a section for construction of a garage that is not elevated. There's nothing in the residential code that says that you can build an accessory structure and not elevate it. What I said before, however, ASC 24. ASC 24 is an alternate standard under the residential code. ASC 24 does allow accessory structures to be built in A zones that are not elevated, provided they meet the requirements of ASC 24, which, like I was saying, are similar to FEMA's requirements. They're anchored, flood resistant material, hydrostatic openings. They would be considered class 1, flood design class 1 under ASC 24, but that's the way that can be allowed. I get that question now and then, but maybe not everyone knew that. So anyway, FEMA does have a technical bulletin that addresses accessory structures, including garages, but not only garages. That's technical bulletin 7. That's one you should know about. So accessory structures, that's in A zones, okay? So manufactured mobile homes, FEMA has this big long convoluted requirement for manufactured homes or mobile homes. And I'm not gonna go into all of it because none of it is applicable. Well, I won't say none of it. FEMA's regulation applies to a whole big laundry list of if the manufactured home is in a pre-existing subdivision or trailer park that hasn't had substantial damage or something like that. I don't even know it all. The thing to remember in Massachusetts is a manufactured home is treated like another home. So if it's in an A zone, it has to meet A zone requirements regardless of anything else. If it's in a V zone, it has to meet V zone requirements regardless of anything else. And that includes the foundation requirements, the anchoring requirements, flood resistant materials, mechanical equipment, all of that stuff. So that's the thing. It's a lot easier for me to just say that it's treated like another structure. If you're ever interested, you can look that up in the CFR and see that whole big long thing that FEMA has that's really not applicable to us. Okay. Recreational vehicles. Okay, this used to be in our building code in previous editions up to the 7th. When flood standards started, I think the 7th edition was the first edition based on iCode, but the 7th edition flood standards were carried over from the 6th edition. And they used to have a standard for recreational vehicles, but then we switched the flood standards to the iCode standards starting in the 8th edition. And that standard went away. There was kind of an oversight. So there is a requirement in our model bylaw now that addresses recreational vehicles. If this is FEMA standard from the CFR that is now in the model bylaw, it should be in your regulation if you've updated anytime recently. A recreational vehicle, if it is on site for more than 180 days, And if it is not licensed and road ready, it has to be elevated like it's a building. So it has to be on a foundation, and that would be in an A zone or a B zone. It would have to be in A zone foundation or a B zone foundation. So. Yes,
Curiosity, do you know what anchoring a recreational vehicle to a foundation might look like?
that's a really good question. I don't have a really good answer to it, but it would have to be attached to that foundation. And maybe tied over the top of the vehicle and attached to the foundation. I don't know that you bolt it to the foundation, but it's being treated like a building, so it just has to be fixed to that foundation. I've been asked that before, and I've always thought that I would, someday find some guidance on that. I really wish FEMA would put out guidance on that, but they haven't, as far as I know, that specific to recreational.
Probably not something you see very often.
No.
They'll probably do everything they can to avoid.
Exactly, and that's what I was just gonna say. I've never seen this happen in Massachusetts. I've seen pictures from other states of recreational vehicles up on a foundation. I've never seen it in Massachusetts. And that's because, again, if it's on site, people will go on there, will not have it on site for more than 180 days, or have it licensed so that they don't have to meet that standard. And the whole idea of having it licensed and road ready is that you can evacuate it if you're expecting a flood, which is a better idea than leaving it there on a stupid foundation.
I've seen some version of it where the wheels have been removed and then there's a lattice around the bottom to hide it, but I didn't see what was behind the lattice, so. Still doesn't have an answer.
Okay, new buildings in B zones. New buildings in B zones have to be elevated on an open pile or column foundation such that the lowest portion or the bottom of the lowest horizontal structural member supporting the lowest floor, defined term, is in FEMA standards at or above base flood elevation. In Massachusetts Building Code 9th edition, plus 2 feet, 10th edition, plus 3 feet. The area below that elevated structure has to be free of obstruction, or it can be enclosed with breakaway walls that have to be a certain standard, or something like lattice or screening or something like that. Okay, FEMA requires that it be landward of mean high tide. That is in the building code. Again, post piles, columns, breakaway walls have to meet a certain standard. And that enclosure has to meet the same use requirements that are applicable to A zones, which would be building access, parking, or storage. Free of obstruction, I mentioned, free of obstruction again. Free of obstruction meaning that it's either completely open or if it's enclosed, breakaway walls or lattice or something like that. FEMA has yet another technical bulletin for you, and that's number 5, free of obstruction requirement. Free of obstruction requirement also applies to placement of fill under or around that structure. In a B zone, you cannot use fill to elevate a structure. And use of fill, did you have a question?
It was your last slide, but you can finish what you were saying.
Okay, so you can place fill for the purpose of grading, for drainage, or landscaping. But free of obstruction, technical bulletin will tell you that that fill should not be more than 2 feet, and it should not serve any structural purposes, not providing structural support for that building. Question on this slide?
Yeah, you said that FEMA requires that must be built landward of mean high tide. Where do you refer to determine where mean high tide is?
That's a good question. I would refer to tide records for your area.
Yeah, I
Usually it's
wasn't
pretty
sure
obvious,
if
but-
they like had a specific like.
They have a line on their map.
If they have a line on their map, if it's another federal organization's data. Or
They actually, I think, do have a line on their map. I don't have a picture of them now, handy right at the moment. But usually, people aren't gonna build buildings in the water. Where you might see this is if somebody is building a building for some marine purpose, like sometimes I see buildings proposed to be put on a dock, like maybe a harbor master's building, something like that. There was something in Chatham. It was not in a Z zone, though, but it was out in the water. But you know what? That standard only applies to B zones. You can build over the water in A zone, like FEMA's standards. There was something in Chatham, and Jay just said that it was a shellfishing building.
There was a shellfishing building, and Katie, you can jump in if you know more about this too, but the shellfish building was open on two sides. But there's the Stage Harbor Yacht Club boat storage building was built, and it replaced a pre-existing structure. And it was built, it's completely, water can pass completely through it, there's no plumbing in it, I think there is there electrical? There is, yeah. But that was a whole big thing that we had to go through.
And they got a variance.
They got a variance from BDRS, from the state, and, yeah, there were lots of lawyers involved.
Okay. New buildings in B zones, did that, free of obstruction, covered that. Other requirements, okay, so I already talked about this, there is a requirement for subdivisions and other development that are in unnumbered A zones. 50 lots or 5 acres, whichever is the less of those two, they have to provide base flood elevation information for that development, and if it's a subdivision for every developable flow lot in that subdivision, they have to have requirements for utilities that the utilities are protected from flooding essentially. Oh, here's another poll. What kind of certification are required for new floodplain structures? A, manufacturer's data for engineered flood openings if installed. B, certification for B-zone foundations. Certification for dry flood proofing if utilized. As-built design certifying base flood elevations or elevation certificates, or all of the above. All of the above. And of course, you wouldn't have one project that would require all of those things, so whichever things are applicable would be required for certification for those things. Okay. Oh, learning checks. What federal publication, in what federal publication are the NFIP requirements found? I've said it about 100 times, I think. 44 CFR. 44 CFR, and it's a few different volumes. So volume 59 has the definitions. 60 has most of the other stuff, but there's other volumes too, but it's 44 CFR. Oh, it's right there in the next one. If your community follows the requirement of 44 CFR 60.3D, does it have to worry about what's in 44 CFR 60.3? Yes, it does. So all of the sections refer back to the other sections. Some of them refer forward, keep that in mind. Basic rule number 1 for using maps and data. Current effective mapping. And it's a good thing to, if you like using the paper maps or the PDF panels, it's a really good thing to check online for the National Flood Hazard Layer. Oh, here's a farmer question. If a farmer, I didn't look at this before. If a farmer wants to build a small addition onto his farmhouse in a floodway, oh, it's a floodway. We didn't do floodways. can this be designed so he won't have to pay for an engineer's encroachment review? I'll just answer it for you, I didn't really cover this a lot. If that small addition constitutes an encroachment, yes, he will have to have that floodway analysis done. There are ways of maybe designing that so it doesn't need the analysis, like if it's elevated, so the entire addition is above the flood elevation and it's on piles so that there is minimal obstruction, maybe not, but we didn't talk about floodways. Oh, here's a good one. Is a basement considered to be the lowest floor? Yes, it is. By definition of lowest floor is the lowest enclosed area, including basement. What uses can be allowed under an elevated building? Building access, parking and storage. Can a new home in the special flood hazard area be flood approved?
No.
No, and that would be, it cannot be dry flood approved. And can a new building in a V zone be elevated on a crawl space? And in V zones, you cannot have a solid wall foundation, you have to be on a pile or column foundation.
Quick question, are you allowed any flooring under an elevated building? So for example, when the cars are gonna drive on, is it concrete allowed or is it?
Generally speaking, yes, you can. If you are in a V zone, I recommend that the floor be designed in compliance with the standards in ASC 24 for slabs in a V zone. Also, if it is a coastal dune, FEMA doesn't have coastal dune standards, but our building code and our Wetlands Protection Act have standards for coastal dunes. Probably not, you probably cannot have a concrete floor, but in other situations. Higher standards, okay, so some higher standards. Already, I said this already, in our building code, we already have some higher standards. 9th edition has 1 foot of freeboard in A zones, 10th edition has 2 feet of freeboard. 2 feet of freeboard in B zones in the 9th edition, and the edition has 3 feet of freeboard. Substantial repair of a foundation is a Massachusetts unique standard. That's where the foundation is either replaced or repaired, meeting the standard. The building has to be, the new foundation has to meet the standards for that zone. Coastal dune standards, again, entirely Massachusetts unique. Possibly coming in the 10th, okay, I didn't update that one, absolutely coming in the 10th, and it's already out. Yes, we have coastal A zone standards, so coastal A zones, again, treated like V zones, same elevation requirement, with the exception, couple exceptions. In both residential and non-residential construction, elevation can be on a solid wall foundation, provided it is backfilled up to the bottom of that elevated floor slab, which would meet the same elevation requirements of a V zone. The other one is non-residential construction. Existing non-residential construction is treated like it's in a regular A zone. So if it's substantially improved, it can meet A zone standards and not coastal A zone standards. Coming soon, I'm told, new standards in the Wetlands Protection Act for land subject to coastal storm flowage. Stormwater management standards under DEP, I'm not very familiar with that stuff, but those are existing standards. Erosion and sediment control, other stuff in the Wetlands Protection Act, that's stuff that already exists. Here are some examples that are in FEMA's regulations for higher standards that could earn CRS credit. So local restrictions, like for instance, I know some communities have local restrictions on new construction in different zones. Other zoning requirements, like it says there, a restriction of height waiver, restrictions in certain areas to allow for buildings to be elevated. Prohibition against enclosures, I don't think that can be done in Massachusetts because building code allows enclosures. Safety requirements, storage of hazardous waste in the floodplain, really not a good idea, so that would be a good higher standard. Prohibiting encroachment in a floodway, maybe that's a good standard to have. Wetlands Protection Act already requires compensatory storage. Again, you don't always have to require that in a coastal floodplain, but I know in the rest of the non-coastal floodplains, that is a requirement under the Wetlands Protection Act. Stormwater management standards. Here's some flood standards of special concern, coastal erosion, tsunamis, closed basin lakes, dam breaks. Katie and I looked at a project recently. There was a proposal for a bunch of new buildings right immediately downstream of a large dam, which was determined to be unsafe by our dam safety section within DCR, so maybe not a good idea, again. Ice jams, we don't see a lot of those in Massachusetts, I don't imagine. Certainly, I don't think you have them on the Cape. Mud flows. Environmental protection standards, here's a bunch of stuff that might overlap with a lot of your flood standards. Executive order 1198, as far as I know, still in effect. Some of the other executive orders may not be. I am still not 100% certain about the rest of them. NEPA, National Environmental Policy Act, Clean Water Act, Section 404, Endangered Species Act, other stuff. I won't read them all. Okay. Any higher standards that I haven't mentioned? I'm sure there are. There's one.
If you're doing construction in a limited moderate wave action, does that adhere to construction of velocity zone? Is that correct?
Yes. In the 10th edition, when you are constructing in a coastal A zone as delineated by the limit of moderate wave action under the 10th edition, that would fall under the same section as V zone standards. So in the residential code, that would be section R 322.3. And in the base code, ASC 24, that would be chapter 4 of ASC 24, that would be coastal high hazard areas. Like I said, in the coastal A zone, elevation would have to be like a V zone, so elevated on piles or columns, such that the bottom of the lowest is at the base flood plus required freeboard of the 10th edition of 3 feet. Or for coastal A zones only, not B zones, it could be on that solid wall foundation that's backfilled up to the underside of an elevated slab. That is required in the coastal A zone in the 10th edition. Okay, if a state is more.
Hold on, Eric, sorry,
Yeah,
so in higher standards, one reminder that our office, working with the Cape Cod Commission, has put together a couple of bylaws and performance standards for land subject to coastal storm flowage, so for wetlands, and we also have that zoning one, so we are working with a lot of your communities to look at whether or not you want to adopt those. And some higher standards that already exist. Chatham, I'm gonna give kudos to you all. Since 1993, I think, Chatham has prohibited any new development in the B zone and new dwellings in the A zone. So I have had lots of communities say, oh, are we able to do that? And we can point to Chatham as having done it for a long time. And there's a lawsuit fighting it that went to the state Supreme Court, and the town of Chatham won. So we have a great standard for that already on the table.
Okay, if a state requirement is more restrictive than the NFIP requirement, is an easy one. Which set of rules must the community follow? The state regulations, and like I've said, the state has a bunch of higher standards already in the state building code, already in the Wetlands Protection Act. The federal agencies have to meet floodplain development rules similar to NFIP requirements. Presumably, yes. Some would argue with that, but there are federal executive orders. I mentioned one on one of the previous slide, 1198, which would apply to any federal action, which would include construction of a federal building. 11988 would require that they meet similar standards. I've heard different from community officials, but that's the way it's supposed to work. And let's see, local jurisdiction, does a local jurisdiction have a say in how the state develops in a local floodplain? Again, I've heard conflicting idea. State, construction of a state building on state property would typically not fall under the jurisdiction of the local building department. Again, presumably, they're supposed to meet the state building code the same way. And they're also supposed to be following Wetlands Protection Act standards. And jurisdiction, I believe Conservation has jurisdiction on state properties for Wetlands Protection Act issues. I think that's the end.
Great.
So I think we have a few minutes left for all the questions we have to ask.
Yes, thank you, Eric, and yeah. We definitely have time for some questions, if anybody has others. I want to bring up one thing that one town has been dealing with. A question came up about covering flood vents. And there's a town that has a trend of people putting window wells around the flood vents, which totally defeats the purpose. And they've been giving the town a hard time about it. So that's just an example of things that can. Any other questions?
And the answer is, you can't do anything with flood openings. You can't do anything that's going to interfere with the operation of that flood opening. So if you put a window well, and the top of that window well is higher than the bottom of that flood opening is not going to work the way it's supposed to work. And I think I said in my response when I sent it to Shannon, well, the building code doesn't say you can't do it, but you can't do something that's going to interfere with the operation of that opening. The building code also doesn't say specifically you can't put plywood over the opening, but that doesn't mean you can. You can't do something that will interfere with the operation of that opening.
Does that include landscaping? So they might want to hide the fact that they have this ugly hole in their foundation.
That if the water can reach that hole unimpeded by that landscaping, I think the landscaping would be fine.
Yeah, I think landscaping is pretty common in front of us. Because they are. We like
Pavers for driveways.
What'd you say? Pavers for
I have another one,
Oh,
so.
Danny, come on.
I'm sorry.
You get all the creative ones. Yeah.
They're just about done and they went ahead and they've put in pavers in the driveway and I've got two openings on that side. Problem is the driveway and pavers are now higher than the flood vents. I told them to move it, move the flood vent, I don't care.
Yeah.
They don't want to. And I'm like, that's a problem, because it does count towards their required square inch value for the open.
Right. I think I need a picture of that.
Yeah.
I'll get one.
I can't wait.
Oh, yeah.
I would go back to what I said before. If those pavers prevent the water from getting through, now, if they just put pavers and the water can go around them, it will, and it'll find that opening. But again, like Shannon said, I want to see a picture or a plan.
There's a question over there.
Would those old crawl space vents, could those be considered flood vents?
Okay,
Cause I've seen it go both ways. I don't-
FEMA regulations and the building code regulations, they don't require use of something like a smart vent, which is specifically designed to be a hydrostatic opening. So there are, like, for instance, I think in my elevation certificate presentation, there's an example of using an air vent for a crawl space. Usually you wouldn't want to use that because some air vents can be open and closed, so you never know if it's going to be in the correct position. But the other thing, the standard, FEMA standard and the building code standard says that you can put something over the opening, like screening or a grate or screening, provided it doesn't interfere with the automatic equalization of hydrostatic forces. Some vents might interfere with the automatic equalization of hydrostatic forces. In particular, most air vents that I've seen, I would consider debris traps. If you have an opening, but it has so much stuff there that it has, fine mesh. And you have a heavier mesh with a fine mesh inside to keep insects out. And I just look at that and say, there's gonna be debris all up against that, preventing water from going in and out. So the standard is, you can put a covering over the opening, provided it doesn't interfere with water going in and out. So I would defer to the building department on whether or not they would accept that.
And with the new elevation certificate, it makes you calculate
Yeah.
how much is actually open.
Right,
So,
you use actual mark those.
right, which would be a pain.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
This is supposed to be engineered.
Well, they don't have to be engineered openings, but if they're not, then you have to calculate the space that is actually open. So that just gets really complicated. The engineer is way easier.
But if we're approving a set of plans that has an engineer over, that's what has to be approved.
Yes, yeah, correct, good.
Don't forget to grab the ICC.
Yes, if you are here in the community, send me an elevation certificate without that ICCES report, I will send it back to you. I'm gonna send it to me again. And if you need it, I will send it to you in the first place, but yes, that has to be, what that is it is an official report from the ICC saying this is what these engineered smart vents are rated for, so it's really easy, the engineer doesn't have to do any analysis on their own,
And
it's
you
already
can-
done.
You can get those online too. Don't give it to them.
Yeah, and I have the PDF, if anybody needs it, I'll send it to you once. Any other questions? All right, so lunch is set up out there, so feel free to grab food, come back in here. It got warm.
It's right after lunch, so I know we're all a little sleepy after having our meal. This is substantial damage and substantial improvement determinations for local officials. First of all, I want to show of hands, who in here is a local official? All right, so about half of you. How many of you are building officials? Got a handful. How many of you are conservation? All right, do we have anyone else who's a local official? And what are you guys? Planning? Anything else? Okay, great. And how many of you who aren't local officials, what else are you? Do you work with local officials at all? Okay. Okay, so different kind of roles as well. All right, cool. So we are going to talk a little bit about substantial improvement and substantial damage. This applies really only to structures that are in the FEMA 1% floodplain. And it's a requirement that's in the state building code. And it's also part of the National Flood Insurance Program minimum requirements. And the same regulations apply both for substantial damage and for substantial improvement, whether you have a disaster or not. So by definition, substantial damage is a subset of substantial improvement. So I'm just going to give you the really high level. You might have heard of this as the 50% rule from FEMA. So what it is if the cost of the work, whether you're repairing damage or you're improving the building, if the cost of the work divided by the fair market value of the structure, not of the whole property, just the structure, if it's more or equal to or more than 50%, that is substantial damage or substantial improvement. And then the minimum cost is going to be, if it's a substantially damaged structure, it's the cost of bringing the structure back to its pre-damaged state. So that's the very basics, and we're going to delve into a lot more detail here as well. So we're going to talk about a couple of things. Katie and I are going to go back and forth. First, we're going to talk about storms, what you might need to do for substantial damage assessment. We'll talk about planning for a disaster. We're going to dig into the substantial improvement, substantial damage desk reference, and we have, you can get it online. We have CDs if anyone still uses
Please
CDs.
take them. We do
Please
not
take
want to
them.
take them back.
We're trying to get rid of our,
To your town city hall, put them in your library, give them out to literally anybody who will take them from you, but do not let us take them back.
take
They
some
are
home with
taking
you,
up the
please.
entire bottom drawer in the filing cabinet in our office, so please take them.
But you can also get it online. It's a great resource. We're going to talk a little bit about your responsibilities as a community, as a municipality, for substantial damage and substantial improvement assessment. We're going to talk about what an applicant or a property owner, what their responsibilities are. And then we're really going to dig into like how you do the assessment, both determining the market value and looking at the costs. And then some of the special aspects that you have to do to determine substantial damage and substantial improvement in Massachusetts. So, all right, so that being said, we're going to try to do a small video here. Let's see if we can get it to work. We do not endorse Wayfair, just so you know.
There could be worse ads, I guess, that show up,
Yep.
so.
Property they own.
Yeah. Let's see, I just have to go through it, I guess.
Can you hit the skip button?
It's not letting me
Oh, it's
skip.
not letting you skip.
We can hear it at least. It sounds-
Can
Yeah,
you?
it's working. Yeah.
Okay, there it goes.
All right.
There's only one.
Yeah, we hope so. All right, so we're gonna start at the beginning here. Hold on. Oh my God, no. Hold on. Wait, I gotta go back to the beginning.
Oh, is that the end?
Yeah, it's like, it's being a bit annoying. Here we go. All right, so hold on. There we go. So this is a storm that maybe many of you are familiar with, back in 2018. Now will it play? There we go.
The wind is waves battered Spring Hill Beach, stealing the sand right from under this vulnerable home. If that other machine in the house is on a 45-degree angle and it's totally gone now, there's no moving it, it's back to 6 foot. It's tumbled down onto the beach, the victim of multiple storms. This story serves the final blow. It's so many high tides, it is moving. A lot of that is supposed to protect the wall. Greg Berman studies the erosion on the Cape. He says this area has lost a lot of sand, leaving little protection for the homes built on concrete foundation. Some just got 20 feet of damage to their homes already, and this just ain't what it is. The nation themselves are in danger for it. We get underneath the corners of these foundations, and just by the sheer weight that you can imagine, they start to fall. The town has identified about 6 properties damaged in the storm, and if more nor'easters roll through this winter, there are concerns more homes will be lost. It's very sad to think that this legacy won't be able to be passed on like it. And homeowners now talking about bringing more sand in to try to protect their homes. Of course, that is quite costly.
All right, so this is one example of substantial damage. This was a northeaster that hit back in 2018. So I want to ask folks in the community, local officials, other folks, you know, what kinds of storms have you faced in your community? What's the biggest one that you've had in your work life?
I'll just say for me, it was like that Christmas storm 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Because the past 2 years we've had like it was like December 23rd and like this the evening to December 24th or something like that, back-to-back years. Because of the angle they came in, normally we're pretty sheltered from stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They came in from the southeast.
Mm-hmm.
And they did they woke up a lot of us to what's possible.
Okay, and do you have any idea like how many buildings in your community got damaged?
I'd be taking guess. There's one neighborhood in particular that we saw at least a dozen homes that they had never seen anything like it.
Okay, anyone else? And Howard, I'm gonna call on you.
No, this one was probably, I think I placarded 15 buildings, nothing to be condemned for this storm, but you know, it took a while to walk around too. I mean, took a day before we really could get out there.
Mm-hmm.
So this one was fun.
Okay.
But I also lived through Hurricane Bob.
Oh, yeah.
In Provincetown. So.
That's a big one. Does anyone else remember Hurricane Bob? Yep. Yep. Anyone remember, like anyone else working in their town back then? No. Anyone else experience a big storm down here in the Cape where you had buildings damaged? Okay, so I want to ask you, like, what if we got a bigger storm than just one of these big northeasters? What if we got like a, you know, maybe a Category 1 hurricane, or maybe just even a scaled down superstorm like Sandy? What if it was something like half the buildings in the floodplain in your community? What do you think you would do?
Panic.
We're down that they couldn't come in for.
Yep.
Hilarious, put up a wall of you.
Does anyone have a plan for what they would do in the case of a major storm, in terms of what your department would do, especially your building department? Anyone thought about that?
First of all, be safe.
Yep.
Don't try to do too much right off the bat. Gotta be safe. And gotta listen to, again, fire and police services to animate us that it is safe for us to be out there, and we need to notify them that we are out there. You know, and we do have a prepared box with placards.
Okay.
I think the hardest part is between storm, making sure the 2 flashlights on in the bookcase are still charged.
Yep.
What are these placards you're referring to?
So we've got, you know, no entry, we've got condemned, we've got, so ATC has different levels of what the damage is, so we'll follow those different color coded cards to put on the building. Most of the time, especially with these storms, there's nobody living in there. So it's a matter of like, okay, now we've got to run around and find out who is the responsible party to notify the property. And that becomes tough.
Okay. And then just one last question. Why is it important to prepare for disaster ahead of time? Yep. You know, have a plan. Otherwise, you might plan to fail. So, all right. So we're going to talk a little bit about post-storm first steps. Now, this is a presentation that we got from Joy Duperalt, who is incredibly experienced on substantial damage from her work as the NFIP coordinator for the state of Florida, where disasters are common. So, you know, first of all, the first step after a storm, obviously, as Ann said, it's public safety is the first concern. While there's still an ongoing emergency, your emergency manager is going to be telling you and your community what people can do, when it's safe to go out, when you can't go out, what your response as the town needs to be. So you should definitely be looking to them for guidance. At some point, you're going to have to go out and post safety citations, which is sort of what Annie referred to as well. And you need to know when you can do that and also where you can go. So definitely you want to be working with your emergency manager on that. And then once you are able to go out and post those safety citations, you want to monitor the damage zones because you want to make sure that like no one's coming in and looting any properties that have been damaged, or that you know, making sure that people aren't starting work without a permit to repair things. So the next step is you might, if you have a lot of buildings in your community, maybe 2 or 3 times as many as you're used to, you might want to have a team that's going to help you assess substantial damage in your community. This could include your building department. You might have some volunteers, but they should know how to assess the value of repairing a structure. So people with significant experience in the building trade, or they need to know how to do a substantial damage estimate. FEMA has a tool called the Substantial Damage Estimator, and that's something that you can get your team trained on using ahead of time. You should make sure when people are going out for assessments, either you want people wearing official clothing, maybe you have some vests for the town, and using town vehicles to show that your team, everyone is authorized to do the work that they're doing. And we do recommend, there is this, again, I said this FEMA, they have a substantial damage estimator course. They often offer this for communities after major disasters. I know they had it a bunch when Vermont had those big storms back in 23. They were offering that quite a bit, and it's also available online to take anytime. And so once you've determined, you know, once you sort of have your team together, you're going to want to make sure to take good records, because you want to actually go out and know what sites are, what structures are potentially substantially damaged. You might want to have them tagged, you know, at at your office so that when permits start to come in, you already have some idea if a structure is substantially damaged or not. And then you also, obviously, the public needs information immediately after that disaster. So you might want to have some like canned information that you could have ready, letting people know like permits are going to be required. If they're going to do any reconstruction, they've got to come for a building permit. Where do you go to get a building permit? You might want to explain what substantial damage is in a way that's pretty easy for people to understand. And if there are any waivers, like sometimes I think maybe there'd be a waiver on the cost of the building permit, other kinds of disaster related messages. You want to have outreach messages as well. And then last step is if you have more buildings than, if it's only one of you and you have more buildings than you can assess in a reasonable amount of time before people already are starting to go in and repair, there's some other resources that you can get. State building inspectors are definitely available. Mutual aid, if you have any mutual aid agreements with other building departments nearby, you could call on folks that way. Also, if you're eligible for 1206 public assistance, there's a way to pay for assistance and get that money back from FEMA. And FEMA themselves, sometimes they will send out some members of their team for these assessments. So you might want to think about like, how many people you need. You should be able to assess that pretty quickly. If you know how long it takes you to do a substantial damage assessment for like one building or a couple of buildings, how many you can do a day, then you want to multiply that by the number of buildings you think might be damaged. Okay, so quiz question. One post-disaster activity that a community should do as soon as possible after a storm. Yeah?
Communicate, to your community, like when it's safe to go out, what's not safe to do.
Yep, you want to reach out to the public, and especially if you're in building, you want to talk about permits being required, substantial damage. Anything else? So, might want to put a team together as well to actually go out and assess everything. So anyhow, yikes, these are only first steps. You haven't even begun to go out and make the actual substantial damage assessments yet. Does it sound overwhelming? This is why pre-planning and exercising those plans, that makes such a big difference in how smoothly you'll handle sort of a major storm. And Katie's going to talk a little bit about how you can plan.
Great. Okay, so pre-disaster planning. Pre-disaster planning could probably be an entire training in itself. So just bear with us for these few slides we have today. So pre-disaster planning or blue sky planning, you might hear it called. It's obviously a very important step in ensuring that your community is ready if a disaster or a storm, if some type of damage happens to your properties, especially in the floodplain. For those of you who have either been through like Hurricane Bob or you've just been through the nor'easter and you understand what it's like, it can be very hectic. There's a lot happening in a short amount of time. Though you might have some seasonal residents, you might have full-time residents who want to get back in their homes as quickly as possible because where else are they going to go? So just the more prepared you are ahead of time, obviously the easier that response is to roll out. So the pre-disaster planning, process, it should be a continuous process. So these are just some examples on this slide. There are obviously other things you can do for pre-disaster planning, but examples could be, developing an emergency operations plan for the building department, have specific tasks pre-assigned and exercise within certain areas of your community. So everybody knows exactly what their role is when that happens, and they're actually practice at that role. They're not doing it for the very first time when it's actually happening and it's stressful. You could also, the correct staff, so whether it's your building department, maybe other staff that might help out, have had training on substantial damage. They know what it is, they know how it works. You could go ahead and flag properties in the floodplain, so you know which properties are subject to that substantial damage determination. You could have that structure value already associated with that for when you make that calculation. Having materials ready, whether it's equipment, we mentioned having the flashlights, make sure the batteries are full and checking those. You might want to have tablets, calculators. You could have those pre-printed flyers with information that you can then, they're sitting on the bookshelf ready to be handed out with that permit required information. If your community is a community that waives permit fees after a disaster, you could have any flyers related to that already printed on the shelf, ready to go out.
The thing with pre-disaster planning, again, it should be a really continuous process. So not only can you just tackle these one at a time to make it more manageable, you just want to stay on top of that as well as you go. So you could create a team that meets regularly. You know, it could be every quarter, it could be every 6 months, whatever works best for your community, but you're just staying on top of these items. They're up to date, and everybody who needs to be familiar with them is familiar. The other thing that could be helpful is that if you don't already have a substantial damage plan in your community, our office actually has a substantial dam template available. So if that's something you're interested in the future, you may look to creating a plan like that. So hopefully, knock on wood, we never experienced this, but it could obviously happen. So. Okay, so we have our next quiz question. So can somebody name one pre-disaster planning activity, maybe one we mentioned on the previous slide, maybe something that you just know of in your community or you thought of separately that you can do ahead of time to be prepared?
I have a team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Does anybody have a team already together that meets and talks about these things in their community? You do?
Like, we have backpacks packed, ready to go.
Yeah.
I probably have to take batteries, but you know, we at least have a plan.
Yeah.
In motion.
Yeah. And of course, nowadays with batteries, you know, I mean, a lot of things come with like the rechargeable, you know, with the USB. So it's also making sure you have the USB plug, because you might have all these like double A's in the bag and then you don't even need them because nothing uses them, right? So, okay.
Pre-assignment, like you know what you're doing, you know what you're doing.
Yeah.
Having like tasks pre-assigned sounds
Yeah.
pretty awesome.
Yeah. Perfect. So is everybody here, are you all familiar with FEMA substantial damage and substantial improvement desk reference? Maybe some of you are, maybe some of you, maybe show of hands if you've used this document before, or you at least know of its existence. Okay, so we got a few hands. So this is an extremely helpful document. This is actually, I brought my version that I carry around with me occasionally from time to time. When I get questions, this is typically the first place I go to look for answers, besides obviously asking our more experienced staff. I do know FEMA is no longer printing the hard copies, unfortunately. I tried to order some to bring to meetings like this, and apparently with budget cuts, they're no longer printing them. But again, we have the CD copies. They slip right into your bag very easily.
Got a QR code up.
Yeah, so this QR code can also go to it. It's available online. So it would be a really good tool to have either saved, you know, to your computer, have it bookmarked in your web browser, even print off a copy in your office. It's a really good tool. Chapter 4 in here, which is making substantial improvement and substantial damage determinations. That's going to be the most helpful chapter, as it really goes through all the details, that nitty gritty of making substantial improvement and substantial damage determinations.
I ask, is there any overlap with that document or the implementation of that document with Wetland Protection Act stuff?
That is a very good question. Are you aware of any?
Like, do I have any need of grabbing that document?
Well, so that will apply to structures.
Right, so like as a conservation agent for a community, is there any value, any overlap? A lot of what I'm trying to figure out is like the line and the overlap and how to merge better with the, you know, building codes.
Yeah.
And the implementation and enforcement of. Is there anything in that document that dovetails with conservation implicitly? Explicitly? Like, is there a clear, yes, this chapter actually references WPA, X, Y, and Z? I haven't seen or heard of it. I mean, I know of the concept, but I've never referenced it. I've been doing okay as an agent. So I'm just curious from you folks, like, yeah, like we're really trying to push more awareness about chapter 7 that deals with. So.
To my knowledge, this is really focused on structures. Now, I don't know if in a staff play different roles than maybe they do on a day-to-day basis when something like that happens. I don't know if anybody else is aware of something in there that would conflict with Wetlands Protection Act.
Backup people during an event, like there's a primary team that goes out, but when they're overwhelmed, maybe someone like me would be trained to kind of be as a, oh crap scenario, we need more bodies out there.
Well, you could always save it, you know, on your computer just in case. And
like, oh, I don't need that, but it's just if there's a.
To my knowledge, there's
like,
not an
I
overlap.
don't know, so I'm asking. Like,
Yeah, so, and most of this presentation today, because it's very focused on that post-disaster recovery, we're going to be covering what's in chapter 7 as well.
And that's actually kind of a question I was wondering too for other conservation agents.
Mm-hmm.
In a situation like this where they need building permits,
Mm-hmm.
you don't want the commission to be holding up emergency response, you would just be, I guess, giving out emergency orders essentially, but.
Yeah.
What's the recommended post-disaster? You wanna make sure every house that was rebuilt was that we have, records of it being rebuilt, that it didn't creep towards the resource areas, et cetera. So I wonder for on a.
I mean, I can't speak for as far as Wetland Protection Act goes on what requirements would be there. I'm not by any means a wetlands protection expert. I would definitely refer those questions to DEP. Nadia might be able to comment with her
Sure, as
history.
this is a former conservation agent, I want to say like you're going to be very involved in your own conservation emergency orders for one.
Mhm.
Right, and then I think, we'll talk about a little bit later when we talk about actually enacting your floodplain ordinance and how you do it. You want to have the integrated permitting processes, so if there's building that's going on in the floodplain, conservation still gets a chance to have a review. Because if they're going to pull a building permit, it still needs to probably have some sort of review, and so how you do that in that kind of rebuilding situation is where you might want to plan, or maybe you're sort of on the team, or the planning team at least, and thinking about how do we need to coordinate on that. So.
Yeah, maybe you could involve somebody from DEP or DEP circuit rider as well in that conversation for their, for what they would expect, what conservation commissions would do in that disaster scenario as well. Yes.
Like just a thought, like I have a very limited floodplain now. So coming out of this, I would make note that like this old order of conditions on conservation, when a lot of times when permits come up, oh, you have to satisfy all these old order of conditions and like get ahead of those and get those old orders squared away on properties, or that you would just forego old orders of conditions completely in the new permit if something happens.
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak to anything about order of conditions related to conservation commissions and everything.
We're hearing a lot about the building code end of this, but it's a great point, Stevie, about there's plenty of work that we need to be doing both beforehand and then after otherwise, and having that kind of prepackaged. So we're not all of a sudden trying to figure stuff out when it's, when the loose end returns.
Yeah.
Interesting. That could be a whole workshop itself.
Yeah, because there's gonna be down trees, like if you have any rivers, there's gonna be a lot of cleanup that needs to happen there as well. There's gonna be lots of other things going on in the floodplain that you have to be ready for. But this is specifically about substantial damage and substantial improvement.
Yeah. Okay. So I don't know if some people get overwhelmed by the thought of substantial damage. I think just hearing about it first, we had before on the slide, yikes, to me, that's overwhelming. So let's try to think about this in 4 steps that just maybe will simplify the process some. The first is that you need to determine the market value of the structure. That is the market value of the structure before it was damaged. Second, you need to determine the cost of the work to fully repair that structure. That is the cost to fully repair that structure back to its pre-damage condition. Obviously, that applicant is able to make change, they can put whatever they want after that damage, they can change it, but the value here is the cost to bring it back to its pre-damage condition. Third is you're going to actually make that substantial improvement, substantial damage determination. So you're going to do that calculation, see if it meets the threshold or not. And then the fourth is that obviously that property owner needs to come in to get its necessary permits. And if those thresholds are hit and it is determined to be substantially damaged or substantially improved, they obviously need to bring that building into compliance with the current code. So here's the definition of substantial damage. This is right out of state building code. So the local building officials in the room will be familiar with this. So substantial damage means the damage of any origin sustained by a structure where the cost of restoring that structure to its before damage condition would equal or exceed 50% of the market value of the structure before the damage occurred. So just a few notes on this. So first, it's damage of any origin. So while this applies to structures in your floodplain, it's not just damage from floods. It could be a tornado. It could be a tree falls in the house. It could be like an 18-wheel truck drives off Main Street into the front porch or living room of a house. That happened in the community I live in, so I always use it as an example. So it's damage of any origin. Second, it's the cost to bring that structure back to its before damage condition. So some, property owners, like I mentioned before, they might choose to do other work at the same time, but the cost in this substantial damage calculation is the cost to bring it back to its before damage condition. And then that 50% market value that you're going to use, you're going to use that market value of the structure before it was damaged, not after the damage happened.
Did you intentionally about fire?
I was just listing
Okay,
off
I-
examples, but fire, absolutely, yep. Any origin, anything. Lightning could hit it and it could catch on fire. Oh, no, I just was picking random ones, but yes, absolutely fire. That's probably a very common one. So I just saw another hand.
Curious with this rule, what is the enforcement on the pre-damage condition? I know they have a lot of ways to value, like do evaluation of the home,
Mm-hmm.
but who enforces to make sure that pre-damage condition is accurate when they do write that down?
So that would be the person issuing the permit, so usually the building department. So we're gonna actually talk about the market value in a few slides and the different ways to determine that. So I think we might be answering that in a few minutes, if you don't mind holding on to that question for just a few more seconds. Okay, and then similarity, here is the definition of substantial improvement. Again, this is out of building code, so the building officials in the room will already be familiar with this, but this is any repair, reconstruction, rehabilitation, addition or improvement of a building or structure, the cost of which equals or exceeds 50% of the market value before the improvement or the repair is started. So there are two exceptions to this rule for costs that do not need to be included. The first is the correction of any existing health, sanitary, or safety code violations that have already been identified by that building official. And there's also an exception for historic structures. So historic structures, I'm not going to read this definition because it's very long. This is the definition out of building code. But basically what it comes down to is if a structure meets this historic definition, of course, that doesn't mean it's just, we live in New England, we have lots of old structures. So just because it's old doesn't automatically mean it's a historic structure. It has to meet this definition. Then if it meets this, then it does not need to meet the flood provision requirements in the current code. That being said, owners should still apply any mitigation measures to that structure that would not disqualify them from this listing. I know down here in the Cape, you have lots of historic structures that meet this definition. I'd really recommend either talking to your local building official, or if you're the local building official, talking to Shannon, because Shannon is the one that probably can give you the best guidance on that.
Yeah, and I've been working, a lot of you know, I've been working on this for a long time, and I'm also working with the Cape Cod Commission's historic preservation specialists. So between the two of us, we're able to bring some more information here. And the biggest thing that we're running into is because the building code just says these historic structures can be exempt, that's just what's happening. But the Code of Federal Regulations says you, like Katie said, you can only exempt those characteristics that, if they were changed, they would change the historic designation of the structure. So basically that means unless the foundation is what makes it historic, you gotta be able to elevate it. There are a couple instances where it's about streetscape, where the historic preservation specialist has said, it shouldn't be elevated the whole way. But for the most part, the structure still needs to be elevated. They need to stay looking the same from the outside. But we've had some issues where, that hasn't happened because our building code is not super clear and historic district commissions don't always like this. We run into a lot in one town in particular. But yes, so we're happy to help answer any questions about this as they come up. And on the Cape, the only structures that qualify are, they have to be listed individually on the National Register of Historic Places or listed as contributing to the National Register, except for Eastham and Falmouth and Nantucket, are certified local governments. They can designate their own historic structures. Everybody else, unless you become a certified local government, you have to stick with what's on the National Register. So this is a big definition, but that's all that applies to us, is really the National Register. Okay, so box done, thank you.
Like I said, ask Shannon. Okay, so we have our next quiz question. So true or false? If the cost of the repair work is 50% of the value of the structure, then it's okay to go ahead without bringing that structure into compliance with the current building code. False. Yes, absolutely. Okay, second quiz question. In order to be exempt from the substantial improvement, substantial damage requirement, historic structure must be individually listed or individually certified to be contributing to the significance of a historic district. True. Absolutely. So why all the fuss? Well, so we all know that bringing existing structures into the current code better protects those structures from flood damage. But ultimately, it's that you as the community, you promised when you joined the National Flood Insurance Program to implement these requirements. And it's also in state building code, so you fall under that as well.
Okay, so we're gonna dig into what does it mean when you say that you promised? What did you promise to do in terms of substantial improvement and substantial damage? So when we're talking about community responsibilities, again, this is your municipality, it's your town, it's your city. And not all of these responsibilities are in the building department, but many of them are, unless that's how your community has designated them. So the first thing you need to do for substantial damage is you need to be able to identify buildings that are most likely to have sustained the substantial damage. You need to determine what method you're going to use to determine the market value of that structure. And that includes, like, after a disaster, you might want to use a different method than you use under blue skies, but you might want to determine that in advance. You also need to review market value appraisals to determine if those appraisals reasonably represent the characteristics of the building and the market value of the structures. So not the land value. I know land is incredibly valuable here on the Cape, but it's just the value of the structure. So the next thing you need to do is you need to review any descriptions of proposed work just to make sure that all the requirements are being addressed and that the work will be complete. You need to review cost estimates, determine if the costs are reasonable for the proposed work. And you need to issue a letter to the property owner to convey what your determination is for substantial improvement or substantial damage, whether it's a yes or a no. This is because if it's a building that's insured by the NFIP, the owners have this way, I think this was mentioned earlier today, they can file for increased cost of compliance, and that will help them pay to bring their structure into compliance. So these are all records that your building official needs to keep as well. Question?
Yeah, substantial improvement's a lot easier to determine than substantial damage, and if you make the substantial damage call, are they mandated to bring that up to code within a certain time frame?
I think they have to do it as part of the permit. So, I mean, if it's substantially damaged, they've got to come up to the code if it's determined.
Well, we don't get calls, right? If somebody has flooding, they try to deal with it on their own. And it may not qualify as substantial damage, but I have one right now that the damage happened a couple of years ago. And they're talking about the storms and they're saying they haven't used the house since that date. And I'm trying to go backwards, and I always thought there was a date that I had to make that determination. Which apparently there is no date, I have no limitation to make that determination, but it's tough for me. Dealing with photographs and whatnot to say, okay, now you have to bring this up to code. And if we're only looking at the value to bring it back to where it was before the damage, the new improved structure is gonna be elevated on a FEMA compliant foundation or what have you, so. It just seems the damage part is tough for me, first identifying the locations where these are, because people don't wanna necessarily have to comply.
Right, so it is, I mean, it can be hard, especially I think here on the Cape where you don't have people in their homes all year. Maybe you have some examples of how you can do this well, but I think that can be harder. This is why I think it can help to go out and try to assess after storms where might be substantially damaged, because that's your opportunity at the time to document that and to get that information for your permit files.
There, if I can add to that, there can also be, Jay's dealing with this, Annie dealt with this, others have dealt with this, the increased cost of compliance thing that I mentioned early on, that people are looking for, they find out, once they finally go to make their flood insurance claim, they realize, oh, I can get this extra money, so that's when they reach out to the building commissioner 2 years later, asking for a substantial damage determination. And it's happened several times, so it's not unusual for it to happen, and it is. Then they realize that substantial damage determination is helpful. So it can just be a weird way that it comes about. And now I forget what my point was when I stood up, but all right, great, thanks.
Thanks, Shannon.
Fair.
So then also you're responsible, obviously, for the documentation of how you made that determination. You need to keep that in the permit file. You do need to have some field inspections during the construction. You want to make sure the development actually complies with the issued permit. It's not like people came out for a bit of work and then all of a sudden they're redoing the kitchen, the bathrooms, you know, they're putting an addition on the house or an extra deck. You want to be looking for that unpermitted development because again, that could increase the cost of work. And then you do want to coordinate with the property owners and the insurance adjusters if they're trying to go out for that increased cost of compliance coverage as well.
I remember it was if you are doing outreach to your communities before a disaster, you can include that increased cost of compliance piece in that outreach to say, you might need this, so please let us know if you want us to make this determination right after the storm, when it's easier for the building commissioners.
Okay. Shannon, do you have experience? Do you have any examples of outreach that communities on the Cape have done or examples that people could use?
Well, we have we have some versions of it and I'd be happy to, I make a lot of templates, so I'd be happy to make a template for that if somebody wants to do that, yeah.
Okay, so definitely talk to Shannon about that. All right, so quick quiz. One community responsibility that you have under substantial damage regulation in the building code.
Maintaining the records. Or the life of the building.
That's one.
Review buildings regularly to make sure that they're in compliance.
That's definitely another one. Anyone else? You might want to issue a letter to the property owner to convey the determination. You might want to decide again what method that your department's going to use to determine market value as well. Those are some other ones as okay. And then
Is the market value post-storm or is the market value pre-storm?
so
Pre-damage.
it's pre-damage
For substantial damage.
for substantial damage.
Yeah.
Okay.
And for substantial improvement, it's the pre-improvement value. Okay.
All right.
So just some responsibilities of the owner and the applicant. Obviously, the applicant is responsible to, file any building permits. As we just talked about, sometimes that may be challenging, whether they're intently not coming in and getting a permit, or maybe they don't even realize they need a permit. I think in thinking about a post-disaster situation, it just shows the importance of trying to give that information out ahead of time. If you experience any damage with like this weekend's nor'easter that's forecast or some hurricane, you need to come in to get a building permit for any repairs to that structure. That owner and applicant would also need to provide any information to the building official that they need to make that substantial damage or substantial improvement determination. So that could also include any costs that they're proposing to repair, or if it's an improvement, any cost of improvements they're proposing. If they disagree with the market value determination that's determined by the building official, they could obviously provide a assessed value, or I should say, what's the word called? It's blinking my mind. We're going to talk about it. But they go appraisal. Thank you. The appraisal. It came to me. I thanked myself there for that value. And then of course that property owner has to comply with the permit that's given to them. And so they need to make sure they are providing as-built elevation showing that they built to what the permit issued. And of course, if they're going to add any additional work, they get out there, they're halfway through repairing and they're like, wow, it would be really nice. Well, the house is torn up that we do this back bathroom that we weren't going to do later, right? They need to tell that building official, hey, now we're adding on to this project because that could put them over that substantial damage threshold if they didn't meet it already. I also want to note, just noting with the as-built surveyed elevation data, that if you are a community that participates in CRS, that obviously needs to be provided to you in the form of an elevation certificate. The few communities here that are not in CRS, perhaps you already require an elevation certificate as well. So just be mindful of that even after a disaster. Okay, so we got a quiz question. What is one thing a property owner must do if the building official requests information for a substantial damage determination? Absolutely. Okay. So now we're finally going to talk about market value, which has come up quite a few times now. So
Okay, so the NFIP regulations for substantial improvement, substantial damage, they do not define market value. Generally, it can be explained as the amount an owner would be willing but not obliged to accept, and that a buyer would be willing but not compelled to pay. So there's two key requirements. Market value needs to be based on the condition of the structure, and that is before the improvement or before the damage occurred. And only the market value of the structure of, is relevant. The value of the land, the value of the site improvements, those aren't relevant. The value of the use or the occupancy, that's also not included. If there's a business within the structure that has a value, you don't include the value of the business. Any value associated with the location of the property also, that's the land, it's not the building. And of course, if you're doing the tax assessed value, you can go right to your tax assessor's office, and those will be separated out for you. So that is one way that you can do it. That could be adjusted. If another way to do it, and this is often when the applicants don't like the tax assessed value, they think it's too low, they can come back with a licensed professional appraisal. Again, that's got to be for this, for the structure only. There's also this actual cash value minus depreciation, which we'll go into a little bit more. And then there are qualified estimates based on the professional judgment of a local official. This is something that you might be doing post-disaster for substantial damage assessment. And this is one place where you could use that FEMA's substantial damage estimator tool. That's really the only place where it's appropriate when you have a lot of damaged homes and, you know, as I think someone was saying, you might need to have a value on them at the time, not 2 years later when somebody comes back to try to repair it. So. Okay, so whatever method you do decide to use, first of all, you can go to chapter 4, figure 4.3. It kind of talks about how the flow chart of how you do this work. Just be sure whichever method you decide to use, and it could be a combination of these, you need to be consistent in applying that method for all of your substantial damage determinations. Don't let yourself get caught showing possible favor to somebody where they, you know, you let somebody do bring in a certain type of assessor and you don't let other people do that as well. But yes, I just want to note again, qualified estimates, really the place to use that, and the substantial damage estimator, you're often using those together, and that's after a major disaster. It's because you have a lot of properties, a lot of structures to assess in a short period of time. Okay. So quiz question, true or false? Market value must be based on the condition of the structure before the improvement is undertaken or before the damage occurred. Yep, that's great. Okay, so we'll just talk a little bit about these. Tax assessed value. First of all, the tax assessment can't be too old. Only can include the value of a single structure. If the assessment is not figured at 100%, there can be an adjustment made in coordination with the assessor. Maybe there's been depreciation of that structure over time. It is often the easiest value to obtain because you just go over to the assessor's office and it should be in the system. Just a note, sometimes the owner then comes in with a licensed appraisal that is a lot higher than the tax assessment. If you do choose to accept this as a building official, often this gets shared with the tax assessor, and this is just the taxes on the structure on that property. So it does change the value of the structure. So licensed professional appraisal, this is probably the most reliable method for doing this. There are standards for doing professional appraisal, and I think you have to be, you know, there's a professional certification process. It needs to be recent in order to reasonably reflect current market value. There is one approach that's called the income capitalization approach. This isn't acceptable because, again, it's based on income that's generated by the property. It's talking about how the property is used, and it's not the value of just the structure alone. It can be used, especially when the cost is very close to 50% of the value of the structure. That will help assure compliance. All right, so and then actual cash value, this is a cost to replace a building on the same parcel with a new building of like kind and quality. But then there's also minus the depreciation that's due to age, use, and neglect. If you are going to do this value as a community, you as a local official, you could consult with a qualified appraiser regarding depreciation. And then the last one, again, the qualified estimates of a local official. Again, this is most likely going to be post-disaster. Okay, so quick quiz. One way that a local official can determine the fair market value of the structure. Yep, assessor's office, appraisal, anything else?
Local official use the SDE tool.
Yep, they can do qualified estimates based on professional judgment, including the SDE tool. Great, and the actual cash value is the other one. All right, so anyhow, remember the reason for all of this. Sometimes it's very close, because it's like, it's at 47, maybe even 49% of the value. You've got some people who are cutting it very close. Remember, there's a reason for all of this. It's for safety. And the purpose of having this requirement is that it means that this structure that has been substantially damaged, or is going to be substantially improved, that it's going to be safer from floods in the future because it's going to be raised up to the current flood codes. So do remember you have to document this determination. You need to keep that in your permit file, and it becomes public record. So make sure you're making determinations that you can live with, if it goes to the paper, or maybe the applicant takes your decision to court. You need to make sure that you can stand behind your decisions. I will note there was one case in Massachusetts, not on the Cape, but elsewhere on the coast, where a town did not require elevation of a substantially damaged structure. So later the owner went out to try to get a grant to elevate it, and they found out that first of all, it wasn't eligible for that grant. So then the owner threatened to sue because they flooded again. They had another substantial damage incident, and they were trying to go out and get FEMA funding in order to elevate. So it could be a liability as well. And you need to keep a close eye on costs. If it's very close, you need to sort of be checking in regularly, as the building goes on, making sure that the costs aren't expanding. So. All right, so yeah, again, just be consistent, whatever method you choose to use for determining that market value. You want to have it be the same for everybody in the same situations. You may want to adopt a written policy for what you do in your community for both substantial improvement and substantial damage. That can be helpful as well.
So let's talk about determining costs. So again, the cost to repair is all that work that's necessary to restore that damaged building back to its pre-damage condition. So the simple answer is that it includes all the costs of the material, the labor, and other items necessary to perform that proposed work. So these next two slides are just some examples of the types of costs that must be included. There are much more detailed in that substantial improvement, substantial damage desk reference. These are just some examples that I'm picking out. But a good rule of thumb is just to think of anything that is the building itself or is servicing the building. The cost must also include any donated or discounted materials or labor for the work. It's great if somebody is getting the labor and the materials donated to them, but that fair market cost of those materials must be included in the calculation, even if they're not physically paying for them. Again, this is just some more examples of the costs that must be included. Also things like utilities and service utilities should be included. Think of things like appliances that plug into the wall. Those do not need to be included. Something that you could unplug and carry out. But anything that's like hardwired in, I'd call it. So if you had like a really fancy oven or refrigerator or microwave that's like hardwired in, that would have to count. But obviously something that you could just unplug and technically remove out of the house would not need to be included.
Are those pesky conservation permits part of that cost?
Well, so types of costs that can be excluded. So this and things that can be excluded include permit fees and land surveying cost as well. So I would say those types of permit fees could be excluded. Cleanup and trash removal doesn't need to be included because think of it, it's not the structure itself or servicing the structure, but demolition work does need to be included because again, that's the structure. And then again, I'll just send a reminder that any existing violations that have already been cited that are a health, safety, or sanitary violation, those can be excluded as well. So as the building official, either you or the building official in your community, you need to verify the costs that have been provided by the applicant. You want to review those provided costs and make sure nothing has been left out. These are some of the acceptable sources of information that's outlined in the desk reference. That could include itemized cost of materials and labor, prepared by that licensed contractor that maybe they're going to do the work. It could be building valuation tables that are published by building code organizations. Typically, those building code valuation tables they're regional because the cost to do work like in New England might be different than the cost to do work elsewhere in the country. You could also use the qualified estimate. So if you're a local building official who has lots of experience and you feel like your qualified estimate works, you could use that as well. You know what's fair and what's not fair when they submit that cost to do something. And again, I just want to remind the thing, if it's volunteered labor, you'll see it down here at the bottom in that red color. Even if it's donated, it must still be calculated in that value. So we do have a couple Massachusetts specifics higher standards that are in building code. The first here is a substantial repair of a foundation. So the local building official should be familiar with this. If not, I recommend talking to your local building official. So if a structure that has work being proposed to it meets this definition for substantial repair of a foundation, then that structure would need to be brought in compliance with the current code as well. Another Massachusetts specifics, this is in the residential building code in, I think it's Appendix J, AJ, Section 101.3, and this is for multiple categories of work. So this is the standard that's related to phasing. So any work in a 12-month window shall be considered a single work product, or work project, I should say. So there would be circumstances where when you add up all those projects over that 12 months, they might hit that substantial improvement threshold for the residential structure.
On that point.
Mm-hmm.
I know that's in the IRC, it's in the 1 and 2 family. If
Yeah.
you've got a mixed use building and it's like 75% residential.
Okay.
And they're walking up against the 50%. The person wants to close the existing permit.
Okay.
And now it's like, how long do I have to wait? And I'm like, well, in the base code, there is no time.
Correct. And the residential code is what, only 1 or 2 no more than 2
1 or 2
units?
family, 1
Yeah.
townhouse style.
Right.
So, but this is now, the front of the building is retail. 75% of the building though is residential in the floodplain. And we've been flirting with this project for a few years now, and it's finally come to the point where she wants to close out the existing building permit
Okay.
and get a C of O, and then I'm being very hesitant on saying that I don't wanna just say, well, yeah, you can open a new permit tomorrow. And start again, and it won't
Yeah.
count towards what you just spent 2 years doing.
Okay.
Because you've been trying to skirt the issue to begin with.
Yeah.
You didn't wanna take the necessary precautions that if we had gotten to the 50%, that would have made you.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm challenged with this.
I can see, yeah. I might ask if Eric or Shannon have any experience with things like this that they can speak on, especially with it being multi-use.
If the building is regulated under the base code or the existing building code, there is no provision similar to that provision that's in the residential code that allows you a 12-month period during which you can consider related work as one work project. That's not in the base code or the existing building code. As far as closing a permit and opening another permit, as long as they've completed the work that was described in the first permit, they can close that permit and get another permit, and they don't have to be considered together. If they have not completed the work that they've started, if, for instance, they did demolition work inside the building, and they said, okay, let's close this permit without completing that project, and they want to go in and, finish that job under a second permit, they can't do that.
So the original permit was going to have included in the residential section 4 full bathrooms. The applicant has now said, and I don't need 4 to issue a C of O. I only need 1 complete bathroom. She's intentionally not wanting to finish 2 of them. That was part of the original building plan, and wants me to grant her C of O so that she can then start again. And it's
get that,
because I knew what you were gonna say.
Yeah, the only solution I could see there would be for you to deny her permit and let it go to appeal. I don't know of any other avenue there.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, are you talking about they want to stop that first permit because if they were to finish those last 2 bathrooms, then they would be over the substantial improvement threshold?
No, because it was part of it, but she wants to, again, she didn't complete the work that we originally permitted. She intentionally, Really, you got all the town people in there, you got everybody in there, just finish it. And-
This is a
and-
safe
but-
space, let it out.
You know, I'm like, yeah. No, it's just, it's one of those things that, because all of the work that I initially permitted was complete, or either she ran out of money or whatever, and, she's going to need to have those items included in the new permit. Because the existing permit that I issued is now gonna be closed out, and she hasn't finished the bathroom. Yeah. Didn't want. And she wants to just be able to close this one. And then open a new one and proceed again as if the slate is.
Okay.
Welcome to come play with me.
I know we're very close to time on this, so and we only have like, no, that's perfectly fine. We have just a couple slides left. The other thing I was just gonna mention, Eric mentioned as well, this is only in the residential code. This is not in the base code. Okay, quiz question. I think this is a good one, so we'll take the second to answer it. The owner of a damaged home has a pre-existing safety citation for a small outdoor electrical violation. When the home was found to be substantially damaged, the owner was able to subtract all costs for that electrical work repair for the house, both indoors and out, from the final cost of the substantial damage determination. Is that proper interpretation of the SD requirements? No, it can only be the cost to repair that exact safety violation. This, which was only for that small outdoor area. You can't take all the cost for electrical for the entire structure and not exclude that, or exclude it. So no. The last Massachusetts specific higher standard is for the right to inspect. From time to time, we do hear from building officials that they can't make a substantial damage determination because they can't trespass on a policy. And what we always say is that you should be able to work with that property owner to obtain the information that you need so that they can get an issued permit. And then the last thing just to mention, in the back of the substantial improvement, substantial damage desk reference, there's quite a few templates as well. I know it sounds like Shannon has her own that you should probably use because it's on the Cape, but there is like sample letters for if a substantial improvement or substantial damage is determined. There's a worksheet for floodplain construction. There is an owner and contractor affidavit form. This could be really useful. So if somebody is very close to that 50%, but you go through it and they really truly beat like 48%, they could sign the affidavit saying that they're not going to do any more work, increasing that threshold over 50%. And there's some more sample letters for when the determination is found to not be substantial improvement or substantial damage. And then this is just our contact information for the flood hazard management program as well. So I think that's it. We probably have another minute if somebody has a lingering question, but thank you all very much.
So I think that the impression probably most of them got was that all of this substantial improvement, substantial damage was on 1 or 2 family homes. Because of the fair market value.
Yeah.
Now I've got a multi-unit building. The building itself.
All the fun ones.
Again, don't have. I've got the individual units
Yeah.
assessed with a value. I add all those up cumulatively. To then figure out what 50%, what the 50% is, the value.
Is it separated out for
If it's a-
structural wall?
You look at the whole building, you look at the whole value of the whole building. If somebody's doing work in one of the unit, it's that work in that unit compared to the value of the whole big building when you determine whether that's substantial.
This is the value of all of the building.
That's one building.
Less likely to even figure it out. It's
Right.
gonna be most likely less than.
Then you get into an interesting situation with where you have, what if one unit wants to do work at the same time as another unit wants to do work, at the same time as another unit wants to do work? You get a situation where you might have a substantial improvement based on all of those things added together. And then the next guy who wants to do work, you tell him, well, your work is gonna put this whole building, this whole thing over the 50%, and that guy is now responsible in a sense for that being determined to be substantial improvement, which might put the owner of that unit in a difficult situation because now he's under pressure to, well, wait a minute, you gotta hold off on the work that you wanna do, because you're gonna put us, you know, the whole big building is gonna now have to be brought into compliance because of you. If you're, do you see what I'm saying? We kind of ran into that in the situation, that was like the one we looked at in Haverhill, that big, it's like a strip mall with a market basket and what used to be a building 19, and they're all individually owned. Well, it's one big building owned by a corporation, and all the individual tenants occasionally will want to do work. When one tenant wants to do work, it's not substantial improvement because it's a whole big building and they just want to do work on theirs. But then the next guy who wants to do work might put them over that 50% mark, so it's a weird situation.
And in contrast, I had one come up recently that they're condos, but they're individual units. And like they're completely separate. And the guy was saying, well, no, it's not substantial improvement because all of our units together are that, yeah, it was no. You're not structurally attached. That's not safe. Yeah, right, yeah. One more question? In the back.
Is that the instance where that 12-month rule comes into play, so that in your example, that fourth condo owner would have to wait 12 months from the finish of somebody else's work to do their work?
That's free.
Okay, are you talking about the individual buildings that are considered one?
No,
Okay.
one, they're all together.
So if it's all one big unit, that is probably not regulated under the residential code. It's probably regulated under the base code and the existing building code. So the residential code, or sometimes called the 1 and 2 family code, only applies to those 1 and 2 family buildings and the townhouses. And that code is the only one that has the 12-month period.
So if it was more than 2 condos in one building, then that 12-month rule doesn't.
The building department would have to determine which code regulates. And the residential code has the 12-month period.
Is Massachusetts considering it, putting a time on the base code? I know that some states, I know that like, I think in Louisiana, you can rebuild and do things once, but if you're flooded again and destroyed, that's it, or for 10 years or 6, 7, I think New Jersey has a 6-year. Before you can pull another permit to do it.
I'm not aware of any movement in Massachusetts to add that to the flood resistant standards in the building code. I've been involved in developing building code standards and updates to the flood standards for the last few building codes. I might be involved in the next one too. We'll see. It would have to be an amendment.
It doesn't take as long as the 10 minutes.
Oh, I know.
So, a couple towns have that. Chatham has 5 years, Bourne has 2. Chatham's had theirs for a long time. Bourne, somehow you guys got it through the Attorney General's office recently. And technically probably shouldn't have been able to, but you did. So other towns could do that too, because Bourne did it, unless you get caught. But they didn't. But also with the once and done, so in these higher standards model bylaws that we've been working on, there's a provision in there for if you get substantially damaged twice, you're done. You can't rebuild in the same place. Yeah, you'd have to adopt that. All right, we are now officially running behind. We have time at the end of the day. We do have an extra 15 minutes at the end of the day to catch up, so we're still fine. So next, Eric is going to walk us through an elevation certificate exercise that we're all going to get really familiar with elevation certificates, and then we have a break after this.
Thank you.
Here.
No, thank you again. Okay, elevation certificate exercise, and just keep in mind that this is an introductory course. So I'm going to be doing some very basic instruction on elevation certificate. It's not that challenging or difficult, the exercise part of this. I'm going to be going over the elevation certificate. The elevation certificate, let me just back up a little bit. FEMA requires, and the building code requires, for new construction and substantial improvements, requires that certified elevations be kept to record the elevation of the lowest floor of an elevated building. okay? FEMA has a form, the elevation certificate, that meets that requirement, meets FEMA's requirement, meets the building code requirement. It is not specifically required by either FEMA's regulation or by the building code. It is a requirement of participation in the community rating system. And I know a lot of communities on the Cape participate in the community rating system, and I know a lot of you are represented here today. So I just wanted to be clear, elevation certificate, not a FEMA requirement other than for communities that participate in the National Flood Insurance Program. The elevation certificate, like I said, meets the requirement for recording for certifying the elevation of the lowest floor for an elevated building for new construction or substantial improvement. It can also be used to record flood information for existing structures. It's not only used, it's not exclusively used for new construction or substantial improvement, but FEMA requires certification of elevations for the new construction and substantially improved structures. The other thing about the elevation certificate is that the elevation certificate has a lot more information than what is required by FEMA regulation and by building code regulation. A lot of other information that is very helpful in determining whether a structure is compliant or not. A newly built structure or a substantially improved structure, a properly completed elevation certificate should tell the user whether something is compliant or not compliant. When I go out to communities and review permit files, and that's, if they have elevation certificates, that's usually the only thing I need to look at. Elevation certificate can tell me this. If a community doesn't keep elevation certificates, it's more difficult. I might still be able to tell based on certified as-built elevation of lowest floor and building plans and pictures and maybe looking at the building in person. But like I said, elevation certificate by itself should tell me everything I need to know. So current elevation certificate came out in 2022 and expires in 2026. The old elevation certificate, the new one is very similar to the old one. There's a few changes, and I can point out a couple of those things as I walk through the elevation certificate. The elevation certificate, if you print out the whole form, it's, I don't know, 30 pages or something like that. And it might seem very intimidating, but the form itself is about right there, what you see. I'm only going to go over the first 3 sections in the elevation certificate. That's all I ever need to look at, like I said, to determine if something's compliant or not. I will briefly touch on the other sections. Actually, the 4th section is kind of important too. That's the certification section, but I don't expect you to read that, so I have some other slides up here to show you the different sections that I'll go over. Okay, NFIP administrative tool. Like I said, it can document compliance, and it's really good. Like I said, once you learn how to use these, they're really good. I think you'll like them. Like I said, as long as they're completed properly. So they're used for rating policies sometimes, not always, but they can be used for determining compliance rating policies, and they can be used for applying for letters of map amendment or letters of map revision to provide the certified building elevations and ground elevations needed to make a determination for letter of map amendment or letter of map revision. So these are the sections in the elevation certificate. Like I said, I'm going to go over section A, B, and C today. Section A is property information. Section B is flood insurance rate map information. Section C is for the certified elevations for the structure and also for the ground around the structure. Section D is certification, and then the other sections, structure elevation in situations where there's no base flood elevation, so that would be, for instance, an unnumbered A zone, we talked about those before. And then section G is community information. I won't be covering the last couple. So, section A includes a question that asks the person filling the elevation certificate out to select one of the building diagrams. And like I said, the elevation certificate is about 30 pages. In the back are building diagrams that describe the building for which the elevation certificate is being completed. And that's another thing. Elevation certificates are used for buildings. They're not used for anything else. So you wouldn't have an elevation certificate filled out to describe a piece of property without a building on it, or for some other kind of, you wouldn't have an elevation certificate to describe a road or a culvert or something like that. Yes, question.
Is it acceptable for an applicant to only submit the first several pages of a elevation certificate and it be considered a complete document?
Usually.
So I'm like, you just told me it's 30 pages.
Yeah.
I review ours and I'm like, they do.
Usually only the part of the elevation certificate that gets filled out, which would be the first few pages.
Oh, okay.
Usually that's the only part that gets submitted. But if you go to FEMA's website and look at the form, there's, 10 pages of instructions and diagrams. I'll go through the diagrams and other information to help the user fill out the elevation certificate or the reviewer to understand the elevation certificate. But actually, if I just go back here, that's about what you're gonna get submitted to you. Okay, so building diagrams, it's important to select the correct building diagram. And when we get to the exercise part of the presentation, it's going to be about building diagrams. I'm not expecting you to read these. I'll have slides showing each of your building diagrams. I'll go over them. I think there's 11 total. I'll remember when I get there and go over them. But section A is property information, which includes, and I'll have a blow-up picture of section A. It includes building owner's name, street address, latitude and longitude. It has building diagram, and it has information about hydrostatic openings for enclosures beneath an elevated building, and also for attached garages. If there is an attached garage, that's section A. I'll get to section A. There it is. Okay. So property information, as you can see, if you can read it, you don't have to try if it's difficult for you. So building owner, street address, city, latitude, longitude, pictures, it tells you to attach pictures. Those are really important, at least 2, preferably 4, showing the different sides of the building. A7 is building diagram number. A8, like I said, that is for information about hydrostatic openings if there is an enclosure beneath the building, the elevated building. A9 is for attached garages, and I think there's supposed to be something building on the slide that's not showing up there. Sorry about that. So there's a little bit blow up. You can read it a little bit better there. I already told you what's there, so I won't spend too much time on that. But I will go over the building diagram. It's important, of course, it's important. It's important to select the correct building diagram, because if you don't select the correct building diagram, you will not know what information to put in section C later on. I haven't got to section C, but you can see up there section C2. Section C2 is where you have surveyed elevations. So all of those indications up there that say C2A, BC, and so forth are going to be surveyed elevations that are going to be entered into C2 later on in the elevation certificate. But just to go over each of the building diagrams, building diagram 1A is a building that is a slab on grade building. So your bottom floor is right there. It is a slab on grade. And the different indications are going to tell you the different surveyed elevations that you're going to enter into section C, in particular section C2. You can see C2A is the bottom floor. That would be the elevation of the bottom floor. Note that it says bottom floor, not lowest floor. Lowest floor is a defined term. I talked about that before. Lowest floor will be determined by, for insurance purposes, by the person who's rating the insurance policy. For compliance purposes, it would be determined by the building department, presumably, because that would relate to a building code standard. So C2A is the bottom floor. C2B is the next highest floor above that. C2C relates to V zones. I'll talk about that when we get to one of the other diagrams. And let's see, C2D is garage floor elevation. C2E is elevation of the lowest mechanical and electrical equipment. C2F, G, and H. C2F is the lowest adjacent ground elevation, lowest adjacent grade. C2EFG, C2G is highest adjacent grade. And C2H is the lowest adjacent grade for stairs or an attached stairs or deck. So I went through all of them. I'll go through them all again when I get to section C, but I just wanted to tell you what all those things were. So building diagram 1A is a slab on grade building. Okay, 1B, also a slab, but it's a slab that's elevated on fill within a solid foundation wall. Okay, so building diagram 1B, you can see again, C2A bottom floor, C2B next higher floor, and C2F through H are the ground elevations. Okay, there's a picture of what diagram 1B might look like in real life. There's no building there, but that's what the foundation might look like. You have a slab that's within those foundation walls, elevated on fill. Okay. Building diagram 2A, that is a building with a basement. Okay. So you can see all the different elevations. C2A bottom floor is that basement floor and so forth. So building 2A, building with a basement. Building 2B is also a building with a basement. So I said before a bunch of times that a basement is defined in the FEMA regulations and in the building code regulations as an enclosure which is below grade on all sides. So sometimes people who are clever say, well, my building doesn't have a basement because I have this area that's dug out next to my house. It might be like this, where you have a garage under and a driveway that leads down to that. This is still considered a basement because the surrounding ground is all higher, which means that enclosure is still considered to be the low grade on all sides. Yep.
Anytime you have a structure with either window wells or a bulkhead access, you'd use 2B in that situation. It doesn't necessarily have to be a massive.
It doesn't have to be a massive dugout area like that. It could be the garage under. I have seen situations where it's just an access door with stairs leading down to an access door into a basement. A window well, if the, I don't know if I'd call that a basement or not, there might be a basement there. There are a lot of situations where you have to make a best guess of, and these two, you know, the cartoon picture and the actual picture, stairs leading down into a basement. I don't know if I'd call a window well 2B, I might just call that 2A. Lowest adjacent grade should be the lowest adjacent grade, so here, that should be that grade in there. And something in the comment section should describe.
You can always explain it.
You can explain it in the comment section. Something else I think.
So it'd have to be a naturally sloped grade to be considered a walkout basement.
Yes, natural ground elevations typically, there are some situations where you might be able to excavate, as long as it slopes away from the building. And you're not digging, and I say this a lot to people when I'm doing training, you're not digging a hole around your structure or next to your structure so that you can call your enclosure not a basement. That's generally the rule. Someone else have a question? I thought maybe yes.
Could you expand on that when you say you can dig a slope? Is there, do you know those like numbers off the top of your head, like how far over wide around the building it has to be, or?
Okay, there are some situations where you might be able to excavate, but those would be situations where, like I described, you're not digging a hole and putting your building in a hole. It slopes away naturally. You might be taking some earth away, but it continues to slope away from the building. So there's positive drainage away from the building. So you're not excavating out to the limits of your property where the elevation goes back up.
So you'd be building in the side of the slope.
Yes, you could be building in
Building in the
side
side of the slope.
Yep.
Continues there.
Yep, that's good.
Would this also apply to like a new house that's being built, but because of seasonal high groundwater, they bring in a bunch of fill to raise the foundation? If they encase all four sides, it's still a basement?
Yes, it is. Now, if they do that, that basement floor would be required to meet the A-zone standard for elevation. That would be allowed. It would only be allowed in an A-zone, not in a B-zone. Okay. Okay, building diagram 3. This is a split level structure where the enclosure, the bottom floor of the enclosure is essentially a walkout. It is not below grade on all sides. Building diagram 3, building diagram, whoops, how that happened. Building diagram 4, another split level structure where the lowest floor, that enclosure, is a basement. It's below grade on all sides. Building diagram 4, okay, this is 5 now. This is a structure that is elevated on piles or columns, and it does not have an enclosure. So note here that the bottom floor, when there's not an enclosure, the bottom floor is that elevated floor. And it's not the ground beneath the building. Okay, building diagram 6 is a structure that is elevated on piles or columns that does have an enclosure. And you note here that C2A, bottom floor, is the floor of that enclosure. If this were built in a B zone, that enclosure could be allowed, provided that those are breakaway walls and it meets use requirements, building access, parking, or storage. Another thing, not a FEMA requirement, but a Massachusetts building code requirement and a requirement of ASC 24 and the I codes is in a B zone. If you have an enclosure and it's built with breakaway walls, you have to have hydrostatic openings in those walls that meet the requirement for hydrostatic openings that would apply to structures in A zones. That was new for us in Massachusetts in the 9th edition building code. It will still be true in the 10th edition. Okay, V-zone enclosures. I said this already, has to be breakaway walls. And they have to collapse under those conditions right there. Resistance of not less than 10, not more than 20 pounds per square foot. And that's all detailed in the building code. Building diagram 7, you have an enclosure. Again, this is a walkout enclosure that is a full height enclosure. That's allowed. Building diagram 8 is a crawl space enclosure, which is not below grade on all sides, so not considered a basement. So that's building diagram 8. And building diagram 9 would be a below grade crawl space. So below grade crawl space, their C2A surveyed elevation of that bottom floor would be that crawl space elevation. And that would be considered a basement, even though we call it a crawl space, would be considered a basement under FEMA regulations and building code regulations. So, okay, so here's the exercise part of the presentation. Like I said, shouldn't be too challenging, I don't think. Okay, so that's not part of the quiz. These are just pictures of random buildings. So which diagram do you use? Anybody?
6.
Someone said 6. I agree with that. Anyone else? So building diagram 6 would be a building elevated on piles or columns that has an enclosure. And that's what this looks like to me. I already know the answers, so. So correct, building diagram 6. And you can see the red arrow pointing to the enclosure, which tells you it's building diagram 6. So, which diagram would we use here? Anyone? 1, 2, 3. Someone said 3. 1B. Someone said, I think 1B.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so what this looks like to me is a building that probably has a full basement. I can see a bulkhead there that probably has a set of stairs leading down to what is probably a full height enclosure, which makes me think it is diagram number 2A, which would be a building with a basement. Oh, I told you I already know. So might be hard to see. It's hard for me to see, but the arrow is pointing to the bulkhead, which generally indicates a full height basement beneath the building. Okay, which diagram do we use for this one? Looks to me like a building which is elevated with a full height enclosure. Yeah, someone said 7. I agree with 7. Building with a full height enclosure. Diagram 7.
Hey Eric, can we just pause for a sec on that? So
Yep.
that confuses a lot of people because there's a garage underneath, so they think that it's an attached garage.
Yep.
It's not, like Eric said, it's considered an enclosure, so on the elevation certificate, you don't fill out the attached garage section. It's the attached garage is only if the garage is next to the structure, not underneath. We see that a lot.
Right.
And FEMA has started sending them back to us
Yeah.
for CRS communities for that, so everybody who's reviewing elevation certificates and preparing elevation certificates, don't do it, because you'll have to redo it.
For a type footprint for a tight property, I guess, why would a builder do that? Like, that's an odd house design. From a flood standpoint, it doesn't really add any value, the hydrostatic pressure, this is breakaway vents on that thing, or the flood vents, and that's, I find that to be an odd structure,
It's very common.
really.
Yep, a lot of people want that full height enclosure for the specific purpose of having a place to park. So,
Sure, right, but, okay.
I mean, here you're more likely to see something on the side, so it's not as ugly, because we like pretty houses here. But it'll still have vents on it.
It will.
It's okay.
Yeah.
they will be required for a new structure, substantially improved structure in an A zone. Those hydrostatic openings are absolutely required.
And because parking is one of the allowed uses, it's actually, I see it as a really smart thing.
Yeah, it's a great for a small footprint,
A little higher.
but I'm looking at the HVAC unit and I'm not seeing any vents, and I just find that to be odd, but.
Yeah.
But
There are
otherwise, great use of
Yeah.
space.
I'm pretty sure there are vents.
Yeah.
The HVAC unit is elevated. Probably, I'm guessing that if this is a compliant structure, the flood elevation is, this is above the flood elevation. The floor is higher than it needs to be to meet the elevation requirement for lowest floor. They probably put it there so they would have enough room to get their car under the building. And I think I might have an arrow. Okay, so that arrow indicates the grade. So the outside grade is probably a little bit lower than the inside grade, so it's not below grade. And here's a hydrostatic opening, it's just hard to see. And that entry door suggests that the floor elevation on the other side is the same elevation as the ground elevation outside. Okay, one more, which diagram did we use? Anyone? One A. Someone said one A. I'm gonna say one B. I already know the answer. One B is a building that is elevated on a slab, which is on fill within foundation walls. So a lot of times you see that kind of construction for a big warehouse type facility because they want the warehouse floor to be higher than the ground elevation, so trucks can back up to it and load and offload their stuff in and out of the building. So that is gonna be a diagram 1B. So excellent. So flood openings have to be documented on an elevation certificate. Again, this is above and beyond what's required by FEMA regulation and building code for having certified information about a new structure or a substantially improved structure. So building code and FEMA regulation only require elevation of the lowest floor to be certified and documented. So, but to determine whether a structure is fully compliant, you need to know a bunch of other stuff. Like for instance, if there's an enclosure, does it have proper hydrostatic openings? So flood openings in part A8 and A9. A8 is used for an enclosure beneath a building. And A9 is for the attached garage. And basically, they're asking for the same information in both A8 and A9. If this isn't documented or if it's documented incorrectly, then that can affect the insurance rating for the structure. It could affect whether or not the reviewer looks at it and can tell whether it's compliant or not. So I hope you can kind of read this. So the first thing it asks is for a building with a crawl space or enclosure, square footage of the crawl space or enclosure. Now remember, the requirement for the opening is there's a opening size requirement. You're supposed to have 1 square inch of opening for every 1 square foot of enclosed floor space. So first thing they ask is, what's the area of that crawl space or enclosure? B, is there, this is a yes or no question, or not applicable, is there at least 1 flood opening on 2 different sides of each enclosed area? So that's one of the requirements for openings. Remember, there have to be a minimum of 2 openings, and they have to be on at least 2 different sides of the building or enclosure. So they're asking, is that met? 3, number of permanent flood openings that are at least 1 foot above the adjacent grade. And remember, that's one of the requirements for the openings. The bottom of the opening cannot be more than 12 inches above either the external or internal grade, whichever of those 2 is higher. So everything they're asking here is going to lead you to understand whether these are compliant openings or not. Total net area of non-engineered flood openings. So non-engineered flood openings are not the smart fence or other brand name product. Those are the hole in the wall. So total net area of the holes that they have in their wall, the non-engineered flood openings. Total rated area, and I'm trying to point at it, okay, E, total rated area of the engineered flood openings. I said before, those engineered flood openings are typically rated for 200 square feet or equivalent of 200 square feet. Not always, but every one I've ever looked at is 200 square feet. So total, add them all up together, and the total rated area of those openings. And then if you have both engineered and non-engineered openings, maybe you do, you add all that up and enter it there. So the reviewer can look at this and tell if these openings are compliant, these hydrostatic openings are compliant with FEMA requirement and code requirement, because you know the area of the enclosure and you know how many openings you have and what the total area of the openings are for both the engineered, non-engineered openings. So you can tell whether FEMA's standard of 1 square inch or 1 square foot of enclosed floor space is met by looking at that. The very same thing is entered into A9 for an attached garage. So I won't go through the whole thing again because it'll just be the same thing. So that is section A8 and A9. So flood openings and lowest floor. If these are done correctly and documented correctly, you have, let's see, you have lowest floor up there, which is the elevated floor. You have a crawl space, and you have your correctly installed and documented hydrostatic openings. And done correctly, your lowest floor is where you would expect it to be. If it's done incorrectly, not documented correctly, or not installed correctly, what will happen is, instead of your elevated floor being considered your lowest floor by definition, that floor of the crawl space is going to be counted as your lowest floor for both compliance and for insurance rating purposes. So that's why it's important to do it right and to document it right. So there's your B&B. High insurance premiums on non-compliant construction. Okay. Flood openings allow water to flow in and out. We talked about that. The whole reason to have these openings is so that you don't have excessive hydrostatic forces acting laterally on the foundation or acting in uplift on a floor slab. engineered openings, like I said, most engineered openings nowadays are the product that you buy pre-manufactured, like the smart fin and installed. It's funny because that's, you know, almost the only kind of flood opening I see these days. A long time ago, there was no such a thing, and the only kind of flood openings were the holes in the wall, so. I think that's progress, frankly. I think they're much better because people don't want a hole in their foundation because they're afraid, you know, animals might get in there or it's gonna get cold if they have pipes down there. They don't want their pipes to freeze, so. The newer engineered openings are generally much better. So, this is, I didn't have a chance to update this, so I'm just gonna skip over it. That's a section from the old elevation certificate that did not have the two different sections to enter engineered openings and non-engineered openings. Technical bulletin 1, I might have said this already, this is like 30 pages of all of the background behind developing the standard of 1 square inch for 1 square foot of enclosed area. I've read it myself. I've actually read it more than once. You might read it if you want to read it. And I find it interesting. It's helpful in understanding the standard. So anyway, I already said most of this stuff already. I didn't mean to do that. Here it is. Okay. So non-engineered flood openings, this talks all about engineered and non-engineered flood openings. I don't need to go too much about that. Okay, so here's just a picture of one of the things I talked about. Bottom of the opening cannot be more than 12 inches above either the interior floor elevation or the exterior ground elevation, but it can be lower. It can't be higher than 12 inches, but it can be lower. And that's important to note because the whole purpose of these openings is, like we've said, when the water comes up, it's supposed to enter that and balance the hydrostatic forces. There are some situations, and say for instance, a building is built into a slope. And the code requirement says that you're supposed to have minimum of 2 openings on 2 different sides. Sometimes people want to put their hydrostatic openings on the higher side of the building. And strangely enough, there's nothing in the building code that specifies that the hydrostatic opening has to be lower than the flood elevation. So some people think, well, I know I can put my hydrostatic openings on the high side of that slope. That way I won't get water in my enclosure, and I prefer that. Well, no, that's one of those situations where that opening is not gonna perform its intended function if it's put in a place that the guidance says that the hydrostatic opening has to be lower than the flood elevation. Like I said, strangely enough, the building code doesn't say that. So keep that in mind when you're looking at these. Yep.
So is that diagram a little misleading, where it says whichever is greater, but yet it's kind of giving reference to the smaller gap side?
Okay.
So it says no more than 1 foot, but it's on the interior, which is the smaller gap side, but your description says it has to be whichever is greater, so in this
Right.
case, exterior.
So this is the higher grade. That's higher than that.
Oh, not higher difference, higher
Right.
grade, excuse me, okay. Great.
So for compliance, as long as any portion of the flood vent is, say, the bottom of the flood vent's here and BFE is here, as long as it's touching the BFE.
I would say that preferably that entire opening is below the base flood elevation, which is why it's important to remember that it can't be, bottom of that opening can't be more than 12 inches higher than that higher elevation, but it can be less. So let's say, just for instance, so I don't stand in front of a slide, see if I can use this pointer. Let's say, for instance, that the flood elevation was right there. If you put the opening like that, it wouldn't serve its intended function because it's higher than the flood elevation. You really want it to serve the purpose that you put it there for, so you can always put the bottom of that opening lower. You might not be able to put it all the way, you might be able to, no, I didn't do that. So you might be able to put it, we actually had a situation that I was working with a community out in the western part of the state. They built an attached garage and the garage did not have flood openings. FEMA found out about it because they applied for a letter of map amendment and submitted an elevation certificate to meet the requirement of the application that you provide certified elevations. I said before, this elevation certificate can be used with a letter of map amendment application. This was a situation where they didn't understand how a letter of map amendment works. Katie and or Nadia talked about this before. A structure can be removed from the floodplain by elevation when the lowest adjacent grade is higher than the base flood elevation. This particular structure, the lowest adjacent grade was about 4 feet lower than the flood elevation, so they didn't get removed. A lot of people misunderstand the whole notion about an elevated building. They think when they elevate their building, they're elevating it out of the floodplain and they can apply for a letter of map amendment. Well, they got turned down. 5 minutes left, great. So they got turned down. This was a non-removal and it was flagged as violation because the attached garage did not have flood openings. It was a strange situation because the floor slab of the attached garage was 6 inches lower than the base flood elevation. So by code standard, they could have installed flood openings that were 12 inches higher than that floor slab, but they wouldn't have done any good. I recommended that they put them as low as they could. They got the bottom of the opening about 3 inches above the garage floor slab. And eventually it took like 2 years to get that resolved, but they got it resolved, they're compliant. They did not get removed from the floodplain because their lowest adjacent grade was 4 feet lower than the flood elevation, which is always going to result in a non-removable, just by the way. Let's see. Here, we talked about this before, air vents, generally not good used as flood vents, just because they're gonna trap debris, and like Shannon said, you have to figure out what the opening is, and that's not gonna be an easy thing to do. Flood openings can be installed indoors, garage doors or regular doors. The doors themselves cannot be used as flood openings. Okay, flood openings review, acceptable or not acceptable? That's the flood opening.
Well,
Not acceptable.
what's the inside grade?
Yeah,
Sorry.
good point. If the inside grade is much higher than it looks like it would be, that could possibly be, I'm gonna guess the inside grade is at least that low, maybe a little bit lower. But we call this.
Those are windows though, right?
One of them's a window, one of them's a flood opening.
The grades.
Manually operated vents, not acceptable. These, to me, these look acceptable, I think. They look like they have enough openings and they don't look to me like they're more than a foot above. And I already knew the answers anyway, too. Attached garage, like Shannon said, an enclosure beneath a building is not an attached garage. Here's an attached garage. That's what an attached garage is. When there's more than one enclosure, like for instance, you have a crawl space under the building and an attached garage, both enclosures have to meet the standard of minimum of 2 openings and the same 1 square inch for 1 square foot. That's not an attached garage, that's an enclosure beneath the building. But that's good. Okay, section B, firm information, and we only have a couple of minutes. So, community name, flood insurance rate map panel, county name, state, so on and so forth, firm index, flood zone or zones, whichever is applicable to the structure. Remember, this is for a structure, base flood elevation. Where did you get that? You got it probably from the FIS or the firm. Elevation datum for everyone on the Cape is NAVD 1988. Is it in a coastal barrier resource area? Maybe it is. I don't know. Is it seaward of the limit of moderate wave action? That's new on this version of the form. And all your elevations should be to the 10th of a foot. Okay. Unacceptable sources of BFE. Any estimated BFE should not be entered there. It should be entered in the section, I think it's section E, for situations where you don't have a BFE. Section C, building elevations. We talked about these. So the elevation certificate can be based on construction drawings, building under construction, finished construction, to document, certify elevations for a new building or substantially improved building. You have to have finished construction, and I'll just skip over a couple of these things. Elevation datum should be the same as you used for your BFE. And again, here are your surveyed elevations. So whoop, I hate when that happens. So top of bottom floor, next higher floor, for V zones, bottom of the lowest structural member, attached garage, D, lowest elevation of machinery and equipment, E, lowest adjacent, highest adjacent grade, and finished grade at deck or stairs if they're attached. Now, I said you can use these for compliance, okay? So one of the things I always look for when I look at one of these is top of bottom floor. I look at that elevation and I compare that to lowest adjacent grade. If the top of bottom floor is lower than the lowest adjacent grade, whoop, didn't mean that. That is a basement, right? Because if the top of the bottom floor is lower than the lowest adjacent grade, it's below grade on all sides. That elevation, if that's a basement, and if that is lower, if that is in fact lower than the base flood elevation, 1 minute and I'm almost done, so that's good. I think I'm the first one who's come up on the timer. Okay.
We had a lot of questions in the last one.
Okay. So if that is a basement, because you compared it to that and it's lower than the base flood elevation, and that's a new structure or substantially improved structure, that is very likely a violation. So that's something to think of when you're reviewing elevation certificates, and I won't even talk about that. Questions? You're on electric.
Thank you, Eric. One thing I just want to mention too for CRS communities, now section G, G8, G11 and contact information in section G are required on the elevation certificate. I think it's whether a variance is issued. And I can't think of what the other one was. They're simple questions, but they do have to be filled out. So for community officials who are in the CRS, that's good to know. You'll get it back from me and I'll tell you to make sure you fill that out. For folks who are filling out elevation certificates, often you've X'd out those last few pages because they aren't relevant. We need section G to not be X'd out so that we can fill that in at the community level. Okay, we already will be running, so we're gonna shorten our break a little bit, but we are gonna do a break. So please be back in about 10 minutes at 3:35. And there's still food in the back.
Are you up? Oh, you're up and running. Okay, here, I'll turn this on. Okay.
Okay, we have one more session. Nadia's gonna walk us through being a floodplain administrator. This is new to basically all of our towns. So she's gonna walk us through that. She told me she kept it light because it's the end of the day.
Thanks, Norm.
So the last section, once we're done with this, we're done. And I do want to note, some of you have already found it, but there are a bunch of things up here up front, that are from both PCR and my office, publications, and it's the one lone rubber duck, whoever gets that, you win. So you can take this up when we're done. All right, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, so, as Shannon mentioned, this is a training we do regularly. In fact, we've been doing this every quarter, at our office, virtually, and I think the next one is in June. You're welcome to sign up or send other people if you'd like. And it's all because everyone now in Massachusetts has to designate, you know, in your local regulation, who the floodplain administrator is. We kept getting a lot of questions about like, how do I do this? How do I be the floodplain administrator? So, Joy Pearl, our director, put together a presentation, on this, and Katie and I have worked with it and customized it a little bit for the Cape today, as well. So I do want to encourage you, it's gonna be light. We're gonna stick to the parts that are kind of chatty. It's been a long day. We've had a lot of technical information sort of taken at you. I can imagine it's like a little overwhelming. So we're gonna talk more about like, how do we start to put all these pieces together? Like if you are the floodplain administrator for your community, or if you otherwise work as a municipal official, permitting in the floodplain, how do you start to make all of that work? It's a practical thing. So please, when I ask questions, please call and answer whether you know it or not. Let's talk a little bit at the end of the day. And then also if you have questions for me, please ask those as well. So we're gonna cover quite a bit. We're gonna cover quite a bit, quite lightly in here. Some of the things I think we've already talked about, but we're gonna talk about how floodplain administrator coordinates in the community. We will just lightly touch on the maps. Katie already gave us an excellent presentation on that. We are going to talk about local implementation of NFIP requirements. We got quite a few details from Eric on this, but we're gonna just talk about the practical elements of how you do it day to day. Permitting and documentation, compliance and variances. We will touch back on those letters of map provision, your communities have a role in them, and then submitting technical data to FEMA. So, first of all, any of you who work in floodplain, there are a lot of different definitions of floodplain out there. There's the dictionary definition. There is Wetlands Protection Act, has mentions floodplain, I think, like 23 times in all of the 100+ pages of regulations. It doesn't actually define it anywhere in there, but it does use the terms bordering land subject to flooding, and land subject to coastal storm flowage. The state building code really refers to the ASCE 24, so that American Society of Civil Engineers, their definition of floodplain. Obviously, it's in the FEMA, those 44, those federal regulations, it's in the code there. And what you have to use for the definition as your community's floodplain administrator is the FEMA regulatory floodplain, which is that special flood hazard area. So any of that land that's subject to a 1% or greater chance of flooding in any given year. And these are all the areas that are designated on the flood insurance rate maps, all those A zones and those V zones that we went over earlier. So quick quiz, their dictionary definition of floodplain. What kind of floodplain does this not include? Sure, regulatory, anything else?
Coastal.
Yep, that's definitely missing. Anything else?
Sheet flow.
Yep. So like we see, it's not a comprehensive kind of definition, so anyhow, why do you have to have somebody designated as a floodplain administrator? Again, goes back to that federal code, it's in section 59.22. And what it says is that the community shall legislatively appoint or designate the agency or official. And so what this means in the context of regulations, typically if it's an agency, that's going to be for county-wide management, which we don't have here in Massachusetts. So typically it's going to be a municipal official. You've got to have the responsibility and the authority and the means to implement the commitments made in paragraph A in this section. So those commitments are all the commitments that you signed on to do when your when your community joined the National Flood Insurance Program. Everything you promised to do. So who can be designated as a floodplain administrator? Well, really, there's variety of folks across the country. Often, traditionally, it's been the building inspector, one of the building officials, often the building commissioner, if you've got that. But it can be, because most, again, here in Massachusetts, most of your flood standards are in the building code, but it could also be the conservation agent. It could be the planner, the town engineer, the town administrator, maybe even the, DPW or the emergency management director if you have it. But it's got to be someone who has that local authority to coordinate floodplain management. And they really need to understand, at least generally, what all the requirements are and how to work together with folks in the community to make it work. So, true or false, town planner cannot be a floodplain administrator. That is right. Katie's will be here. So you might be wondering, what do you have to do? A lot of what you have to do is kind of putting the puzzle together. So again, all of these different pieces, and many of which we went over earlier together, is that you need to make sure that all of these things are happening, that they're getting done, and that you're coordinating with folks to make sure that really everything as it should be in terms of development in your floodplain. So we are going to start by talking about the FEMA flood maps. Again, already had great training on this. But they are also, these maps are referenced in your local bylaws. Do you all know where the FEMA flood maps are in the local regulations in your community? Planners, I know we've got some planners here.
Zoning.
Yeah, they're usually in zoning. They don't have to be in zoning, but that is commonly where they are in Massachusetts. Some communities have separate, they have a floodplain ordinance or bylaw that's in the regular laws. Sometimes you also might see them once in a while in conservation regulations purely. I think Situate does that. Or once in a while, they're also in the health code. But they are, there's a requirement that you reference the current firms that are, that are effective for your community. And typically, our office will come and work with you, FEMA will come and work with you as those maps get updated and as you actually have to adopt the new maps and really update your regulations. Second place you need to reference them is on behalf of the public. So one of the things that you promised when you joined the NFIP is that you would have the flood maps available for the public in your community. Do you guys have them at town hall? Do people have them available for folks to look at? And do people have them, is there a way for people to look at them digitally? Maybe you have a link on your website. And then the last question, do you have anybody who can help the public interpret and understand those maps? Do they know where to go? Yeah, who is it in your town? It's you? And what's your role?
Conservation agent.
Okay, who else? Any other people? And yeah. So basically you should have maps available for people and you should have someone to send them to. Okay, and then the last thing you're gonna need, obviously you're gonna need the flood maps, because they define that special flood hazard area. You're gonna need to use them within your community for enforcement and compliance. So, true or false, the community's designated floodplain administrator, are you all on your own to figure out floodplain management and the FEMA maps? That's right, you are not. So you might have to do quite a bit of local coordination. I think Eric he went in depth to this NFIP definition of development. So this is the FEMA definition of development from 44 CFR 59.1. All of these types of development, they want to see some sort of a permit or a permitting process that covers them. And we'll just sort of maybe talk through this a little bit. But for buildings and other structures, who does the permitting for that in your community? Building, yep. How about mining or dredging? Yep. Oh, sorry, let me go back. For filling? Who reviews filling? If it's not like related to a structure. Yep. And if it is related to a structure, does building have to look at it too? Okay, how about grading and paving? So that's can be conservation if it's in the floodplain, especially if there's.
Paving's a weird one. I think we're still all trying to figure out paving.
I think, yeah, it depends, sometimes, because sometimes, DPW is involved in paving or somebody.
Does it need to be all of us? That's what kills me. It's like, do we all need to just, this person's resurfacing a driveway, do we all need to come in and sink our hands into it, like?
Yeah, so defining a process for that is probably a good one. Excavation or drilling. So this is actually often the state DEP might get involved with this and you might have to coordinate with them. And how about storage of equipment or materials? Like in the floodplain. Yeah, it depends again, a little bit on your regulation. Some communities, it's not a requirement to have this in your zoning, but some communities have zoning regulations on storing equipment and materials, hazardous materials in the floodplain. Okay, and one more question. Who makes the determination in your community, when someone comes in for permit, who makes the determination whether it's in the floodplain or not?
Generally, the building department reviewing the application.
Okay, anyone else have another process or? Okay.
We all check it, like if it's on the building permit or application. I'll double check, engineering double checks.
Okay, so sort of a lot of different folks end up having that responsibility. Okay, and then obviously there are a number of locally enforceable regulations that you all of these play a role in floodplain development. So you do need to know, and hopefully if you have a well-coordinated department, you know where to send people for the different permits and the different types of review. Just a quick show of hands, who feels like their community or maybe a community you've worked with in the past, like really does a good job on coordinating on floodplain management? Anybody? Yeah? Why, what, we want to describe the process and why you think that?
Floodplain. We have Green, in tidal marsh, through our coastal. Our zoning bylaw does not allow any new structures in the floodplain, so it's very minimal new construction. It tends to be more like conservation permitting or stormwater permitting, or if we ever have a really bad tidal storm that comes up the river. So it's more of emergency management. We do have an MVP team that has plans in place for those events. So our permitting isn't as intense as would be down here in Cape, but we do have good coordination across the different boards and commissions that deal with it.
Okay.
Norwell.
Over in Norwell. Yeah, is there anyone else? Anyone else feel like they do at least a decent job of coordinating? Shannon, if you have any.
Okay, we really do, like we, for kind of dynamic city, working waterfront a little bit, I think we coordinate quite well. Room for improvement, and it's kind of like a divide and conquer type thing, because we have so many moving pieces, but I think we do quite a good job.
Okay, what do you think makes it a good job?
Using newer technologies, we're trying to adopt what we can as almost as fast as it comes out. We're constantly revisiting our permitting process. We do pull together at several different levels these kind of permitting meetings, which wasn't happening for a while, but we are implementing that now, just to get everybody in the room to share what they're kind of working through, what their challenges are. So there has been kind of like this team building thing as of late last couple of years, which is nice. That's where you start learning things completely out of your world, but then you find a lot of actually connection there. I think that's actually been a big part of it. So it's not just the remote through OpenGov or something like that. It's actually come to the room and box it out if you have to, and we'll reach out for help if you have to. So that's actually been a really great activity.
Yeah, and those coordinated permitting meetings can be really, really helpful in coordinating for floodplain work. I want to ask the opposite question, which is who feels like your community kind of struggles with coordination on floodplain work and floodplain permitting, or has worked with a community that is clearly struggling? Anyone? Not gonna admit it. It could even be just like, are there any challenges? Maybe you have something, any challenges that you faced in terms of coordinating?
There were some department heads who might have entrenched their ways of doing things and believe that they have authority over people. So at that time, it was really hard to kind of get coordination between departments since they got retired or moved on elsewhere. So the newer department has been able to communicate better. But kind of having someone who doesn't want to work with anybody else does make it very difficult.
We also with our New Bedford, our
Oh, yeah.
more and more we're finding that our levee, our hurricane barrier, it gives the community a false sense, and also not having had a storm in a while. I think it gives folks a false sense of security, a false sense of why they would need permitting. I think I've said to a couple of you in kind of side conversations, having a pretty decent flood zone, an A zone behind the hurricane barrier, really kicks people off that have come knocking, and they're like, what is that thing for anyways? So that's been a real challenge.
Okay, great. And so we've already kind of had a bit of a discussion here on how you can promote best practices for floodplain management. So like Chance mentioned, those interdepartmental meetings are really valuable. A couple of permitting processes that I've seen. One is if you have, if you have things in OpenGov. So if you have all your permitting through something like OpenGov, Permitize, you can have a process where you're circulating all permits through the community, and there's a bunch of different department sign-offs that can be useful. You can also do a paper version of this where you have a checklist, you have a set of plans, and you literally take it around to different desks and get signatures. Again, all of these things, they can be done well, they can be done badly. But some of the things that you can do to help promote best practices are, promoting good interdepartmental communication. These are your coworkers. You can work together. Assisting if there is online tracking of projects in the floodplain, making sure that that is comprehensive, especially if it's tied together like by the lot. So it's like all the permits, you can kind of see what's going on with each lot. These project review meetings, you can also bring training in, like this training for your local staff. Again, we do this one virtually every quarter. It's about an hour. And you can also coordinate with our staff and with FEMA, and honestly with Shannon out here on the Cape. So you do have some options. Okay, so I think we talked quite a bit about some of the permitting and documentation. Obviously, the building permits are really a key part of floodplain development. You also conservation permits. Some communities also have a floodplain development permit. This is if they think they're not really covering. I have some communities that tell me everything's covered through building and conservation, and when we walk through all the different pieces of development, they have a process for it. Some communities like this is Beverly's, for example, they have a floodplain development permit, and that's just to make sure that nothing falls through the cracks. And so that having that review permit can be very helpful, especially if you have it online, it's available for people, they know when when they're in the floodplain and when they need to use it. And then another requirement that FEMA is going to make you have as you update your regulations is that all the other permits that are required are also acquired by applicants, and these could be the state or the federal permits. Again, Eric went through this in greater detail in his presentation, but just remember those are there. Okay, so we'll go over a little bit of how you might want to review a permit. As you can see, we've got Snoopy here who's like preparing, a land description and getting some details for you. So the first thing, you want to make sure when your permit comes in, you want to make sure it's complete. You want to make sure it's not missing key information, that the lot information is right, that things are signed where they need to be, and that the surveyed plans, whatever you have for the survey, land survey, the building plans, those should be stamped and signed as appropriate. The next thing you want to do is review for compliance. So you do want to check the flood maps. You want to see if the structure or the development is in the special flood hazard area. You do want to make sure those floodplain boundaries are going to be correct and that they're based on the currently effective firms. I definitely have seen plans that are signed and stamped by engineers where they either say there's no flood hazard area at all. It turns out they're looking at an older version of the maps, or that the boundaries can also be wrong on the maps. And so, yeah, sometimes they do need to update those boundary lines. For those of you who are looking at non-structural development, I'm thinking conservation, bordering land subject to flooding, land subject to coastal storm flowage, the coastal dune standards, other performance standards. You want to make sure that all the performance standards are being met. And then if there's any engineering review that your community uses, you'd want to have that happen as well. And then approval or denial. Obviously, if it's a building permit, the date that you approve or deny that you approve, that is going to be determined the start of construction for a building permit. And then again, best practices are to document your decision and the relevant fact findings, because if the applicant is denied, they might need to resubmit, or they might apply for a variance. So. And then just a little more detail on inspections. There's a few inspections, these are called out in the 10th edition of the building code that are really relevant to building in floodplains. And you also have to do kind of similar reviews in conservation for those permits as well. But so first there's that preliminary inspection before you've even issued a permit. You're probably going to go out on the site. You want to check the floodplain and the floodway boundaries, checking setbacks and encroachments. If the structure is staked, you want to make sure that it matches the permit plans. Many times these things change in the field and they don't necessarily match the maps. And so those can have implications, again, for what you need to require for everything to be up to code. You know, also then the next one that is really important, that lowest floor elevation, you're going to be getting all the data for this. Probably sometimes around that foundation and footing inspection. So you want to check that the fill meets compaction, the slope and protection standard. This is where if the crawl spaces, the number and size of those crawl spaces or those enclosure openings, you'd want to check those here. You'd want to check again, the project work, is there any encroachment on the floodway? You probably should have checked that at the earlier stage as well. And this is, you know, if it's a structure in a B zone, you'd get that as-built foundation certification. And then the last one, obviously before you can issue that, before you can issue the final inspection and do an occupancy certificate, before that, you need to get all of the things you need for flood hazard documentation and just confirming compliance. So I think Eric had mentioned you do also have authority to do inspections after you've issued the occupancy certificate or after you've issued certificate of compliance. Certainly the building code, the biggest offender continues to be enclosures that are below the base flood elevation that are turned into living spaces. Remember, you can remember the acronym SPA, so that's storage, parking, or access. If you have an enclosure below the base flood elevation, those are the only allowed uses. Okay. So again, there's a lot of documentation that needs to be kept. Again, you should know in your department what you need to keep. Just remember that all the documentation needs to be kept available in perpetuity. There's building documentation, conservation, and for the local ordinance as well. If you do have floodways in your community and there's a a development that encroaches on it, they need to have that no rise certification that has been stamped and signed by a certified professional engineer. You would also need to have documentation of different types of variances. Any questions on the documentation? And you need to have this because again, if FEMA will come up and do an audit of your community at some point, or we might come on FEMA's behalf, we will go around and actually drive around your floodplain and look at the buildings and look and see, does everything look like it's in compliance? Does it look like something is not quite right? And we will ask to pull all the permits and all the documentation and review to see how those decisions were made and if you're in line still with the NFIP regulations. Okay, so true or false, if the building official denies a permit for floodplain development, can the applicant get a variance from the ZBA? Did I hear a yes? No, yeah, that is right. They cannot get that. They would have to request a hearing from the state building code appeals board for a building permit. So, again, the same local officials are responsible for compliance with the regulations. As a floodplain administrator, you should know when a variance has been requested or it has been granted. If you have good coordination, usually if the floodplain administrator should be included in this conversation when it comes to the floodplain development. This is one area, these variances, FEMA and the state, we may ask you to help gather that variance documentation for an audit. So again, if the variance has been, if the building commissioner has denied a permit application in the floodplain and they go up to the BCAB for an appeal, if that variance is issued, there is documentation that needs to be kept. And you're supposed to have this, again, in your local ordinance. You're supposed to request a written or audible copy of the hearing related to the variance and keep this record in your files, in your permitting files for that lot. You should also issue a letter to the property owner regarding the potential impacts. And again, we have details on this in our mass model bylaw that we can share with you. But you do need to have issued a letter with very specific language. And then you also need to keep a copy of that letter, again, in your permitting files. So variances to the state building code, again, they're going to be kept in perpetuity. They should be in the building official's permit file along with the original permit denial. You know, again, if there's a variance to the Conservation Commission's order of conditions, that's typically an appeal that went to DEP. And so that should also be kept. And then also your local zoning enforcement officer, if there are any variances to the local zoning code, those need to be kept as well. And there are very specific requirements if you kind of look in, look at this section down in blue. So it's got to be for good and sufficient cause and exceptional non-financial hardship. Variance cannot result in any additional threats to public safety, public expense, or fraud or victimization. And it just needs to be the minimum action necessary to afford relief. So does anyone have experiences with variances for work in the floodplain? Is that something you've ever seen in your community or had to deal with? Denied a permit and you got sent? Never? Okay, so it's not that, you know, variances should be rare, hopefully. So here's just a quick discussion question. So this is an undeveloped lot. Well, we've got a building here just for image, but it's surrounded by lots and you can see that they are low down. They're basically at grade, but you know, maybe this is in a, you know, coastal A zone or even a B zone where actually the BFE is much higher. So the ordinance is requiring new buildings to be constructed, this would probably be the building code, at a grade several feet above that grade. So would this warrant a variance? Anyone think why, is there any reason why it might warrant variance? So.
It wasn't a B zone and you're not allowed to develop in a B behind.
So I mean,
So it doesn't stay on the site.
So people might give some reasons. They might say, oh, well, it's, you know, it would look different. Potential buyers could ask questions. If it was built on the lot, maybe it would drain onto, you know, the neighbor's property because it's too high up. But I mean, the answer is no. This wouldn't really require variance. This is an exceptional hardship. This is just appearance is not exceptional hardship. Even financial, the cost of it is not exceptional hardship. Okay. So letters of map change, again, I think we talked a little bit about these already. Katie went over this a bit. So again, these are documentation. These are related to changes on the FEMA flood maps. You might get someone coming in for a permit and they will tell you, I already have a LOMA for my property. That means I can build on it. I can do this extension to my house, even though this, you know, my house is in the flood zone. So you do want to go and check. I recommend always going back to the Map Service Center, figuring out how to get that original letter of map amendment and looking at the details and seeing, is it just for the structure? Is it for the whole property? What exactly do you have? So it is a good idea to check. We do recommend keeping these, the ones for your community. You can get them on the Map Service Center. You can download them and hold on to them because sometimes it can be hard to access them from the FEMA website. They come and go. There's issues. So I recommend having them for your community if you can. And then Katie had talked more about these letters earlier today. So there also are some other types, you know, we already talked about letter of map revision based on fill, and the conditional letter of map revision based on fill. Again, all of these are very important because they do show you where the map has changed, either by amendment or by revision. So let's go to the next one. Let's see, is it going forwards? It's not. Okay, so here's an example. I think this is from down in Centerville. So this is where an applicant had proposed to change the floodplain. It looks like what they did was they actually moved the, that's the LMWA, the limited moderate wave action. You can see it's right on the edge of the house there. So they do have to provide supporting data for this. And before they can take a letter of map revision to FEMA, they actually are going to ask you to sign this community acknowledgement form, whether it's for fill or it's like changing the regulatory floodway. And your community, you need to approve it. You can sign it, but you don't have to sign anything you don't feel comfortable with. If you have concerns regarding the request, you can either refuse to sign it or you can express what those concerns are. And then the applicant needs that signature again to go to the to FEMA for approval. So as the floodplain administrator, you may be the person, you probably should be the person signing that community acknowledgement form. And yes, the Conservation Commission would also be involved, usually in that situation. So. And then if it's anything where they're developing in the regulatory floodway, again, this is an issue on the Cape. But if they are doing that, they are going to be required to present what's called an H&H study. It's a hydrologic and hydraulic analysis and engineering analysis to show that there's going to be no rise in the flood elevation despite encroaching on the floodway. So we can offer you additional training. Eric in particular is really an expert on this, but we can offer you additional training on the community acknowledgement form if you need to sign one of these and you don't feel totally sure about everything that you're being asked. Okay. All right, so which one of the following letters of map change is not a FEMA letter map change process? So we've got A, letter of map amendment, B, letter of technical data, C, letter of map revision based on fill, and D, conditional letter of map revision based on fill. Is right, letter of technical data. So again, just to reiterate, if there's a water course alteration, you should let people know before the water course is altered. You should let them know. You need to let the upstream and downstream communities know, or adjacent communities. Bordering states, not so much of an issue on the Cape, but it would be an issue, you know, on the South Coast. If you're up against Rhode Island, you should let them know. You should let our office know, and you should let FEMA Region 1 know as well. So they need that data beforehand because they may want to look into it. And then new technical data. Again, this is typically going to be a situation where, not where, you know, don't want to ever be raising the base flood elevation, but maybe you've done something where you've done dam removal, you've done a flood control project. It's where the base flood elevation is lowered, the flood risk is lowered. So that technical data should also be submitted to our office and to FEMA, because that can maybe go into the next map update. All right, so as you can see, there's quite a few people you might need to work with. What do you think the answer is for here? Pretty obvious. Yep. And yeah, work together with your community, take people out for a beer afterwards, you know. It'll make things a lot more fun and hopefully you'll be able to coordinate. Free training resources. So Shannon's a great resource, and the Cape Cod Cooperative Extension. Our program, we offer quite a few training opportunities as well. Many of them are virtual throughout the year, including this training. And FEMA and ASFPM also offer trainings. So that's about it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, any other questions for Nadia?
No. And Nadia went even faster, so we are going to get out of here early, but I do just want to also share one, thank you. And thank you again also. So today has been hosted by the Cape Cod Cooperative Extension with Oceanographic Institution Sea Grant in partnership with the Waquoit Bay National Estuary and Research Reserve and Webinar, as Kristen told us it is actually called this morning. Provided the food and the space, so special thanks to Webinar for doing that. This is a little bit different than what they normally do, so thanks to Kristen and her team for partnering with us. The